It's 7 o'clock. I've got a quorum, so we can bring the meeting to order. There's quite a large agenda, so there's reserve fund transfers for the police department and the finance department. We'll start taking up town meeting warrant articles for both the annual and the special meeting minutes. New business, old business, public access, and adjournment. So number one on the list is the reserve fund transfer for the police department. Chief Dessert, thank you for coming.
Thank you. Good evening.
Okay, before you start, I just want to say, coming in tonight, had $179,150 in our reserve fund. After the police and finance director, if we both vote, if they're both approved, it would be $150,927.63. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking for the transfer of $13,871.37 for our 2019 Chevy Tahoe that had 72,000 miles on it, and the engine just blew last week. So we brought it to our town mechanic. He said, nope, got to bring this to a dealership. Dealership plugged it in and said, engine needs to be totally replaced. So with only 72,000 miles on it, probably replacing the motor, I'm guessing get another 5 years out of the vehicle. So I think it was worth it to ask for the money for transfer than try to get rid of a truck that that quality.
And I have one question, and it comes from Mike McGraw, who couldn't be here tonight, he's away. He just wanted to know if that's a complete engine replacement.
Yes, the whole engine block, is my understanding, is that's the whole engine block.
Okay.
So not the drive shaft or anything.
No, but the total engine.
Yeah.
You answered his question. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
I'm just curious, what happened? When we discussed police vehicles in the capital planning committee, you talked about how these vehicles, I know this is a command vehicle, but we talked about how this is their office on the road. I guess, was it like a catastrophic failure, like the water pump went? Or I just don't understand how you missed the idiot lights coming on a thing and stopping the vehicle.
There are no lights. We
Okay.
have a pretty robust maintenance program. If we see lights going on, they go into the dealership. Or first, Brian will check them out, our town mechanic.
Yeah.
And if it's something out of his purview, we'll send it right off to we don't drive it with the light going. They get sent in right away. So I would say a catastrophic failure, something went wrong. I've been on Google lately. I'm not a mechanic or anything, but Chevy has been known to have some problems with their vehicles. There hasn't been a recall. We tried to see if there's a recall. There has not been a recall on the vehicle.
So the department's policy, though, is if a vehicle is failing, it's like pull it off the road, call for...
It's placed out of service. Yep.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, let's just say it happened, they're out by Tantascwa, or there's the court officer in Dudley. Would they pull it off there and say, we're going to tow it to Sturbridge? So they don't drive it.
They probably exercise good judgment. Like if your check engine light's coming on and nothing's going on, they're probably going to just drive it straight to the highway department and say, hey, Brian, the light popped on last night. He plugs it in and he gives us the
code, yeah.
The code and says this is what needs to be done. So, but if it starts sputtering, making noises, anything like that, they're not driving. They'll pull it over. In fact, we had a towed to the dealership.
That's good.
Yeah.
No, I just want to, because I had, for the first time ever, my personal vehicle, the water pump went. And so the little check engine light comes on, you don't think anything, and then the next thing you know is your hot engine gauge is like over here on 8, just like, time to pull over. So I just want to make sure that's kind of like you said, they use their best judgment and not, I'm in Dudley, I got to get to Sturbridge, I'm coming.
Yeah. No, if it's something that starts making noise and stuff, they will pull over. We'll get a coach out there to get it.
But the odometer mileage is no indication of how many hours that engine's been running, because once you have it out, you never shut it off.
But this is the command vehicle, it's not one of the patrol vehicles, so it doesn't have that.
This particular Tahoe is not like Kevin is saying. It's not out there running all the time. It's not used heavy duty like a police car. Stop, go, stop, go. Yes, he's responding to calls and stuff, but it's not taking off on radar. After cars and braking fast, hard turning. Once in a while, yeah, probably that happens. But this particular vehicle is what I would consider more of a lightly used
Yeah.
This shouldn't have been the one to
Right.
do this.
You put about 12,000 miles a year on it, plus or minus. Is the house, is the body in good shape, no rot, no rust, none of that stuff? So a new engine can be like a new vehicle, relatively speaking, okay?
Okay. So if this were not to be fixed, when would this vehicle have been replaced as part of its the regular rotation?
I put in to have this vehicle replaced this budget year, but it was cut from the budget just for budget purposes. So it was put in to be replaced, and probably what would have
No,
happened.
he did not sabotage.
No, I did not sabotage.
I saw the faces like,
So I calculated out that roughly by the time it went to town meeting, got approved, got purchased, it would be almost another year out. So we'd be looking at probably 90 to 100,000. And I still wouldn't got rid of that vehicle. I would repurpose it to another type of vehicle, maybe a detail vehicle or a spear vehicle for training, for guys going back and forth to training, or something along those animal control vehicle. We would have looked at the rest of our fleet and said, where can we replace this car and get rid of it?
because it wouldn't have had the typical wear and tear, which is the reason that if we're not going to replace a vehicle for budget reasons, that's one of the vehicles we wouldn't, because it doesn't have that 24/7 and then wear and
I thought we
tear.
used to do that, but we weren't able to do that because of green communities or
Then
something.
within the same department, you can repurpose within the department. But I can't take it, let's say, and say instead of buying a fleet vehicle for town, I can't take it for that, fortunately.
So, you get this fixed, assuming the plan would then be, you should look at another 3-4 years of life versus whatever the normal replacement cycle would be.
Because we were going to push this one off a year. At this point, if it gets a new engine, we're probably going to push it off as long as it doesn't rust or, have any kind of weird issues we don't expect. We certainly push this. That'll buy another couple of years for that vehicle.
Okay. Anybody else have any other questions or comments they want to add? All right, I'm happy to accept the motion to transfer the amount of $13,871.37 from the reserve fund to the purchase of services account in the police department. So moved. That's Larry. Do I have a second? Ken? Okay. Any other questions or comments at this point? All those in favor? That's 7-0. Great. Thank you, Chief, for coming in.
Very much appreciate it.
Thanks, Chief.
Take care. Enjoy Florida.
Take care. That's table signature. All right. Second reserve fund transfer has to do with transferring $14,351 from the reserve fund to the finance salaries line item in order to fund the new contract with the finance director. And that's, there's several questions, I just add some color, right? This isn't any different than any of the other contracts with like the police or the fire. The town administrator negotiates with the department heads who are legally authorized to have contracts. Not every department head is. She negotiates it, goes to the Board of Selectmen, the Board of Selectmen yay, nay, adjust it, whatever. In this case, we have an approved contract to both signing, and they're looking to basically fund the difference. I'll get to you, between, what's in the finance director's salary line item and what's there, because in the other departments, they have really big salary line items they can transfer the monies from. They bury it in there, like when you were asking, like the DPW contracts and that. The money's kind of hidden there, and when it's approved, it gets moved to where it needs to be, and people get paid out.
And I, just a little nuance there, when it's a labor contract, we deliberately, I don't want to say bury some kind of,
I know, but you got,
but it's budgeted in there with an anticipation of what I might negotiate at a table. And so there's room. And in the case of, let's say, a police and fire chief, if those contracts happen during a budget year and have a retroactive nature, because with police and fire, there's so much turnover. For example, have 2 cops leave and we don't replace them and we have a month gap where we have 2 police officers out. It's the turnback money that you see. But because it's all in a salary line item, if when we negotiate a police chief or a fire chief salary, there's a $10,000 or $12,000 retroactive adjustment, the money's in that salary line item, so it never comes to FinCom. It's publicly vetted, it goes to an executive session with the board, and then it's voted publicly with the board, where I will highlight the terms. And so that's the exact same process. The difference here is that that's a tiny department, and there's hopefully no turnover, and so there's not any money within there to shift or reallocate to support this contract. So that's why we bring it to you as a reserve fund transfer. I will say that other times where this may have happened, for example, I don't have a contract, but I have an employment agreement. I came in at more than what had been budgeted because when the last town administrator left, X was budgeted. I came in, and presumably at that point, I don't know what the status was at that time, but if the case was that there was not money there in those salary line items, if you hired a new town manager or town administrator, someone would have to come to the board and request that to the FinCom and request that type. So these things do happen. It's just that because so few positions are legally even allowed to have a contract, we don't see it all that often. So I just want to clarify that how those monies are there sometimes and not there others.
May I ask if she's allowed to have by law a contract? Okay.
Yes.
And is this the first time that she's ever asked for one?
Yes, it is.
And is this a way to maybe retain a good employee for the next X amount of years?
Yeah, I'll tell you the truth, and I don't want to get into the personnel matters.
Right.
But she's a very good employee and also holds a very unique position in that she serves as treasurer collector. She serves as my backup HR person, but a primary HR person when it comes to payroll, onboarding, benefits, workers' comp, unemployment cases. All of those fall under her office. So that's sort of a unique thing. And she serves as the finance director. So treasurer collector, HR backup, and finance director. As finance director, she's involved with everything from our rating agency calls, dealing with our debt people, and our attorneys to write up, to handle our borrowings. So it's a very big position, and I have to say it is going to be extraordinarily difficult to just replace her as a quality employee, but replace that position. And part of what is in this agreement, and something that the board really wanted, was a succession plan. And that while we go through the remainder of this term, presuming that at the end she does want to retire, that we have a succession plan in place for that. And that succession plan may be that this position doesn't even exist in this capacity anymore because I might not be able to find another her. And if I did, realistically looking at salaries, what she's asking for at 32 years, I'd be lucky if I could get as a starting salary for someone coming in, and I'm not sure I want to do that. So we want the latitude to be able to review how this position moves forward. So that's why in this particular case, this would not be something I would normally do. In this particular case, I think it is in the greater interest of the town to have this employee stay long enough to work with us to secure the future of the whole finance aspect of the town, and that's pretty critical.
You had your hand up.
Well, just two quick thoughts. One is that if you get a large enough number of people, you're going to have a turnover which creates gaps. If you can think back to your freshman accounting course, it's called accruals, and that's how it can be covered in a larger department. The other is that there is actually a fourth. The other point is that there actually is a fourth, and that's the librarian. Librarian has an employment contract with the trustees of Joshua Hyde Library.
Thank you.
Been that way for decades.
Okay.
So it's directly analogous to a contract with the Board of Selectmen. There is literally no difference. By the way, the Finance Committee is not a party to this contract. We cannot, well, it's called purchase interference. We cannot go in and start mucking around with what it says and signed. And we have enough money, and we do.
That's understood.
Here we are.
Okay.
How long is the contract for? Is it 1 year contract?
3 year, retro to last,
July 1st.
last February, July 1st, retro to last July 1st, 3 years forward.
And I think before your time, maybe before my time, I understand, and whoever was here 5 years ago, I understood about 5 years ago, there was a study done for departments, and it was versus where the pay scale was, and we realized that it was below than should have been, and departments got a pretty big jump. Is that correct? Is anybody here for that? Or is that just hearsay, or?
It might be
Never happened?
5 years ago. No,
That classification study happened in 2018, 19, just prior to COVID.
Yeah,
It restructured a lot of things. There were some bumps, but they were not major adjustments on a position like that. What it did was it reclassified where people were. It didn't just increase everybody's salary. Some people got adjustments because they might have shifted grades. And I will tell you, that still happens. We have positions that you'll see in the budget where people are getting a higher salary this year because personnel committee and let's say the board, and I'm not trying to pick on a department, for instance, the health department had an administrative, an assistant position. That position got regraded.
Right.
That person will get a raise. That doesn't come here, it's not a contract, say, but under our personnel regs and our classification. So what happened there wasn't so much about salary, but was about where within the rankings those positions fell. So were there some adjustments and bumps? Yes, but it wasn't like a blanket raise. It wasn't a compensation study. It was really classification.
okay. Because I thought I just go with level people. So the 4.1%, do you think after 9.5%, the 4.1% is a bit, it's higher this year? I mean, 9.5 is a pretty good jump.
Oh, I would total with the.
Versus this year, 4.1, so you have a nice, and another thing too, and also with retirement and pensions, how does the retirement pension plan work? The last 3 years is what your pension is based on, average, is that different?
Highest 3. The stipend in there does not, I do not believe the stipend counts toward the pension. Only the salary. So that offsets a bit of it. When you amortize all that out in the long run, it is somewhat minimal when you're looking at this change. But yeah, do we look at the overall cost? Yeah.
That's the gap.
But when you do it as a stipend, I think it qualifies differently on the pension. So when you carve it out, it's a little less of a long-term cost because you don't want to kick these things down the road. I do stand behind the number based on my review of what's out there for other salaries. If I had to replace exactly as the position is, if I even could, what she's being elevated to, I don't even think I could get someone for that, or I'd be lucky if I could. This is someone with 32 years. So I will point out that the seniority step in there is very similar to what I negotiated for fire department. We got rid of longevity and we negotiated seniority steps to encourage retention. So the concept of encouraging retention is a big philosophy we're trying to do. Turnover is awful. And I will tell you this, my chair has turned over a lot. I'm sitting here now longer than any of the prior 3 before me. The continuity in a department like the finance department, when my chair turns over, is really important. So this succession plan, when she eventually does retire, is so critical that we have a sense of where we're going. And that's why I do stand behind it. But the question of is the salary a lot, is the increase a lot? The increase may look like a lot, but when I look at it compared to the salary compensation studies that I look at out there and the number of different roles she plays, and what I'm going to have to look at if I have to separate that position out for cost, I think it's very fair, and I would stand behind that.
And 4.1, is that the second year of the contract? Is it a contract stipulated? Did it stipulate percent increase for 3 years, or does that have
So once the salary gets adjusted here, the salary itself goes up just like everybody else's, which would be the non-union and any merit that goes with that. Yeah, the same as all the non-unions.
I'd just like to make a comment. I fully expect, I wouldn't be surprised, but I look forward to Barbara leaving us in 3 years in the same shape that Jean's going to be leaving us in August, which I can't say enough good things about Jean. She's done a great job for us, and she's leaving us in great shape over there.
And that type of mindset about transition and a dedication to a community, I think is really a big part of the driver here. That understanding that walking out and leaving things, even if they're perfect when you leave, but no plan to keep them that way, and is just illustrative of a generation of people who worked with a true commitment to what they do and a pride in their legacy.
If you watch the meetings of the planning board, you can see that
Just one more comment, this is a general problem, whether it's Boston, New York, it's always where people live versus where they get paid and work. Because there's certain, if people live in Sturbridge, and the cost of living is high in Sturbridge, and you give them a Sturbridge salary, fine. If they get a Sturbridge salary and live down south, this is 20% less, and they're not, in the scheme of things, it's not apples to apples. All I'm saying is in the thought process, when people leave, if they're living somewhere where the cost is significantly less and they're getting a salary here, I would say versus someone living here in a higher rent district, how do you measure that out? It's not quantitative, it's qualitative, and it's there.
And I would tell you that I understand the question about regional, but the regional really applies more when you're looking at larger regions. So for example, I'm going to retire to Kentucky. I can tell you that if I have my retirement money, I'm going to do a lot better in Kentucky than here. However, when we're talking about recruiting employees from Massachusetts, which is generally small, and when you look at the commuting ability, you are not going to be able to recruit quality people or keep quality people based on whether or not they live in a town where their taxes might be a little lower than Sturbridge. The disparity isn't enough because you're still paying the same state costs, your gasoline tax is the same, your cost of living is still there. It just might be your property taxes may have a little bit of a different balance because of your property values.
Yeah.
But from a recruitment standpoint, if I went that way and kept the salary sort of, I could not recruit people necessarily from the number of towns I would need. The regional thing has, you'll see that if you live in this area, the salary would be this on these remote jobs. But the disparity is so dramatic in those cases. The disparity amongst the towns in Worcester County, for example, Worcester and Berkshire counties, it's really somewhat negligible when you're looking at drawing employees in. And the last thing you want to do is restrict your pool.
Okay, anyone else? Questions, comments? We're all good. So I'll entertain a motion to transfer the amount of $14,351 from the reserve fund to finance salaries account 11451, and that'll leave us with a balance going out of tonight, like I said, only $159.27
So moved.
So Larry, do I have a second?
Second.
MC. Okay. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? 6-0 to 1.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
All right, let me finish the paperwork. All right, so that gets us through the two reserve fund transfers. All right, obviously the DPW director's here, so we're going to try and move to the articles where, she has a direct role and say in. And so let's start with the annual town meeting one.
So can I just make a general comment? I understand we want to get through these, we kind of look at these one-on-one, does that thing make sense? Okay, great, let's approve the article, but we haven't had the budget discussion. What's the overall cost? You're taxing, we're using every dollar we can possibly tax again this year. You got a tight budget, we're using a lot of free cash for things. Maybe instead of spending free cash on the long list of capital items or some of these other things, we could maybe offset some warrant articles that we're taxing there as well, to put a little cushion in there. So we really haven't had an overall budget discussion, and we're getting ready to kick into specific warrant articles, and should we spend that amount of money without the big picture discussion.
I mean, we could have the big picture discussion, because I'm plenty prepared for it, because I've got plenty of questions for the meeting on Tuesday.
And if we want to discuss the articles to understand what they are, and then take them up at a future meeting just to vote on the A and A after we've had that discussion and can factor it in, I'm okay with that.
And if you want to develop the ones you think will be useful for free cash, but, we can move through a lot of this stuff.
So I don't agree with this, and you say we want a 2.5% decrease, people can't afford it. Does that affect the warrants?
No, but it affects the line item budget.
Yeah.
It might also affect some of the things on the warrant. Maybe we don't want to spend the free cash on that and keep it for a future reserve or something
But
else.
is there anything that prevents us from going through it, if we reach a point where that becomes a subject, we just say, postpone the discussion until we see them do the
I don't mind
budget first?
discussing and understanding what these are, and then if you want to hold the vote to,
But some of these,
I'm okay with
you
that.
can approve tonight, like, for instance, the very first one. There's nothing new that wasn't there for the last 25 years.
The article's for Heather, she's spending money on everything she's doing here.
Is, the word is set in stone already, right? Whatever board motion the Board of Selectmen, they did something different this year than they had in the past, because they've already set this for posting already.
Well, no, there was a lot of confusion about that. This is, they haven't voted it. They're voting their articles Monday night.
But they closed the warrant at the last minute.
Which they always do. They always close the warrant. That was just a dual post that the special and the ATM can get posted together. That's like a pro forma thing that the clerk had to do. But no, they closed it and just said, okay, this is it, no more articles that are getting added. They've in the past closed it and reopened it and added articles if we had last minute things come up. But because of the time that we're on now, I said, that's it. Something else is getting added, we're closed. They will be voting to place its support, I believe.
That's not the language.
Whatever they all decide, that they will vote whatever they vote, and you will put it however you want it to vote.
Well, we can talk about that on
We'll
Tuesday.
talk about that, but Monday.
Monday, I'm sorry.
So Monday night, though, I will present the budget, and then after the budget presentation, at some point in their agenda, they're going to go through all the warrant articles. Because they have not voted.
They haven't voted on them, and so that's the other side of this.
That's
But I don't want to be recommending articles here that they don't support on their end. Why, that doesn't make sense. If they support, put it on the warrant. It's just, it doesn't mean it needs to get a recommendation to support, right? We can say, take no action, and they can come back and say, no, we don't want it, and pass over.
Too, theoretically, it dies. So if somebody made a motion to support warrant article XYZ, and somebody seconded it, and the other two vote against it, theoretically,
It's not
the motion,
supported.
but it's not pulled off the warrant. To
Right.
your point, it still exists on the warrant. It's just the board didn't support
And
it.
our job is not to rubber stamp the Board of Selectmen, but to make a recommendation to the town meeting body, regardless of what the Board of Selectmen ever do.
Yeah.
But why would I recommend an article that they don't want to support as the elected leaders of the community to move forward as part of their priorities and budget for the year?
And those actions may not always be in the best interest of the community.
Because you've actually voted against things they've supported.
Sure have. They voted unanimously in some cases, and we voted no
And
action.
Split vote or no action. Yeah, or against.
I mean, I don't mind having this discussion, if you want to table something, we'll just move it, because I have dates for open things that get tabled. So Article 9 is road construction, repairs and maintenance, which is our normal funding. It's a raise and appropriate, and just how much money, how are we doing with, against our plan and maintenance of roads and,
So what has been requested, well, what was originally discussed on my end was definitely a lot more than this, but I also understand where we were on a budgetary basis, and forgive me, because I don't have each article in front of me, so.
oh, okay. This is $100,000
So I
from
think
raise and
I asked for
appropriate.
300,000 originally and was basically tight. But, so we're standing on status quo, but if you look back on our, it's fine, I kind of know what it says, yes. I just didn't know what I thought it was 100,000, but, if you looked back at our pavement management plan, it's definitely encouraging us to put more funds than this away. I think it's actually asking for $500,000. Now, we still have a pretty robust budget and balance in Chapter 90, and forgive me because I don't know the number off the top of my head, but it is in the million range, so we do have a little flexibility there. But as I have said in the past, we have some very large infrastructure projects that will be coming up that are going to tax that number very quickly, like Holland Road Bridge and some of those other projects that we need to do. So if we're not going, we are going to have to look in the future supplementing our roads and our road maintenance budget, or we're not going to be able to we're going to deplete that, but that number very quickly, and we won't be able to do as many road projects as we really need.
What's the budget right now, the road budget I didn't look at this full here, that's a total?
Yeah.
So what did we do last year?
100,000?
100,000.
It's been like that for a long time.
What's the difference here then, if I'm missing something?
Nothing. We have a pavement management plan that we did, and people, some of you probably have seen it and has a copy of it, and it says that if you want to keep your road conditions at the status quo level, which our level is acceptable, it was around a 74, 75, which is, C range, that you need to fund more. We get, and I'm going to get this number wrong, about $500,000 every year in Chapter 90 funds, okay? If you are not putting additional money into Chapter 90 fund, it is not going to sustain what you need to keep your roads at that. Does that make sense? Basically, it's saying that if you don't put enough money in, your road condition is going to keep going down.
So it's not like she goes out and spends $100,000. This article says we're going to put $100,000 into an account that can roll over from year to year. So she may not spend any of this year and take the 100 from last year and then go out and attack a $200,000 problem.
Because this also is the money that we may not have to go out for a big project. So there is no money in my budget to patch potholes, to get gravel, to do pavement patching, like when we cut open a road and we have to fix something. That all comes out of that 100,000. Do you cut that? I don't have any money because I can't use Chapter 90 money. Chapter 90 money is not accessible for those things. So any little maintenance road work that we need to do can only be done out of that pot.
And we've always funded it this way because it does roll over if it's not
And-
spent,
and if
whereas
I
if
don't
it's in the
spend
budget,
it-
it goes away and you lose it.
And it gives you flexibility. You don't have to come here and ask for 1,000 for a pothole. You just spend what you want to spend,
Correct.
day to day in, day out.
And right now, we're putting lots of money into potholes, let me tell you.
And the ability to roll it is critical, because if you do have a year where the weather's not like pouring rain that's, or the snow that's digging holes through our roads, and you can get ahead a little bit, it's nice.
This isn't a new cost or an additional cost. This is regular cost.
This used to be funded at like $450,000 a year. And it's been cut for quite a few years now.
And we definitely have recommendations soon.
What's your Chapter 90? Is that the state?
Yeah, I
They
can't
give us
remember that.
500, they give us that much money?
Well, it's not just the state, it's actually federal government money that gets dispersed too, so, yeah. And there's this formula based on the miles of roads and everything else, but that's for all your infrastructure. Like, that's your bridges, they don't give us anything else.
Well, that's a nice chunk though, not bad.
And it was this fund that you used to do the repair when that washout happened.
Exactly.
And we did it ourselves instead of contracting it out. You had the money to do it.
Correct.
And it was estimated that could have cost us almost $1 million, and you did it in-house for a fraction of that.
Yeah, our guys did that for
Yeah.
peanuts, really. Yep.
Incredible, because we had the money available.
Correct.
I thought there was a separate warrant article, but nonetheless, similar.
Not
So
for
we
that,
talked
there
about
wasn't.
doing a separate warrant article, and we actually tabled it.
Okay.
So this fund,
Well, that's right, it was the big article.
it has a few bucks in it right now, and this is just, okay, but it's an annual
Yeah. So
injection of funds for such a thing. Okay.
What the law allows us to carry over.
Okay. Does anyone feel, they think we can make a motion and move this one forward?
So this is, I don't have a problem with this one, other than it's a little light than we normally do. There's some future articles where we're using free cash to put into stabilization funds or funding something else that maybe we don't feel should be funded or needs to be funded this year, that, maybe you could make this a higher number overall because we could add some free cash spending to it depending on how we use it elsewhere, so.
Well,
Okay.
I was just gonna say, coming into this meeting, right now, according to my numbers we did, I know you tracked this too, there's $7,241,664.85 in free cash available. Now, if you go through the ATM, we work our way down to 5.54 million. And then there's two articles where we don't have numbers yet, but if you count everything else, by the time we're done with the special town meeting, we're down to 4.56 million.
And what I would also say, as far as the other stabilization funds, the ones that are funded by our fiscal policies and are funded to our fiscal policy that we put forth last year, the upgraded fiscal policies. We have a few that we did not fund. The ones that are not required by the fiscal policies are actually not funded. So we've already said, okay, we can hold on these stabilization funds in favor of other things at this point.
And that's why you got some funny numbers in there that aren't rounded, because you're going to, if it says 0.5% of the budget, you
Right, and that's why the
calculate
weird
it.
numbers are, we're funding something in 25 cents, because it's per the policy, a percent that's in the fiscal policy. So we were able to comply with all policies, but in a case where there was some discretion on some of the stabilization funds, if we felt that we could this year not do them and hold, we did. So there's not another stabilization fund that I can look at and say, okay, in this stabilization fund, you know what, we were putting 80 grand in there, let's split it and give 40 to roads. We just don't have that latitude. The ones that, unless you wanted to not fund to our fiscal policy, and I don't want to do that, I would not recommend that.
Yeah, there may be something in the capital plan that the committee feels.
We'll get to that,
It
because
doesn't
we're
mean
gonna
that
do
it says, okay, so we'll still spend it at free cash level, but put some of that money towards roads instead of
I
whatever.
would say there's nothing at the end of this that would stop you from reopening a warrant.
Yeah, that's what I was
Voted.
going to say. The
Voted
worst case
again.
is, we decide we want to add more into this and we cut something else, we can come back and reconsider the article and the
Absolutely.
recommendation.
I have no problem with that. So Article 9, any strong feelings?
I'll make a motion to recommend to town meeting that we approve Article 9 as presented.
Second.
All right, any other questions? All those in favor? 7-0. Great. Thank you. So Article 9. All right, so next one I think you're involved with is betterment. There's some items in betterment, and there, so in a way, for me, it ties to the stuff you're asking for in capital, because one of the things in betterment that you have is sidewalk maintenance. And how does that differentiate itself from what you're going to be asking for in the capital article? What is this sidewalk maintenance versus the special plows and the,
This sidewalk maintenance is specifically for doing repairs to sidewalks.
okay.
So this is the fund that's been set up so that we can replace, when a sidewalk gets bad, we need to replace some of our panels where our handicap panels are. Some of the bricks down here need to be redone. So we can put a small contract out and ask, have a contractor come in and fix sidewalks. We
Okay.
have a pseudo list of things that need to be done over the summer.
And the amount is the same as last year.
Same as last year.
Right.
It's a standard amount that we've put in so that we make sure that we have funding, because again, there's no funding in anywhere in my regular budget to do any repairs to sidewalk.
It's when, we'll get to capital and we'll discuss sidewalks
Why
again.
isn't this stuff in your regular budget? Why isn't you just put in your budget?
Well,
Why not?
This
Every year we're gonna
is,
do,
this is the one we've explained before, right? Betterment and Sturbridge Tourist Association, we have a special structure that allows us to collect taxes, right? The hotel motel taxes.
Yeah.
And we split them. 66% goes to the town and the remaining 33% gets split evenly between Betterment and Sturbridge Tourist Association. And that's where this money comes from. It's coming from the allotment of 16.75% or
Yeah, it's good. It's a good chunk of change, I bet. huh?
And it has to be spent on certain things.
things,
And
yes.
so sidewalks classify into one of those things that it can be spent on.
And as a point of information, last year, the amount that was available to us, based on the revenue, was $210,646. This year, we have $331,025. So we have significantly more money to spend on the things that we can spend it on. This information is in last year's warrant. You can go look it up if you want.
So if you want to follow, nothing wrong with your question, sidewalk maintenance should be part of the operating budget. So we'll go back to the budget book, and we'll go to DPW, and we'll add X thousands of dollars in there. We've already maxed out how much we can spend based on the taxation basis. So that means you stick it in there, you've got to cut something else in that budget to get a balanced budget. And so that's where this betterment fund comes back to and say, there may be some things that should be in the operating budget, but we can fund it through betterment monies. So let's spend the money over out of this bucket of money and give us a little bit of flexibility to cover some of those other priorities in the regular budget.
Yeah, I get
Otherwise
it.
it go into the
theory
tax rate.
behind it is that these are our budget right now is full of must-haves. And then there are should-haves, and then the really nice-to-haves. Things like the sidewalk repair is a should-have. We should do this. It's good for our tourism, and in the spirit of what this money comes from, meals and restaurant, meals in hotels. In the spirit of that, do we maintain our wonderful status as a tourist town if our sidewalks are falling apart? No. Will people still live here? Yes. It's not a good quality of life, but they'll live here. But does it help fund and keep people coming to keep perpetuating that local receipt money? And so we try to think in terms of, and some of it, the public safety stuff isn't directly related to a tourist is going to see that. But for example, with public safety, do our numbers skyrocket during tourist times? Sure. We go from 9,800 to maybe a town of 15,000. So does our public safety need a little extra gear? Do we need a drone or what? This year we don't have the drone on, but we have people get lost on the trails. They're tourists. So sometimes we buy items that public safety can use to go help people who are trapped or lost on the trails. That's a really good use of, I think, the philosophy of the local receipt money coming back. So they're the should-haves, not the must-haves to survive.
Yeah.
The should-haves. And hopefully we can get back to the hey, it's really nice to have times again.
So anything else related?
What's the milliard clock?
That's right.
So if you go to the mill yard, we have a nice clock there. It was put in when that little
There's a little park there.
park was put in there. It was put in to be like an historic area.
Right.
That clock has since stopped working. It's not, this is to replace that.
We did use ARPA money to
Fix that
to
park
fix
up.
the park up. So we did use some of the
Planted,
ARPA money
graded
to,
it
yep,
out, have
cleaned
a
it
new
up.
plan, but the clock issue. So we have a clock that doesn't work.
It's white twice a day.
It doesn't look good for tourists coming in that we can't even keep a clock working.
Hey.
Twice a day.
Just going back to the first one with the road, how come the road maintenance isn't in your budget? That's not to do with betterment, right? How come you couldn't put that in your operating budget?
Because then when we didn't spend it, we wouldn't get to roll it
It
over.
would go back to it would go back to free cash as opposed to a
And
staying.
again, you would have to cut our budget, somebody else's budget by $100,000, which means people.
No, that's a raise and
That's a
appropriate
raise and
article.
appropriate.
That's already part of the tax bill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
You didn't spend it, it's fine too. Next year, you just tell me, next year, one year maybe you need more, some year you need less. That's nothing wrong with that.
But because of the nature of the projects, if a large project hit and you use it all in one, or you haven't used it all, you can end up doing one large project, 20 small projects, if you are able to roll it over and grow the fund. This really allows for some unanticipated things like the repair that we did. If that had happened, Heather would have had to have either come to you or contracted it out for $1 million. This way, with this pot of money having rolled over, there might be some residual from last year she doesn't use. And then now, okay, great, we have enough money, we can fund this in-house and do it for $100,000 instead of farming it out for $1 million and the time and everything else it takes to get it done. So anytime the law allows you to do a little bit of rollover, sometimes you try to do that. It's like your savings account,
Well, it's an accrual, basically.
It is an accrual, and we're careful with it because you don't want to be sitting on too much tax money. So the balance there is that if this account was sitting at $800,000, I'd be saying, okay, we got a problem. She's not doing enough because I'm not hearing like our streets are perfect. Ideally, it should get used every year, but if $100,000 doesn't get used because we have a particularly good year, okay, let that $100,000 sit because next year we could have 20 horrible rainstorms that wash out half of our roads, and here we are in 2023 or 2024, where we needed every penny and more. So that's why we would prefer that not be in the operating.
So Mike, did you have a follow-up before Ken jumped in? Because I thought you were going to say it. Okay, you're good? Okay. Anything else related to betterment? We don't have to vote this one yet because there are other things that people may have questions, but I figured since Heather was here, we could answer the ones that are specific to her.
Just, I had a question on the seasonal employee support of $32,000. That's a new line item. Could you just expand on what that exactly is
That's been
for?
in the budget.
What's that?
In the past, that's been in our direct budget. But after, if it was in our budget would have gone up by a significant amount. And so we were looking for creative ways to fund
It
it.
wasn't here to be in the budget. I understand the rest. Thank you.
And STA, also, you'll see this in STA, not that it's in the budget, but in their own voting, under their pot of money, this isn't quite as defined as betterment. They're actually going to help in some of the seasonal help as well. Because again, it goes back to weeding and cleaning up and working on adopt-a spots that we have, that the town spots, things
Or
like
even keeping the common clean and up to, yeah.
And what is the nature of the beautification on Route 20 and 131? I'm just curious. Is that at the triangle where the two intersect?
So we have, the board had wanted me to take a more proactive approach beyond just the welcome sign to the beautification of that spot. And
MD, if I'm observing the meeting.
so what we did was we worked with DOT to adopt those spots. And STA is actually adopting in front of New Boston, where the state police barracks is, that fort
Yeah,
that
yeah.
always looks kind of Yeah. So, and everybody coming off 84 sees that, or before you get on, I mean, it's like a bit, it's a gateway. So that's another spot, but STA will be funding that. But part of it is to do plantings, mulch, all
Right,
those
so
good things, and design. We're doing
with-
design work on it now.
With all of that expansion, we always had an item out of here for basically beautification around Town Hall, Cobb and everything. But now that we've expanded all our planting areas so much, we still need the mulch and everything else to replenish that every year. And now we're going to need to replenish plantings, because not everything is going to live from year to year. And we don't want to have dead plants and not have them looking nice. So I fully intend that is going to be used so that we can get the mulch we need, which is not cheap because it doesn't look very big, but it really is very big. And then also get anything we need for plantings to replace and replenish. It's not really for the initial plantings, it's really for the
Yeah,
maintenance.
the initial plantings are there, but
different.
mulch and maintenance.
Okay.
At 32,000, by the way, we gotta be careful. If it's legitimate in your budget, it should be in your budget. It's, we get convoluted. It's here, but no, we're
It's
gonna
not in
stick
the
it in
budget
there.
anymore.
Well, it should be. That's where it should
So
be,
which
right?
staff
That's my
member-
point. So now I'm saying, trying to compare year to year, and I'm like, oh, look at this, you're down. No, you're not down.
So
now-
again-
now does that mean I can't look at numbers? Well, no, that's because last year we did this, and 2 years ago we took out of this, we put it here. If you need it and it's realistic, then keep it in there. And 1 year you may be up and we vote for it, and 1 year we're down. But am I gonna start searching numbers, or the people that are here gonna be here for 10 years, looking for what happened 5 years ago and things got moved around and all of a sudden the budgets don't even match anymore because everything got shifted? I'm not saying this is 32,000 the end of the world, but I mean, conceptually, that's not the way to run a business or a government.
Can I speak, please, Kevin?
Yeah, go ahead, Barbara,
Okay.
we're
so
gonna
I
have
just
to be
wanna
really
back up-
quiet in the room now, hang on. Go ahead, you're very low, that's why.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to back up a second. So, especially we have some new members. So, when you see an article that is raise and appropriate, that means that it's being funded through taxation. It doesn't matter whether it's in an article or it's part of the operating budget. Those are annual expenses. The reason we choose to put them in articles, as was said prior, is that gives us the flexibility in an article to carry the funds over from year to year. So the road budget, the revaluation is a raise and appropriate. When we fund the capital stabilization fund or any other of those stabilization funds, those are all raise and appropriate directly from taxation. As far as the betterment goes, I want to clarify one thing. So yes, there was 300 and something thousand this year. That is one time. So if you refer to the budget book in the betterment section, I speak about the reason why that number is higher than normal, which normally it's in the 220-ish thousand range. The reason it is higher is there were expenses, unused funds that were not closed out for a period of 4 years.
Hey, Barbara, is there a way you can just speak a little louder? Because you do fade a little bit.
I'm literally right up to
There's no
my,
one in there.
Oh, well, it's not that, I think she's through the.
I'm actually having a hard time hearing you guys too, so I'm not sure what's happening.
I've got that up as high. It's
Okay.
Virtual is the owl. Is the computer all the way up?
Yeah, well, I thought it was.
Try this.
There you go.
See if that helps.
Try it, Barbara.
Can you hear me?
It's a little better.
Better, yeah, it's better.
Thank you.
Okay, so again, if you refer to the betterment budget, you'll see that I made a comment regarding the amount of money that is in that fund this year. That is one time. So that extra $100,000 is a one-time boost. I would also ask that you refer to the document, the spreadsheet that talks about recurring costs versus new costs. And where we're going with this is we're getting to the point where we are not going to be able to afford new items every year out of the betterment budget. That betterment budget is funding recurring expenses. So all the extra things that we do, the flower barrels, the sidewalk maintenance that you were talking about has been in that budget for a lot of years, as far back as I can remember. That's how the town chose to fund that. As far as the 2 people added to the budget, part of that betterment budget is for beautification. There was a decision by the Board of Selectmen to increase the number of plantings, the number of beds all around town. That takes staff to maintain, so that is an absolutely appropriate expense to come out of the betterment budget. It's not about hiding funds, or it's about literally just using different funding sources to fund parts of our budget. And we are very transparent when we talk about where those funding sources are. So Heather still has seasonal help budgeted in her operating budget, as she has in past years. This is additional staff to be able to take care of all the different areas of town that they are enhancing with plantings.
And since we talked about beautification, I looked at that, I see the recurring barrels that happen every year, which I keep saying, great, we're spending money, but you think somebody would adopt it and put a couple dollars worth of flowers in it as a, community service thing versus fund it out of here, but we go with it. But there's probably close to $40,000 worth of beautification, not talking about the people and the other supplies to support that. So there's a lot of money on flowers and beautification, and it sounds nice, it looks nice, but if there's a few less flowers, I don't know that makes or breaks what we have here. If we can't get the regular function going and we're putting flowers up, we can have that discussion. But there is quite a bit of money in here for making things pretty, which has its purpose.
And the board has clearly taken a position on that. I know FC's been at some of the meetings. The board has clearly taken a position on that they want that. And we've used ARPA money for that. And I do think, to go back to the original sort of purpose and the source of this funding, if we are talking about a tourist town, a little extra on the flowers versus a little less on the flowers, in some towns might not have as much of a meaning or an importance, but I do think in a tourist community, when people are coming in, they're coming off the highway, it does have a value. It has a value. And again, we go back to should have. I think we should have these things. They're not in the budget because they're not must-have.
And if you had to focus, the common, these buildings right here in this center of town, that's appropriate.
Word comes to mind as gateway.
Go ahead, Larry.
When it comes to year-to-year comparisons, I think we are witnessing good management. It's just like sailing a boat. The wind keeps changing and you tack. You go to the same port. Sometimes to get there, you go here. And when it comes to year-to-year comparisons, that is what footnotes were invented for.
And that's also, to answer your question, why it helps that there are so some real serious institutional knowledge, because people do remember. Mike's really good at remembering things that happen over time, that in this fiscal year we did this.
You don't put a number from one budget to the other to make one budget look good, and because for some reason, I have to be under a certain percent, so I'm gonna still spend it. You're just kidding yourself, it's still there, you're just putting it somewhere else and then saying, oh, DPW was within the budget,
I
5%.
think
No,
it's
that's
there
not
because
the
there
point.
wasn't enough money in the budget, and we had to either cut it, we can't
Or
take
get it from
this.
somewhere else.
But I think what they're saying, no, this is what I heard for this particular 32,000. The Board of Selectmen created a new policy that they want to have beautification in various parts of town. In order to do that, there's materials and personnel costs to do it. We're paying for those material and personnel costs out of betterment because it's for beautification purposes for that thing. That's what I thought I heard.
And for the particular location that's mentioned here, 20 and 131, the word that keeps recurring is gateway. It's the gateway. You get off the pike, you're coming in on 20, it's the first thing you see is that intersection.
Right.
There'll be a rotary there, so don't make any permanent additions.
So when the rotary, when the rotary goes in, and we have, they're at 25% design
You'll still be
now.
around.
But until that time, by the time that goes in, these flowers may be dead anyway. And you know what, somebody's going to summarize this through AI, and now they're going to say that I said we have dead flowers.
I got a question, the 100,000, Barb, that you mentioned, 100,000, am I missing, why is it gonna go away? Where'd that come from, where's it
I
going?
didn't see it here.
It's a warrant article, so if you don't spend it, you can carry it over to the next
No,
fiscal.
she said that,
No, this year is 122,000.
There's a little extra
Oh,
betterment money this year, because when betterment closes out, it goes back and can come back and be used. This is 4 years of closeouts. So this year, we had a little more latitude
The progress from
to do
previous
some
fiscal
things.
year, so it carried over
If
and
we can't fit it in the
redistributed.
budget next year, and we can't fit it in betterment,
Money left
it
over.
just
Yeah.
won't happen.
And it just gets redistributed.
But this particular year, we couldn't fit it in the budget. We had the money in betterment. Again, why are we going to sit and hold taxpayer dollars instead of providing them a resource with money that we have sitting there? So this is spending money that we have as opposed to holding it.
Well,
So just to clarify, if I look at this year's list of things that the $300,000 worth of spend, if we don't spend all that money,
it goes back into
goes
that
back
fund.
into the town's betterment fund?
No.
Or it go back into the
It goes
betterment,
into
we only
this-
get one-third of it coming back?
Yes, exactly. It gets reapportioned. Goes back in here, sort of like when we don't spend something from the budget, goes back into general fund. This goes back into this
Goes back
specific
into the main
revenue
one.
fund
So
and
the
gets
first
redivided.
60% goes that way, and then
Then-
SATA gets some of our underspend.
Yes,
Which is why we
exactly.
want to spend it, so we don't have to resplit. That's what I thought, okay.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we'll move on to capital planning. There's a lot in the DPW there.
May I just the small material drop spreader, that's on the betterment, and that's a new item.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it's just a single item that we're looking to purchase so that we can,
You're right.
No worries.
it's just like, it's gonna be a one-time thing type of thing.
Yeah, I usually just leave it in there.
All right, so capital improvement is Article 13. You might say Heather owns most of that article. So there's a building to protect our equipment. That's, you've seen a geodesic dome type of things in other communities, so we can protect our vehicles from direct exposure to weather. A couple of pod storage containers, thermal weed killer equipment, which is using hot water to kill weeds and sidewalks. And now you'll see a lot of sidewalks here. There's a sidewalk plow machine. And it's like, that's, all this stuff are being very specifically designed to sidewalks because the Board of Selectmen have made a policy that the town is responsible for cleaning and maintaining all of the sidewalks. Is it along, all the way from 131 through Route 20? So basically from Southbridge to Brimfield? So, yeah, we need specialized equipment to maintain our sidewalks, even though we have a bylaw, which, like most communities, requires the property owners in front of their property to clean and maintain their sidewalks.
We would still have to do any property that does not have a private frontage. We still.
Right, town property we'd still be responsible for, yeah. But since our town policy is we're responsible for everything, there's a lot of specialized equipment needed just for sidewalks. I'm sorry, that one just struck me as really odd when I was sitting in the capital planning
So if
committee.
there's a different board next year or sometime down the road, this piece of equipment is unique just to that activity, right?
No, well, you know, the machine that we would be using to kill the weeds could be used anywhere on any town parcel, obviously. You know.
How about the sidewalk plow?
The sidewalk plow is very specific. It is, you know, we're looking at equipment that could be used other places also. They're usually multifunctional. But, you know, the purpose and the reason we're really getting a small framed, you know, we're looking for something very narrow, not our existing backhoes, not even our existing skid steer, because that's too wide. We can use that on 131, but we can't use it on Route 20, is so that we can fit on those narrow Route 20 spots.
I will say this, and I understand the concern. It is hard to get private people to do their sidewalks on 20, particularly where once the plow hits it, it packs and it gets hard. We can fine, and we can look at even increasing the fines to a point that it actually has some teeth. We can't make people pay fines. You can eventually put liens and, you know, whatever the legal mumbo jumbo is. But either way, if they don't do it, and even if we build up fines on them, there is still the risk of people, I mean, I know we could go back and forth on what the rule is and not, but we don't want people on Route 20 walking. We really don't in the winter. So if this is, the board wants the sidewalks cleaned, this is the equipment we need to clean the sidewalks. From a safety standpoint, they should be cleaned. Can we look down the road at still offsetting, you know, if by the time we get out there, someone hasn't done it, fining people, or, you know, is there a way we can look at that? I'm happy to take a look at that. So, okay, we're doing it, but, you know, you were supposed to do it.
You've got a piece of equipment you use for this purpose now, is that not?
So we have a piece of equipment that was purchased prior to me being here that is adequate in very small storms. But this winter, we had to hire contractors twice just to clean a section of the sidewalk. And it was delayed. But, so if we get more than about 6 inches, the existing machine is not adequate.
And the skid steer is too wide.
And the skid steer is too wide.
Well, let's also put in too that, what's the policy, that it needs to be cleaned like within 12 hours of the storm ending or something like that? That's
40, I think the bylaw says 48 right now.
Yeah, but-
We're trying to get within 24.
The board really would like it.
Right, yeah, she's being driven by policy to get stuff done.
This last storm was extraordinary, because if you've got 18 inches of snow in your sidewalk and the plow goes by and adds 1.5 feet on top of that, now you're talking about having to shovel 3 feet of snow.
And last year, we had several storms, and some this year, where it started as snow and ended as rain, and that little piece of equipment
It can't
cannot
handle
get
it.
through the ice cover,
Yeah.
the ice pack on top.
The piece of equipment that we have is basically a homeowner's grade type of unit.
Nice for your driveway.
I can see them up and down Route 20 or 131, I'll wait till.
Yeah, I mean, it will work in certain situations, and it's not that we're not gonna keep using it.
6 inches of
It-
powder, it's great.
You know, we'll use it where we can use it and wherever it can clear, because that will just get us that much quicker, more quick done. It still takes us, depending on the size of the storm, it's still 2 men, 2 days worth of work sometimes. It's a lot of time just to get those sidewalks. It's a lot longer than it seems. Feel like it should go quicker than it does. Those telephone poles are really in the wrong spot.
You have to move the snow because it doesn't fit there anymore.
It's definitely an issue.
So, and the only other thing I'd like you to hit on for everyone's knowledge, because this is an innovation, and you're trying something new that should, in the long run, actually drive down costs slightly, and that's going to this brine treatment and brine production thing. So if you could just highlight.
So obviously, this winter was definitely very tough on all of us. One thing we have that we did see is a salt shortage. We were pretty lucky that we had to do some very creative management at some times, but a brine treatment actually uses less salts. We would be able to go out and treat before the storm, so you actually can treat up to 24 hours before a storm's going to hit. Should allow us to do that pre-treatment on regular time, not overtime. Blue sky days, be ready to have it all treated. It's very effective for that pre-treatment level, so you don't get the materials that stick onto the road. Gives you that coating that we're looking for pre to doing that. It's less salt, it's less, actually, it's more environmentally friendly because you're actually putting less material out. What we're trying to do is the same thing, is we're accomplishing a brine when we pre-treat, but only so much of that hard salt actually dissolves into a brine. So by putting it in there in the purest form, you're actually putting out less pounds of brine or salt per mile.
And I think I remember when you did the presentation, this is what the Mass Turnpike does.
Oh, this is what most towns
Everything, all the
around here are
highways.
going. If you've seen it, the stripes on the road, that's what Mass DOT is doing on all their roads. There are other communities in the area that are doing it. There are other contractors in the area doing it. There's one contractor that's basically gone to all brine and not even salting at all. He goes out and rebrines afterwards. I don't think we'll be getting into that level, but it's really, it's coming around to being the way you're doing it. We'll be using it in conjunction with salt. We'll be using our salt to make our own brine. That's why we have applicating machines, which are 2 units. And then we also have the ability to make our own brine and store our brine, which is really the way we'd have to go. Just because of the number of roads we want, we're going to have to refill the truck and everything else. We wouldn't be able to go just buy it. It wouldn't be effective to not have our own storage.
The last town I worked in had brine, and I can tell you that on those early phases of a storm, those first 3-4 inches of a storm, the difference was noticeable. The fact that it can get put out so much earlier, we've talked about this. I was driving through on a state road in Rhode Island on a Friday afternoon at 3 o'clock, and the snow wasn't supposed to start till 7 that night. Heather's guys had to come in on overtime, because you couldn't retreat that early, all dissipate. So, but at that point, at 3 o'clock, those roads were all treated on straight time. So we would have, if we had brine, our guys would have been out during the day on straight time, and those roads would have been ready. And on top of it, those first few inches would have better. And if it gets too cold, the salt doesn't work. The brine actually is much more effective in extreme cold. In the long run, it's more efficient. It will, from a cost of materials, break even, if not maybe even a little better, because you lose less
Research
salt.
I've seen says it should be more cost effective per lane mile.
And
than
better
using salt.
performance.
And I think when you made your presentation, there was a concern about those who have wells, and you said it wasn't,
So
It
you're
damage-
actually applying less salt.
Yeah, exactly.
So then versus using our traditional dry salt versus using a brine, you actually put less salt down. So that's why it is more environmentally friendly. And if you don't know, we actually do have a salt problem even in the town wells. So we're actually starting to be very, very sensitive to this whole salt issue. We monitor our own drinking water wells for salt contamination, especially
As
through
well
the
as our
winter.
ponds that,
It's in our lakes
We've
and
just
in our
had a meeting
ponds,
today
yeah.
on Cedar Lake, about Cedar Lake, and, it all, the
When you put
tributaries.
brine next to salt, then what's the savings?
You mean dollar-wise?
Yeah.
I don't have the research. I know from the research that I've seen, they're saying that it can be like if you're $1 of salt versus 25 cents of brine. So there should be, it's hard to say.
You'll save 75, could save 75% of last year's salt budget.
Well, we're not going
Using your
to
numbers.
100% brine, so that would be the case, let's say.
Say 50%, I'll take 50, that's
I'll
good.
tell you this, the truth, with
If
the
I
cost of
could
salt, if
tell
we
you-
save 25%, you'd be happy.
Yeah.
And the cost, and again, how, if you, for 2 storms or 3 storms, manage to do that treating, just 1 or 2 nights without overtime, boom, couple thousand dollars, and more efficient and safer. Because it's more efficient, our roadways are safer for those, especially those early parts of the storm where it first lands and freezes. When you get that, if it gets out there and we've treated, but if our guys, we know it's coming, we guess. Heather says, okay, I think it's supposed to come in around 7. I'll get the guys out there at 6.
Ironically, if I had it, I would have probably pre-treated today because we might get ice tonight. And now, instead, we're going to monitor and see if we get ice at 4 o'clock in the morning.
What's in your budget for next year? Is it salt or brine?
Both. It'll
'Cause you
still
need
be
the salt
both.
to make the
You
brine.
make the brine from the salt you already purchased.
As
You just
we
use
move
less of it.
forward,
Oh.
it will get a better sense. we may be able to reduce some of our salt allocation, our salt purchases, once we know how much we need to make the brine. If we grow the brine operation and buy more equipment to cover more streets with
and-
brine.
You have to also be careful, and we started talking about snow and ice budgets. You actually can never reduce your snow and ice
Right.
budget. It's one of the reasons why you don't ever increase it to what you actually spend, because you'll see our snow and ice budget's going to be much higher this year of what we actually spent versus in the past couple.
But we don't want to be
years.
locked into that
But you
number.
do not want to be locked into that number, because next year could be
Can't
right
cut
back
it.
down at the other level. So you always want to be overspending that budget because you can't decrease
Is
it.
there other towns that use the brine, use the same system and machinery and stuff? that
Yes,
we-
yes.
So what are they, what was their, what were they telling you as far as what their savings were? Did they tell you like, wow, we did it and we saved like,
Yeah,
no?
we don't have those numbers.
I don't recall what.
No, you don't have, they should have, I would think.
And honestly, some of them aren't, it's not even apples to apples, like East Brookfield does it, but they have 25 miles
Right.
versus our 100.
And then it would be hard for them to judge, because they would have to then judge on what the nature of each storm was from year to year. You know, if it was an exact science, and you had 5 storms in 2024 and 5 storms in 2025, and what was the difference in what I spent, that'd be easy if they were all 6-inch storms with the same temperature drops and ranges. But it'd be really hard. You could look at it over a long term on an averages, but people haven't been using it long enough to get like a 10-year window of, okay, in a 10-year cycle of weather, how much did we spend on salt before brine and how much after? And in our case, because we're still going to be using salt in some areas and brine in others, if we find it's that much more efficient, we will probably move toward more brine equipment.
Right.
And there's an effective side of this, which is hard to put dollars savings against, right? Because you'll put it down and you'll find like you had one storm, you were out there cleaning it, but the last couple inches were there and there was just that little layer that stood around and you were waiting for the sunshine to come out 3 days later, right?
And the
But had you
brine
had
would
brine,
help you
you,
brighten it
you
up.
would have cleaned it up a day sooner, it would have gone sooner, or not had to cover that last
And
little bit.
tonight-
So there's an effectiveness
And
piece that
and like
comes.
tonight, like I
the
just
same.
said, we would have already been out there pre-treating probably today, because it wasn't really raining that hard. It would have stayed. We would have already had the treatment. I would have slept all through the night, not having to worry if I'm going to get a call from the police saying we have black ice. Now,
But by
everybody's
that
like,
point, the ice is already there.
the ice is already there. It's now dangerous for us to be out in our equipment. It's dangerous for the public to be out. It's a whole different situation. You're always balancing that balancing act, where now you have that, okay, it might be your safety net, but, you know, we'll be up at 3:00 in the morning checking road.
And you know, Ken, you talk a lot about efficiency, and I think the most inefficient thing you could do is maybe I have to call in overtime, maybe I don't, let me wait till the ice hits, let's do it till after the ice hits,
Yeah.
because I don't want to waste the money. If we have a program where we can actually use something and know, the worst case is you might have wasted a little brine if the ice doesn't come, but that's still far, but it's not done on overtime. It's still far less costly than the amount of times we may have to call people in at the last minute. Add to that the public safety component.
That's not what I'm saying, is if you come in and say, and right now and say, it's going to save us money, and we know it's not a science, we don't even have it yet, but it was another town, and all they said to you is, if we found out, and I'd give them 10 years, whatever, this is not an exact science, it saved us 20%. So, that's fine, that works.
And we may-
That's okay, I don't need 21.3,
It's-
20 works, 15 works,
I can go
that's
back
fine.
into some of the literature. and
No, that's
tell you
just
what-
fine, just for, in the future, because we kind of work with numbers here.
It's relatively new, though, statewide. So there's not a ton, maybe 5 or 8 years people have been
Yeah.
about using it. So there really hasn't been a weather cycle to really watch or have a town say, you know what? Over the past 10 years, we have gone through so much less, we've spent so much less on overtime. Because again, you'd have to do an analysis, a full analysis of how many storms, what time they came in.
And I think you have to worry about, you have to be very careful when you talk about how much money you spent versus how many tons of salt you spent.
Yes.
Because the price of salt in the last 5 years has gone up and down by over $20 a
It's another
ton.
variable in the
So
calculation.
sometimes, like, literally, I've come back to, and they're like, is that price lower than last year? And I've been like, yes, it's lower than last year. It's the one commodity that is very dependent, unfortunately, on the price of oil because it comes by big ship. So next year, we might be spending a lot of salt money on salt because of the dollar per ton, because they have to transport it to get here. And when they're buying it and when they're pre-buying it, It's all that. And that's part of the reason why there was a salt shortage this year, because I think the prices went up to transport it. And then
Well, not only that, but I remember the southern states too, who didn't get ice, they started taking all the salt too. Yeah,
Good point.
They can't drive with.
right.
So try to wrap this up.
Yeah.
So what I would say is, this discussion, especially around the snow, the sidewalk plow thing, is, I find helpful here. And that kind of goes back to my earlier comment of, I'd like to hear from the select board what their priorities are, and what they'd like to achieve, so I can do a role from a finance of, that's what you want to do, whether I agree with the policy or not, I'll make sure we're funding this in the right way for folks. So understanding that helps me make a good financial decision without trying to figure out, is that a smart policy or not, right? I'll let the voters do that come election time, whether they like the direction it's heading.
We're not going to vote on this tonight, but I just figured you'd get the information once it was here. So moving to the actual budgets that are all directly related to her, Article 19, I think, is the next one, which is the water department. You know, this is the budget set for the, users of the water system. Maintain it, use it, keep it going. I don't know if anyone has any questions there, and pretty much, it's just the operating costs of the system.
The $230,000 capital replacement, I didn't get a chance to go back and see how that compares to last year. I think that's a variable number each year.
Yeah, last was 130, I think.
So I guess my general comment, sewer and water budgets, yeah, they are what they are. It's really the select board as commissioners, this is what we want to do. You were pointing out there are more rate increases as a result of these budgets in here. You've got a lot of articles coming up where you're making improvements on water and sewer stuff, and we had that little discussion from
Presentation.
Tig and Bond, but that's another one of those areas of, you've got select board as water and sewer commissioners who need to sit there and say, I've heard that, but how slowly do we want to roll this out? How quickly do we want to roll this out versus, there's a whole bunch of stuff in here, let's just hope no one pays attention to it. And
So some of these
you get
things in
done
that capital budget,
Give you a heartache.
yeah, so we always include in our capital budget some money for hydrant replacements. Obviously, we get hydrants are hit, and we try to replace a couple out every year. So we have hydrants that are almost 75, 80 years old, and the ones on Route 20 and 131 really get eaten up by the salt, so we have to change them out because they actually start failing. So that's a little bit of money that we do. We need to do a firewall replacement for the water system. Obviously, we have IT needs just like so there's cost in there. We also had, in the water system, every couple of years, the DEP comes in and they do an evaluation, and they tell us where we have, it's called a sanitary survey, and they come in and they give us recommendations for where we can improve or what equipment that they identify as needing improvement. And if we don't do those improvements, they become deficiencies in the next report. So we're trying to address some of those items that they've identified in here. So there's some larger ticket items. Some of them have to do with fluoride upgrades. Right now, we still add fluoride to our system. If we do that, we need to make some upgrades into our system for safety reasons. We have to put a shower in there. That's one of those requirements that they flagged. It's very expensive to do those things, so that's part of those costs that you're seeing there. So we've kind of started to build in some of those maintenance costs that we have to do, not maintenance, system costs, upgrades that we have to do. Some of these are in well 4, so even though we're talking about a new water plant, we have to do these over in well 4 to stay in compliance with the state.
And that's a variable number. So this year it's 230, sometimes it's a little bit less.
It's year to year.
Looking at what you need to do this year.
Correct.
I'll put those in those. These are small capital items.
Small
versus
capital
very
items,
large.
correct.
Right.
And the indirect costs, that's
Oh.
new this year.
Yep, so I can maybe explain, and maybe Barbara wants to explain a little bit. So you also will see that we have removed the DPW director salary. It used to be that the Water and Sewer Department directly
Funded part of your salary.
funded part of my salary. in other towns that have enterprise funds, it's not just the director's salary, because it's not just me that works on, for the water and sewer department, right? My administrator helps pay all their bills. When it comes to the finance department, they help send out the water and sewer bills. Finance directors putting time into water and sewer when we're talking about borrowings and all of those other items, right? The town administrator puts time into water and sewer to look at what we're doing and making sure that we're staying in compliance. So what it is called, those costs are now those indirect costs. What we did is we actually took a model from another town that you basically take all of your budgets and all of your salary and you attribute how much of your time are you spending on water and sewer. And it's an approximation. So if I say I spend 25% of my time on water and 25% of my time on sewer and 50% of my time on DPW, non-water and sewer tasks, you would proportion my salary out accordingly. And you would do the same for my administrator. So it wraps all the salaries up for all whoever might be able to spend it on that. We went through that exercise. It was much higher than that $100,000 number. But what we said is we need to start making the water and sewer department, the funds, actually pay part of what we're doing, and making sure that part of that is attributed back. Because if they had to run on their own, they don't run for nothing, we are putting a lot of time in. And so it was great that there was a little bit for me in there. I put a lot more time than that 5 or 10% was representing.
So we started talking about this a good bit because in many ways, a lot of, we hear about enterprise funds and they're sort of self-sustaining. And in some ways, we sort of act as a quasi-enterprise fund. It has its separate taxing, its separate numbers. It's not under Prop 2.5. It's its own little entity. The theory is that the non-water sewer customer, and again, the board, to your point, I haven't presented the budget to the board, so this has not been vetted by the board. This is me telling you what I will be talking about to the board. The non-water sewer rate customer is effectively paying some of the cost for the water sewer customers if we don't take some of this out of the general fund and put it where it's appropriately being used. Philosophically, you could say, well, the whole town benefits from having water sewer in places, even if I'm not a customer of water sewer. This was the discussion we had on the water tank. That was a little different because I would have argued that we all need the water for fire suppression. But in the standpoint of traditional water sewer, and in some ways, we didn't put all of, again, to have this point, we didn't put all of our time, I don't think we even calculated my time at all.
Oh, this number is not
consideration.
representative of what we calculated
On what
for
I
actual
spent on
time,
water
just so
sewer.
you know. It was much,
Very
this is a
yes.
baby step into that so maybe as
Appropriating the costs to where they really are.
starting to
Truly
appropriate
is
the costs.
reflective of where the money is spent and how it is spent.
Right.
And how our
So
time
how's
is
the money
spent.
coming back to offset the
George.
budget?
It's in the budget.
You took a $17,000 expense and turned it into a $100,000
Yeah.
expense by doing this, right? So it's going up. I assume that when you're
So there's a line
when you got a
item.
paycheck every week, behind the scenes, Barbara takes some portion of that out of the DPW account, some out of the water and sewer accounts. So how's this 100,000 coming back?
I'll defer to
I believe basically it would be transferred from the water and sewer cost into, it's basically going to be transferred into the regular general fund. So it's a revenue source coming into
Yeah.
general fund, and now I won't get paid out of water, one line out of water and sewer and one line out, which I do. It will just be one salary.
Sorry, just for clarifying, there's 100,000 out of sewer and 100,000 out of water, so it's 200,000
Yes.
total?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, just clarifying.
I do have a question here, though, because the one thing that I still find very strange is that the debt service in these accounts are going down. How are we accumulating? I mean, it was 535,000 last year for debt service in this thing.
I don't think
And it's
we borrowed.
487. Yeah, where are we with,
And I don't know what may have fallen off. So Barbara, the voice above, where is she?
so, I mean,
We get that every year in the list of borrowings.
Yeah, but I guess what I was expecting is 2 years ago, we voted for this tank replacement. I mean, there's
We
no
haven't had
cost.
to, we haven't had to borrow yet.
Oh, okay, so that's, there we go.
We haven't borrowed
Yeah,
yet.
we approved the $14 million
Yeah, it takes a
building,
while for it to
But it
hit.
took a number of years to get to the point where we actually had to write the check and get the money, then it kicks in.
Yeah, okay, I thought we would have written the check by now, but
No.
we haven't.
So if I could just add, so those indirect costs, if you look at the revenue section of your budget book, you will see that I've added a line for indirect costs, and so that will be a transfer in. We've done that, we do indirect costs for other budgets, the cable access department, some costs for Board of Health for people that get paid out of revolving accounts. We get a reimbursement for school lunch, Union 61. So if you look towards the end of the revenue, you'll see indirect costs. As far as the borrowings, we have had some of the smaller projects that have been falling off and being paid in full. At this point in time, like the sewer department, I know we're talking about water, but the sewer department, the only remaining debt that we have is the wastewater treatment plant. Everything else has been paid off. And then I'm not sure, I can grab my budget book, but we have the projects for water and sewer in the back of your finance committee book. Give me one sec.
Yeah, I don't have last year's, but I know,
Yeah, I have it here.
Yeah.
So for water, we have left well number 1, Route 30 water line, I'm sorry, Route 131 water line, and well number 4. So some of those will be around for into the 2030s and 2040s. But we do have, I believe there's five projects that were approved at town meeting, that we will just be starting to spend the money during this fiscal year, fiscal 26, probably borrowing fiscal 27, and then you'll see debt service in fiscal 28.
Okay. I was just wondering when we were going to see it hit.
Yeah.
Oh, just a couple of things. I happened to look at today, and we're kind of like stuck between a rock and a hard place here, because I think about 50% of the town is sewer.
60/40.
And
Yep.
the one I saw was like, almost like, but it was a couple years ago.
It's 60/40.
Is that what it was? I saw
60% of the
49,
town
51,
is
but that's
on
different.
well and
Septic.
septic,
Yeah.
and 40% of the town. is
My point being, that
water.
people with the sewer, I mean, with the septic and the wells, are probably not gonna switch over, which means these, you don't have a lot.
they don't even have the-
They don't have the
a lot to
option.
spread over, is what I'm saying.
currently, there's not a lot of areas in town that are people in town that would have water and sewer in front of their house that aren't connected. There's very few. There are a few. There's definitely a few still on Brookfield Road, but every year we get a few more people that
But they're
connect.
assessed a betterment. They still pay, even though they're not connected.
Yeah.
Well, they don't pay into the regular budget anymore.
Because I don't, and just like general comments that we started early on, saying let's have a discussion too, not just the particulars. So, one thought maybe, and this goes with police and maybe fire too, if I'm sitting at Cedar Street Grill and the server there's telling me, yeah, people are coming, they called me in from the road, and they're gonna stop in here because there'll be no Sturbridge, and it's pretty cool. But then you look at the police and the fire, and they're like, well, we need more support because people come in here. I know at one point we might have tried it, we should probably look at it again, when you see increases of 7.7 and 10.6, and this is just the beginning with the town people, is take a look at maybe where we should be able to offload some of these costs if, in fact, restaurants and shops and stuff have a major advantage, resulting in more services that is costing us money. That may be a way to
So
go.
usage would go up, and they would pay more than the guy across the street who services water.
One more time?
I don't get where you're coming from either. I don't.
I think
this-
What I'm saying is-
saying maybe we should be assessing more cost
For
of
businesses.
this onto the businesses.
Why don't you rate for business and a rate for.
Oh, we've done that in the past. We've
What
had
I'm saying,
shifted
what I'm
tax
saying
rates.
is that if I'm going to these places and I hear the locals talking
Yeah,
about
but-
this, then it's like, if it's costing us more because of it,
But
we're
it-
getting the benefit of the profits, then I think maybe they
But by
maybe
its
they can offer
nature,
us a
they're
bit.
probably a heavier user than a, you know,
They
a
pay
commercial thing
more.
is a much heavier
Yeah.
user than a residential.
Their
They're
bill is
paying more
already higher.
anyways, just
Yeah.
based on the usage.
I will say about, we'll have another night discussion on split rates, which is a whole nother topic. Towns this size, split rates are really risky, because.
Well, we did that experiment, it
Yeah,
didn't work
it
too
doesn't
well.
work too well. And during COVID, the last town I worked in saw residential rates skyrocket on a split rate because commercial property plummeted. And it was devastating. So there is a risk, unless you're really big, you know, in a Boston, that, you know, where they can
No.
absorb some,
No,
but.
here's the way to help, if we're going to help them, when we did the wastewater treatment plant, I don't know when it was 15, 20 years ago, the actual plan at that point in time, that Board of Selectmen was in favor of expanding this water and sewer into 2 other zones, which would have added households and businesses into the amount of users, which would have lowered the cost. But there has been, since that discussion after the wastewater treatment plant, there's been no discussion about expanding water and sewer. I mean,
Yeah,
That's
he
really
is
was
right.
something that
The
was-
only
yeah.
way to
Yeah, but
actually,
That's not gonna happen, probably.
the only
not?
way to effectively reduce the cost on like a per user basis is to have more users.
That's what I'm saying, and that's
Spread the
probably not
cost
gonna
out
happen.
more.
That's probably, so you're gonna be,
well, that's a
we're
policy
stuck here.
decision. That's, the
It-
Board of
it-
Selectmen could do it.
Right. There is an opportunity in some location that we might be doing an expansion of the water system. It's still in preliminary stages, but there could be an expansion to a location that has some contamination. So I wouldn't say never. And, you know, it's not a never thing. Something can change on the board. Somebody can come in and really want to do it and fund it and have it happen. I mean, there's been other
There's
reasons.
been times where people have come in and said exactly that. I'll pay for you, for the
Right,
water
so
and
you-
sewer to go all this way if you give me my project.
We don't have a crystal ball. The nice thing that we can say for both of those is that we still have capacity, especially in our wastewater treatment plant. We have capacity to take more flow.
But in the.
So we're not capacity limited.
Yeah,
In
we
the
know
end,
it's
though,
not
I
in
think the
presentation,
most
yeah.
important part of this discussion is, and it really, and this isn't about anything about FinCom, that is really a policy decision that I can't make. I can't, you know, you all can't make. This is a much larger discussion on growth, on future of town, on a whole will of a whole host of effectively the board, but also, you know, a direction that the town wants to go as a whole, the public wants to go even. So I think that it's a much broader philosophic discussion. It's easy to say, yes, you know, more users, keep the cost in check because you're spreading it out over more people. That's great. But there are other things that offset that too, and there are different views on increasing the users. And I want to just leave it there. It's really a philosophic view that isn't the purview, frankly, it's not my purview even.
But it's changed.
It's changed.
It has changed
has
from
changed.
expansion to never
And,
right
and,
now.
and there are times that towns go through this and they have major expansion and then people look and say, ooh, wait a second, I think we've had enough and let's slow it down. And there are other times where a town says, no, you know what, we want to keep going. And those are the ebbs and flows of communities. So it's a much larger discussion and it really isn't, with all due respect, it's not a finance discussion and it's not a town administrative decision.
It isn't, but
Right.
if you're going to try and affect the ratepayers' impacts, you have to talk to your elected officials and say, what are you going to do about it? Because they're the only people in this town that have the ability to correct it.
And I believe the chain, when we toured that and we had a discussion, the chain said the fact that we overbuilt that capacity, much larger than what we needed, resulted in a much higher cost to operate the facility than it would have been if it was correctly sized for the need at the time.
Right, and exactly, so in fairness, if at this point the town does feel, and look, there are very valid reasons not to expand, and there are valid reasons to expand. This is not, there's not an answer. There are going to be opposing views on this right along, and there are some of us, I kind of lean on both sides of it, because I look at the money, but I also look at the beauty and the sanctity and the fiber and fabric of the community, and that's what the public, people live here for a reason. So those are delicate balances, but in the initial building and the capacity, was there maybe a presumption
There was absolutely
And-
presumption, that's right,
and-
that we were going to
And
expand.
so now we're dealing with
Oh, that's
something.
a large
And then the
budget.
question is, and again, it goes back to a philosophic question, do you want to now be reactive and say, okay, well, even though we might not want more water sewer, we really should because we made it too big? I'm not sure that that's a healthy way
Oh, no.
to run your town either.
But
So,
there was a change in
Yeah.
philosophy, to your point,
Yep.
that that was built and voted on, we were gonna do,
Right.
we were gonna go in that expansion route, and then, once it was ready, the winds of change happened, and we're not expanding anymore.
and that may or may not have been in the best interest of the town at the time. And again, when we look at the fiber and what the nature of the community and what people want in a community,
Yeah.
these are the
Some
things
folks
we
will
look at.
say, I don't want to do that because that means growth, and I want to keep a
Exactly.
small town, not grow it.
Yep.
On the other hand, is you can expand a system to cover existing folks and not necessarily grow the town, just
Yep.
grow where this
Town's
goes
got-
to.
town hasn't been
We don't
growing.
have
Yeah,
growth in the
discretionary
town,
is,
but we've got
discretion is
expanded
critical in maintaining the
But
fiber
you're
of the
right,
town.
it's a bigger issue
Yep.
beyond what we're going to do here.
30 years ago, the town was split. There were many people who wanted to see growth, and many people who actually moved to the town and closed the door behind them, saying they didn't want to see the town change, overlooking that their presence changed the town, that drew them. Well, the town administrator at the time was screaming at the selectmen, saying, you are right now with the capacity in violation of every EPA regulation there ever was. And the selectmen, sensitive to one part of the town, did not want to do anything. So the EPA one day said, do you know what a consent order is? Then, well, if we're going to expand, because we have to, let's not go through this twice. Let's expand. And this is what we have.
All right,
Yeah, because I just say, I think in my road, and when I hear say to put a line in from the septic to the water, I think they're talking in the tune of 120,000 to do that or something. It was huge money.
there's a $120,000 assessment.
It's huge money.
Because it's only like 18 houses for some god-awful amount of distance and blowing up a bunch of.
So that's the other thing, yeah, the cost of putting in versus the
Cost-effective
recovery
area.
cost
You
of it.
gotta be selective.
Yep.
So,
They're not easy questions.
would anyone, you want to vote Article 19?
If somebody wants to make the motion, that's fine. I will abstain, and here's where I'm going. I heard Robin say, this is a proposed budget, haven't even discussed it with the water and sewer commissioners in their role. Ultimately, even though town meeting, they might say, well, town meeting voted this, and thus town meeting voted the rate increase. It's them as the commissioners who have to make the vote to change the rates. And they may come back and say, I agree with your $17,000 to $100,000 indirect cost thing, but let's do a slower roll, or maybe we're only gonna spend 230 on something. So I would rather them take the action on how they wanna see this thing function, and if it's this amount, I don't have a problem with this amount, but I'd like to, I don't
On
wanna
this
get ahead of them.
particular one, I do
If others wanna vote it, I'm
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, I just personally feel that on this particular one, I think it is a little presumptuous for me to suggest voting because that one line item. Other than that one line, because it is a different way of doing things, and I do think that the water sewer commissioners, and we're treating it much more as an enterprise fund like I believe it should be, but whether they have a philosophic difference with that, I don't know. I mean, they
So-
have not addressed this.
I'm just gonna take a process question then. So since the warrant is set in stone right now, would anything they change become a substitute motion? So let's say they want to change the indirect cost to only 50,000. Would they have to offer, their recommendation would be a substitute
I
motion?
think theoretically, they voted up or down, and they could do a substitute motion. I think they have the ability to.
Well,
do
no,
a
they
substitute
absolutely do, but,
But-
Hang on. Well, we get in this habit of you gotta vote it as written or whatever, but their recommendation could be, vote the article as written with this line item.
No, you amend it.
whatever
Amend the
else,
article
As
to-
part of
yeah.
their
Right.
recommendation. And
Right.
then our recommendation is what becomes the motion. So how we word our motion becomes
Right.
what gets.
That's why we don't necessarily have to wait for the Board of Selectmen to act, or the Select Board. I'm sorry, I'm going back to the old term.
I had to correct a bunch of them on the warrant, Barbara caught me.
All right, so well, at least we're getting information. I don't see anything anywhere else. So sewer department, pretty much the same
thing.
thing.
I got a question, though. What, the people in town, what is this, 10 point, I don't have the services, this 10.6%, what is that per household? Is it $10 a month, $5 a month? Does anybody know? I mean, is it a
Depends on
ballpark in it? What is it? Is it a lot of money? Is it
It's all
people,
usage driven.
are people gonna be really upset with this? And this is the beginning.
Because
This
remember,
isn't
it's
the-
a rate,
this is
it's
just the start.
per cubic, blah, blah, blah. So however many
100
cubic
cubic
feet they
feet.
use, right.
Which is 745 gallons approximately.
They have a really good deal. I mean, they're only, I think you calculated, it was like 1.4 cents per
Last time
gallon
I
they
ran it,
paid.
it was 1.2 cents
Oh,
a
1.2?
gallon, some ridiculous amount. I mean, ridiculous.
The
Not if you're
cost
paying it.
per gallon, the cost per flush may be low relative to others, but the fact that you're getting a cost increase in that is painful.
Right.
Whether it's $10 a month, the $268 is probably a $30 raise. I'm gonna have to write a check for $30 more a quarter than I used to. Is it gonna make or break me personally? No, but I'll still
And
complain
for
about
those
it.
businesses, but to.
As it's your
and-
right.
But for those businesses, and this is why the split rate would actually crush our businesses, to a business that might be using gallons and gallons and gallons of water, they're already paying per gallon or per 100 cubic feet. If that little tweak there for them actually has a big impact.
Okay.
So it's a flat rate for everybody, just per, no matter what you use, whether you use like 5 gallons or 100 gallons, it's the flat
No,
rate.
no, no, it's per cubic.
I'm talking about the flat rate for us sewer, those of us who have sewer but no water, we pay a
Right,
flat
you
rate.
have a flat,
Everybody else pays a
right.
usage rate.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so
Just like they're gonna complain when their tax bills go up. because-
we'll wait until next week and we'll handle this, but we're gonna be here,
So the water rate per gallon is going from 1.17 cents to 1.26 cents per gallon. 9/100ths of a cent per gallon.
What about for sewage? Because sewage is a lot more
I
expensive
didn't run
than
that.
water.
But the increase amount, you just have to look at the, well, if you want me to run it, I will.
I think sewage is like 6 times as expensive.
Oh, yeah.
Sewer tends to go up more than water, unfortunately.
all right. We'll get you to calculate the number, and then the sewer project debt, we can debt, because that's just a fixed cost, there's nothing you can do with that.
I'm only gonna say, raise my hand on this one, I don't need to talk on that one.
Okay, so do I have a motion to accept Article 21 as written?
So moved.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
And Mary MC. Any other questions? All those in favor? And that's 7-0. Great. All right, so next one, moving down the list that belongs to Heather. Stormwater MS4 compliance, that's really, should be S with a 4 and like, right? It's
Yes.
S 4 times.
That's 4 times.
And so this is just another.
Annual thing that, right.
This is our annual stormwater,
State mandate.
well, yes, state mandated, EPA mandated. This is your
Whoever else, man.
your non-sanitary, I'm sorry. This is your storm sewer system maintenance and monitoring that we have to do on an annual basis. There's
Okay.
7 different things that I have to do, including, going out and testing ones, cleaning them, sweeping the roads. All of those things are all part of our compliance. Not the sweeping and stuff, none of that cost comes out of there, just so you know. But like, all of our costs that we go out and do our sampling and our inspections and all of that, that's what comes into it. Our annual training, our public notification, some of that comes into it, which are all, there's multiple in our permit, which is an actual permit, and then I have to do an annual report, which is also part of that 100,000.
Seems like it should be part of your budget.
A lot of communities have talked about that, and none of them have been able to figure out a way to get it in a budget, because it's a big-ticket item. In a perfect world, on that one, Ken, I agree with you, but the vast majority of communities have been in a position, because it's a state mandate, they just carve it out and they put it as an article.
Yeah, you figure out the number.
So, and some towns are actually funding it through like its own fund, like its own enterprise account. Like you can actually set up your own way of funding it, like your own different way of taxing it, but we are not into that location
Because then we
yet.
would have to send out like a separate bill for that. It'd be like creating another water division, another enterprise fund. Yep.
And this one applies to the entire town anyways,
Yeah.
this is, because
Everybody's
stormwater
up
is
there, yeah.
everywhere.
Is this an annual forever, or is this an annual for 10 years? One of these
So
was a
this is
10-year.
never going away. The requirements of the permit are actually going to get more and more, are likely to, I can't say derivatively because it hasn't come out yet. It's actually already due, but they're always a little late. So it's a 10-year permit when they come out. You have to do all of these things within 10 years, and you basically give a compliance program, and they give you different steps. So there's different things that you have to do over 10 years. What we have heard for the next round is it's going to be even more data-driven, meaning they want more and more information of what you're doing and more sampling. So I don't
Be like
see
another
sampling.
10-year?
Oh, yeah, it'll be another 10-year permit. So unless
That's what 10 years. It's 10 years.
of this
of a
current permit,
But
and
you're going to
then,
renew the permit and go
Right,
back.
yes.
And I think, Ken, because we don't have any control or say over it, again, this is one of those cases where if you put it in the operating budget, you could get trapped. And this way, we carve it out, we see it, we're compliant, it's there, and it's
there are
not.
part of it that, I will say, some of our stormwater stuff is in our operating budget, because obviously my guy's time to go and clean catch basins is all in the operating budget. My guy's time to go out and sweep streets is all in the operating budget. But those are actually stormwater compliance items that are specifically in our permit.
And if we did set up the separate account, like a lot of towns do, you would
And you would
actually
pull
fund,
those-
you'd pull
you'd
that money
fund
right
those.
out and put it into a separate.
All right,
So this is a warrant article, unspent funds carry forward for whatever. We sitting on a large amount of
No.
unspent funds for something big coming? No?
No.
The requirements to do what you have to do are so stringent that you end up spending.
I spend $100,000 with a consultant every year.
okay, Article 22, stormwater claims, so I have a motion to approve it as written.
So moved.
I have a second.
Second.
Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? 6-1. All right. Article 20, oh yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, go
The
ahead.
sewer rate is going from 2.16 cents per gallon to 2.39 cents per gallon as the cost, so.
2 point.
2.16
2
cents,
cents.
just over 2 cents, from 2.16 to
What would
2.39.
be helpful,
over 2 cents per
Yeah.
gallon. Okay.
It's still
what
a
would be
little
helpful
over.
to know is
Still a 10%
what does the
increase.
average, how many gallons does the average person use?
I was gonna say, if you still had those 5-gallon flush toilets, it's 10 cents a flush, basically.
If you're washing your car and watering your lawn,
It's worth getting a more efficient
Cost a
toilet,
new
so.
All right, Article 23, water department pickup truck with a plow. So, isn't this part of, this is coming out of the water reserve fund balance, so it's coming out of, funds collected through the fees, so.
There's another truck in one of the other articles of warrants, weren't there, another pickup truck with a,
Yeah, but this is for the water department use only. The other truck is a DPW truck, which
Correct.
can be used for all general government purposes.
Again, this is the separation of what the ratepayers pay versus people who do not have water sewer
got it.
being on the
So this
hook
is
for it.
replacing an existing truck, basically.
people that normally plow our roads and the streets and stuff, why don't those plows just go into these facilities first or whatever and use their trucks
Because
to do
I
it?
don't have enough manpower to do that.
And theoretically, you would be taking plows that people who are not water sewer recipients and taking what
Yeah, money
they've
and
paid
pay for
for to plow water sewer plants
people
for
who do-
people
doing the
who
plowing.
have that service.
These
Talking
people do
churches,
the
they-
plowing inside their own facilities, yes.
like they would be plowing, it
Yes.
wouldn't be us.
Got it,
plowing.
okay. you
Well,
got separation.
separation.
And I will say,
Separation, yeah.
and I will make this I'm not gonna, I mean, yes, we do.
But sometimes we do.
If something happens and we're short a plow because something breaks down or something else, they will allow us to borrow a plow.
Yeah.
So there is a,
Quid pro quo.
So, yeah.
there is a helpful
So the
hand there.
ratepayers
We go in,
occasionally do help us out.
and
with
we
the
do
general,
go in
right.
and salt their area because they don't have their own salting equipment. So there is, we are helping each other. We are, you know,
Which
they're
is why
under
the
my
fact that
umbrella,
they're not
but.
formal enterprise funds is a
Correct.
good thing. Because if they were formal enterprise funds, you could, but you'd still have to,
In Southbridge, they did.
well, yeah.
I'd like to make a comment on the last article, just, I know it's not the purview of this panel, it belongs to this select board, but one thing that's always gotten my nose out of joint is we do not allow exception meters for people to use on their water system. So
We hear
they're
that a lot.
paying.
Yep.
They could be watering the lawn or washing their car or doing anything that's not going down the sewer, and they're paying as if it was. And I think that's inherently unfair. That's just my,
It would make the sewer costs go up if you did it.
so, the people that are
Just doesn't
filling
know.
up, awful.
It's
And we did, it's a fair point, and we do
Why should
hear
I
it from
pay for
people.
somebody
Yep.
else?
Article 23, so any other questions on the pickup truck with a plow, or do I have a motion to approve as written? Oh.
So you've got a number of things, articles here where you take in money out of the water fund
Yep.
to pay for.
Our enterprise fund, I know, and I know we need a lot of stuff in the future. We're just trying to balance the, you know, what our current needs are, keeping a little bit of a balance there, and still moving things forward without making the rates go up too astronomically.
That's something that I wasn't going to ask, but I guess, again, it'd be helpful to know what the balance is,
Oh, I do
where
have
it's going to
that.
go.
Yeah.
But
The-
if you had to not spend as much money as you're asking here, what would your priorities for these asks be?
Oh, we need this truck. The existing one is literally falling apart in front of our face.
And that would be helpful to add, at least in the box, you know, we're replacing, you know,
we can get that to
2015 or a, 1995 truck with.
Yeah, we usually do, I don't, yeah, I apologize. Yep.
Just to help.
Yep.
Put a
More
little
clarity to
context
it,
for,
yeah.
folks.
And so currently in the undesignated fund balance for water, there's $2,065,347.34.
What about sewer while you got in there?
Yep, sewer is $1,442,809.82.
And I would question you to take into account that not only is that number a million lower, that's a much bigger operation and a more
Right.
costly
Well,
operation.
that's,
So that is a disproportionately low, it's a lot more than just a million less. It's
Or
600,000.
600,000.
Or 600,000 less. It's really,
But that was a policy decision.
Yes.
And that was a bad policy decision to take a department that has very large cost items and just take its reserves down to pretty much
Yeah,
nothing that was
they've
gonna
gone,
build back up.
they've creeped back up, and
Yeah, they have.
we're trying to at least keep them stable, both, we don't really want to go much below $1 million, is where we're all kind of,
But $1 million, one of those giant pumps go, you're $600,000 right there at least. Yeah. I know, this is an argument we have every year, in the short-sightedness is incredible. Okay, Article 23, Water Department pickup truck, are we okay with? Oh, yeah.
So, just so I got this right, so if I forget the operating budget itself, that's just gonna get paid by revenue, so whatever we take out
Correct.
goes back in. So, Article 23 is $75,000 for the truck. Article 24 is $350,000 for your treatment
analysis.
system. So we're up to 4.25. And then Article 25 is another $300,000 for the Crooked Drive extension, assuming that's all the water things, right? So we're at $700,000 out of the $2 million. We're taking a big chunk out of that.
yep. Yep.
well,
Taking
yeah.
33% of it, yeah.
And the other option on that, we've talked about this, is would you want that all on a borrowing, not the truck, obviously, but the other ones? And again, that's sort of pay now or pay later, because if you're going to borrow it, you're going to be paying it back with interest, and those same ratepayers are eventually going to have the debt service.
So this, right,
So we kind of split the design work
But it's a fair point.
versus the
So
capital.
maybe you need to
We had
check,
the
because
discussion.
it's broken down, Russ, I'm not gonna work me out, it's clear, of these other things that are on here, I mean, Tigan Bond gave you a long list of things to go.
Right.
I wasn't ready to make an assessment as to, okay, they say 5 years, we can do it over 10, or, the thing they have first on the list, but are these the priorities? If you didn't have money next year, for whatever reason, are these the critical ones that have to get done, or?
Right, so obviously, we have immediate needs and we have longer-term needs. The water study, to start that now, is our to meet our long-term goals so that we know what we need when we have to redo our water treatment plant. Our water treatment plant, most of you have been there, you've seen it. It is not in great shape. We've done some maintenance to extend the life of our filters, but that's a short-lived life at this point. That's within the next 5 years. So we need to start doing these water quality analysis studies and pilot studies so that we know going forward how much that water treatment plant is and what we're going to be required to do. So that's not a nice to have anymore, that's a need. Obviously, you still have to keep your operations going. You can't have trucks falling apart. The Cricket Drive extension is because we've already had 2 water main breaks up there. And so at some point, it's not a nice to have either. It's something that needs to be replaced, because when we're going out there and we're having service interruptions, eventually that ACO thing, if you keep having too many of those, you're going to have the same thing happen to there. You can't just Band-Aid, Band-Aid, Band-Aid. So we're identifying a need. It's probably not the only one in town. We're going to see more and more of these become a problem. So we're going to have to start doing, and this is a small section. This isn't a large water main. This is just,
It's a lot of money for about a dozen
I know.
homes, right?
and it's going to, they're a lot of money.
And again, this is the challenge with water sewer. Sometimes you have these lines on roads that don't have a lot of homes, but we still have to
Yep.
do our job.
The people that run the manage the facilities, that
Yeah,
company, they tell us, equipment-wise, what the life expectancy is, and we should have been accruing for that, right?
So
Putting
that was
reserves in for
that study that we just did, is that, that asset management study has all of that life of equipment, things of that
They've been
nature.
managing this for a long time, right?
So there's never been a very big emphasis, and it's come from the town side, not from their side. They've always tried to do capital planning, and we're basically told,
And this isn't new. This is not anything about the current board. This is
This was
historic. This is a-
Several generations
Yes,
of the
this is a-
board,
just
but
historically
only
the
within
town-
the last 15 or 20 years, as we
Well-
decided to take our capital and lower the tax rate for it.
Well, but the problem now is that what happened 25 years ago is coming home to roost in lack of maintenance, and now it really puts it onto this current board to say, okay, now what are we going to do? And try to do the damage control for what should have happened 25 years ago. And so in fairness to the board, they're
They
sort of in a
added
tough
to it
spot.
too, though.
But regardless, as it sits today, that's the situation they're faced with and we're all faced with, is how do we deal with the fact that cans got kicked down the road 25 years ago?
and to their defense, you're not going to go out and fix a line for 8 people just because it's
Right.
undersized, but it's functioning properly, right? Now we've had multiple breaks. Now is when you have to go out and start replacing lines.
Same company do the road as the equipment? Is the same company evaluate the road, the brakes? Or is that is that the town's responsibility?
Veolia is our contracted water
Right,
sewer
exactly.
company. They run the operation.
Got it.
Ty and Bond is an engineer that we bring in to do a
Overseeing it.
professional
Who's that-
asset
who's
management.
predicting the next break or saying this road or this street, 5 years? You are.
Me and the water company, because we know where the breaks are.
Okay.
I mean, we're the ones in the field knowing we could have an asset management study done on the
Yeah, we didn't
water
even
system.
do that. Our asset management
We
was on
definitely can.
the large
Driving in the
equipment.
dark is what, I mean, not
But we-
anybody's fault, but that's what it is.
We're doing it based on where we know we have problems. You know, when you have a break in a location twice, that's why Maple Street got done, because there was multiple breaks there. I mean, that one happened a little before me, but happened while I was here, but it was already in the planning. So when you start having systematic breaks, or you have a break and you uncover something that's really, really bad, you need to start, you can't just fix the break and think it's all going to go away, because it doesn't work that way, right? Like, when a pipe starts to deteriorate, it's not just in one spot usually.
And a lot of times, there are all sorts of reasons why this happens, but generally, when you're looking at underground infrastructure throughout New England, we are seeing throughout New England that it's all old infrastructure now, and it's all deteriorating. And you might see a certain area where, because of the soil underground,
Groundwater.
or the contractor who did it 50 years ago, or
Rock
the
on the line.
groundwater, a whole area may go, or you may start to see a trend in an area, or you may, so there's again, a host of things, but the bottom line is aging infrastructure is aging infrastructure, and it's,
On the equipment stuff, we had,
We have 450 feet of 1.25-inch copper pipe. Am I safe in concluding that there's not a fire hydrant at the end of that line?
There's not. We're
But
putting
now there
one.
will be, because so for those 8 homes, they're better protected now, because now we have a hydrant with a 6-inch line, and those homeowners will benefit because their property taxes rates will go down.
their
because
insurance
they-
costs will go down, too.
Excuse me, I didn't mean to, I
Yeah.
meant the insurance costs will go
Yes.
down
Yeah.
because they're protected.
yes.
So there's multiple benefit here.
Not to mention, it's nice to have a hydrant. Beyond the cost, it's
Well,
also
yeah.
a comfort to
Not
have
to
a
mention that
hydrant.
you are going to have security that you actually have water when you
Yeah,
turn your
That means they
faucet
don't
on.
have to bring the
And
water in with them.
unlike stormwater and sewer, where you can get access to visually see what's going on in there, water, you can't. And it's only when you get a break can
No, I
you
mean,
assess what's in that area.
you know, obviously, we are, for where we have records, or where we've dug, or where we've known, or we're assessing lines all the time, or, like, we know where we have some asbestos cement lines like we had over here at Maple Street. They're definitely high on our list of knowing and wanting to replace also. It's not, the costs in our water system, it's not just the tank, it's not just the plant, it's everywhere. It's from distribution to storage to treatment. It's, the whole water system is reached to me, it's almost a cliche phrase now, everything's reaching its useful life. And it's not anybody's fault that way. There are some times that things just reach their own useful life. Could you say maybe they could have budgeted better back then so that we had money? Absolutely, but that's water under the bridge at this point.
no pun intended, right?
And again, try to tell the public, we're going to start taking your money now for something we need to do 15 years from now. While it might be prudent, it goes back to exactly that fine line of how
Why-
much taxpayer money do you hold, or ratepayer money in this case, do you hold, and say, but I'm going to need it 15 years. Yes, if I was running a business, or I was running my household, and I knew 15 years from now I was going to have to do something, and I didn't really want to borrow for it then, I might start to save. But that's my own personal money. It's really hard to take that from people ahead who say, well, I might not even live here when you go to do that. So it's a very
And
delicate
conversely, the
balance.
people who are living here that weren't paying the extra, we're getting subsidized, and now somebody's gonna have massive burden based on what didn't happen.
Right.
Is that fair? And how do we offset that with these people that,
You
not their
don't.
fault?
Don't.
That you
It's
can't.
just nature doing business.
All right, so let's go
Yep.
back to Article 23, Water Department pickup truck with plow. Do I have a motion to approve that article as written?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Great. Any other questions or comments related to the Water Department pickup truck? All those in favor? That's 7-0. Great. Article 24, which is, we've discussed two, so it's good. We can just go here. Article 24, do I have a motion to approve Article 24 as written?
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
LMJW. Any other questions or comments related to this one? All those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? 6-0 to 1. Article 25, which is the Crooked Drive extension, which we've discussed too.
So moved.
Oh, thank you. To approve is written. Yeah, I got you, JWLM. Any other questions? All those in favor? Oh, that's 7-0. Okay, great. So now we move on to Article 26, influence screen. We've all been in that building too. It leaves quite a good impression.
I assume we'll come back
I
and
have
clean up
lunch down
some of
there.
the wording in the text boxes.
Yeah, the
later on.
text boxes we have to clean up, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll deal with that. So, okay, the influence screen, that's obviously the thing that removes the solids from the raw sewage coming into the plant.
Allegedly.
when it works.
Yeah.
I think they're needed, I mean.
Yes, they're very high priority. So obviously, this was all part of one of our asset management studies. I will tell you, one of the screens is currently down. There is damage to the concrete. The screen needs to be I don't even have the right terms, but basically the bearing that it spins on, because if you've seen those screens, they spin in this direction, and that bearing is gone, so it needs to be taken out and all redone. Now, one of these screens was done with ARPA money back when I first got here, so 5 years ago, it had just been done. It's over 70 grand just to have the work done. It's another 100 grand to take it out and put it back in. It's very expensive, plus the other work that will be needed to be done on the channel and so forth. These screens that we have aren't exactly, we think there's faultiness in the technology, which is why they're prematurely failing. So we would like to actually look at a different screening technology. So this article is for the different screening technology, not just to replace that existing screen.
So will you have one set new technology, one set old technology?
No, we would end up not fixing the other one, designing quick, putting the new screens in the channel that's failed, and then doing the other side, because we have to keep it running too at the same time.
Right.
I would say if this one fails on town meeting, I will be trying to bring up a substitute motion to fix the other one, because then we wouldn't be able to go without fixing the other one.
I think this is the perfect example of not kicking a can down a road. So this would be an example of 15 years from now, somebody saying, why the heck are we spending all the money to fix these screens? Why didn't they just fix it when they were all breaking? And so this is the exact example of, to illustrate what we talk about, didn't get done through the years on proactive management.
This is a treatment plant that's almost 20 years old. We've already had the screen basically prematurely fail, and the second one's doing the same thing that the first one's doing. There's less, they're all mechanical, so I don't want to say less mechanical, but less high-impact mechanical type screens that will do the same thing, maybe a little more trustworthy, so that's what we want to look at, going to something. Will require some retrofitting. In addition, if you look at the asset management study, it talks about the air handling and the HVAC in this building, so this article would also address the HVAC issues that we have in this building. It's a location of the plant, you've been there. It's probably the most stinky area of our plant that we have, which they are in all of our, any wastewater treatment plant. Where the influent comes in is always where it's most concentrated in smell. It's where the rags are and the solids are. So the influent, it also has the highest H2S's, so the existing air handling has definitely degraded in that area. And that's to be expected.
That's normal.
Is there anything we're doing now that we're, today, that will be compatible with the future? In other words, we're spending $4 million. Is there anything we're doing saying in the future, based on the study, and we think what direction we're, and all the replacements and the like, if we're doing something today, could it be something we're doing, which would be compatible with what they're going to recommend we do as a whole picture for everything? You know what I'm saying? Why spend $4 million and say, well, we could have spent $4 million, that's compatible
Right,
with
not
a new
Band-Aid.
system.
Right.
Well, this is definitely plugging and playing right into that existing system. So the water plant is what we're replacing. This is sewer. Sewer we're not replacing. We're doing the upgrades to the plant to keep it operational.
So all that big study it was all water. That was all the water.
No. The $4 million that you heard was for the water plant itself, only water, drinking water. The sewer plant is, we're only doing incremental upgrades to keep the sewer plant operational. We're not replacing the whole sewer plant.
Right.
Okay. All right, thanks.
I think that's where you were going.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
No, so for your question on the water plant, we're keeping the existing water plant operational until we get it replaced. And
Without
then
trying to spend excessive amounts of money.
We're not
Right.
going in and saying, well, we really should replace this, we know everything in there needs to be replaced.
doing
We're going
enough.
to do
Band-Aid
the
until
air
you-
handler because, or we're gonna do the roof on the building because it needs to be replaced. No, the roof on the building needs to be replaced, but I'm not replacing the roof on the building because we're gonna build a new plant.
But
Right.
if XYZ valve breaks and we can't get water,
We're going to do whatever we need to do to be able to make water. We're not going to do any upgrades that are because, like,
It's gonna be going anyway, so.
Right.
Replace it.
So, if I'm reading these right, Article 26 is to do 200,000 for the design for the screens,
correct.
and 27 is $1,555,000 to replace the screens based on the design that hasn't been done yet?
Correct, but that we have basically a conceptual level design already from the asset management study. It's high enough to be able to do funding.
So this is in the senior center, that's X million, then 12 million, then 14.
I hope
or
not, because, they're,
Stairs outside the library, that's 100,000, then 190,000, now 240,000. I'd like to do this article once.
We're hoping, though, but unfortunately with timing, we need to design this and put it out to bid. This is going to be, we got to design it and put it out to bid because I'm gambling with one screen right now.
And to your point, we heeded the message last year of, don't over ask and certainly puff it, but make sure to ask for enough to wiggle, because if we don't spend it, no harm, no foul, it just comes back. It just doesn't
You
get
won't
spent.
borrow it.
And I certainly wish on the library, when we talked about that, we had asked for more originally and not used a number that was come up with a couple of years ago, because it doesn't work. So, yes, I agree.
Okay, so Article 26, input room screen upgrade design. This is just appropriation from the sewer reserve fund balance.
So move.
Okay, do I have a second to Larry's motion to approve it as written? Is that you, Bridget? Okay, Bridget comes out. Excellent. Any further questions or comments related to Article 26? All those in favor? 7-0. Okay, Article 27.
Give me a second, I gotta catch up here.
No problems. Now, we've kind of talked about this. This is a borrowing. You can see the language is there. The only change I would make to the recommendation of the Finance Committee is that we would add the same language we added for the Stallion Hill water tank replacement to the end of it, which basically says, well, any bonds or notes pursuant to this vote will constitute general obligation to the town. It is expected that any such debt will be paid from user rates and charges, to make sure that there's none of this shenanigans of trying to put it on the entire town. That's the only thing I would add to the motion as written, because obviously you have to approve the bond council motion, and that language was approved by the bond council.
As long as bond council.
Yeah, it's the same
until I
language
get
that
bond
came
coun-
from
yeah.
our motion
I
from
remember last year.
2025.
And bond council did write those, just so you know.
Yes.
What you have in front of you was drafted by bond council.
What article was that?
There's Article 27 of this year's, but the language comes from Article 33 of the fiscal year 25 Finance Committee report. You can see the sentence right at the end of our motion. Basically, we just want to make sure it's crystal clear that it's coming from users and not going to be trying to foist it on the entire town. All right, everyone remembers that argument? Okay. So that would be my recommendation, that language with that sentence added to it. Unless you want to wait. Do I have any?
I hear what you're saying, and I think you got the right priorities. Quite frankly, I think in the end, the sewer commissioners will just kind of go along with the recommendations there, but it's a lot of money to get out ahead of somebody else who's responsible, who has overall responsibility for running that thing, so. I don't have a problem with the article, it's just timing on my part.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, that's. At first, I wasn't quite getting where you're coming from. Now I get it.
Two-thirds vote, by the way.
Yeah, it is. It's borrowing. Yeah.
It's a borrowing.
So I guess we have an amended motion, or our motion will be with that added. It's our motion.
That language added.
Yeah.
And again, I guess if they look at this and say, no, we want to hold off, we can always come back and change our recommendation.
Oh, we absolutely can, yep.
Or they say, let's do this, yeah, what the heck, I don't understand, but let's do it, and it goes forward, and somebody, for some other reason, someone wants to put the brakes on spending this, or raise an issue, we can put the brakes on long before you start spending the money.
Well, it does show in the box, the estimated impact on sewer rates. I tell you, that's an additional 1.12.
That's once we borrow, because we don't put that impact on until the actual borrowing happens.
Okay, so that would be on top of the, what, 2 cents?
Well,
or
you think
whatever.
about it, in 2 years, that'll happen. That's sort of like why I was asking, how did the debt balance go down when we're paying for a sewer tank? Because we haven't borrowed for it, I mean, for sewer tank,
Right.
water tank, we haven't borrowed for it yet.
Okay, but that's what that will.
That's
that
what the impact-
Oh,
That's
that's a,
based on a 10-year borrowing
okay.
Presuming our rate, our
and an estimated
rating.
bond
We
rating.
go back to Tigan Barn presentation with, these are the short-term things we think you got to address right away. That rate chart says, we're looking at, rates are going to go up 7% this year. We'll be here next year. Rates are going to go up 10% next year again, and then another 10%. So you're paying $100 now, it's going to be 110 next year. It's going to be 120 next year.
One, yeah,
There's a lot of rate increases if that full slate of things that were recommended move forward in the time frame that was recommended. It's, some of that is, we hear you, but maybe we can move forward a little slower than you're recommending, not zero,
Well,
but slower.
and
Or
some-
we can change priorities, or maybe
Right,
other
and some
people have
of the
different
things-
opinions.
We've already, and we don't have the entire, you were presented with some of the high points and some of the bigger items, but some of the smaller items, we've already talked about doing internally, or we've already funded in smaller capital, and we're funding them in, so it's a plan with a lot of different things, and then we have to pick, and they prioritize, and they talked about how they prioritize, which is exactly how we would have prioritized, right? Likelihood of failure, what's the
Well,
condition
these
now,
screens, we have
what is
one,
the impact
right.
of the failure? So, so that has a high impact of failure.
Well, this one.
One's already down.
I don't see this being anything but an absolute necessity, because the whole plant breaks down if this doesn't
Correct.
work.
We already have one down.
Are you going to go with the newer technology or replace the
Right,
bad
the options are
technology?
new technology or replace the one
Replace
that's
the
You're
breaking.
doing a
not
great
so
job.
good.
I'm just looking at, we're
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
have
A very
when we get to the
fair
budget,
question.
There's a lot of cost
Oh, yeah.
increases going across the board. You got a lot
But we are also,
another
like,
segment of people getting
those
big
are
increases.
estimates, those are engineering estimates that they definitely, at the level they were doing, are higher than what we hope they're gonna come in at, right? And there's also things, some of the things that we're upgrading, we're already looking at potential upgrades or fixes on that there's a generator in there, and they said it was gonna be $100,000, and we know we can buy it for $40,000. We're buying it for $40,000 and having the electrician put it in.
Let me do it this way. If there was only $1.5 million to spend, and over the next 2 years, or 3 years, is this where you'd want to spend it? Or would you
Have to.
come back and say, I'd rather do these other two that's
Have to.
coming up
This,
next year?
this is a have to.
Yeah, this isn't a nice to
That's
have, or
fine.
even a should have.
I'm with you.
So Article 27, I'll make the motion that we go with the language with the sentence added, while any bonds or notes issued pursuant to this vote will constitute general obligation debt of the town, it is expected that any such debt will be paid from user rates and charges. That's the motion of the Finance Committee. So do I have a second to that, or it can die for lack of a second?
Second.
I got Larry to second.
It was a very timid second, but okay.
Yeah. All right, any further questions? Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? Oh, 7-0, okay.
You're just tired.
You mean I'm beating them into submission? All right, excellent. All right, so Article 20, I know, where are we here? You got 28, 29, 57, we're almost there, 59, 62. All right, Article 28, Route 20 Pump Station Replacement Preliminary Design. Now, this was part of the Ty and Bod presentation. A lot of us have seen this building too. Very interesting building.
So we want to move the design forward so that we have a better sense of, one, where we're going to put it, to what we're going to have to include in it. If it has to go back in the same place, we know we're dealing with floodplain issues, so that's part of this preliminary design, and get a really good cost estimate so that before we ask for borrowing, we know exactly what we're doing, because obviously this is a larger number.
Does the town already own land it could go to?
Yes.
It does, okay.
So we own across the street from it. Cattykinda it's Burgess, part of the Burgess parcel, right across the street from it. There's a parcel there that potentially we would look to acquire that's a little sliver, but it also might not need to be.
You mean it might not need to be moved?
No,
It might
we
not need to be
that
moved, or
sliver.
we might not need that sliver.
But depending on
sliver.
where the flood zone is, we might need to purchase that sliver from the property owner.
Okay.
It would be obviously minimal value. We can only purchase it, what's appraised value.
Until we get more information regarding floodplain and
Yeah.
elevations and all of that,
But it's not like we're looking at having to go acquire a piece of land or take something by eminent domain.
we wouldn't want to do that. It would be cost prohibitive to move it very much more than 200 feet from existing location.
We're very limited on how far logistically.
Because then you're talking new sewer
Major
mains, major new sewer mains, major, totally
Activity
reconfigurating the
becomes an
system.
issue,
Yeah.
But I can't emphasize enough how critical this particular pump station is if it fails.
You've been in that building.
Critical.
Okay, so do
So
I,
use the word preliminary design. I assume that if you were to move forward, you're gonna need additional design down the road to do the final design to let you go out. So this is the first phase of design. There will be another article at a later time to do more detailed
Correct.
to
design.
get the actual shovel-ready plan, right?
This is really to get this project started because the start of this project cannot be delayed.
And what we're hoping is that we get far enough along so that if we have a special, or at least by next town meeting, we are ready to go with, we're going into final design, or, and this is where we're going, and this is how much the place is going to be.
There'll be an article for $200,000 for final design and another X million to
Build it.
build based on your preliminary design
Do
number.
we have any idea of people who's gonna actually do the work, build it? Do we have any, are there major companies that do this work?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
But you have to bid it out, so it doesn't, we would never know the contractor.
My
ahead of time.
experience, okay, personally in business and electronics and dealing with major electronic companies, we'd go in and we'd do design for them, with knowing we'd get the project.
Yeah,
I
unfortunately.
would say to them, this $20 million, $40 million
Yeah,
project,
yeah.
I'm saying, yeah, we have our engineers here, but you gotta commit that we're gonna get the business.
Procurement,
Well, I mean,
unfortunately, Massachusetts procurement law sometimes costs us money.
Will this preliminary design, here's the one thing that is, this town's infamous for. Will it include a factor, here's the preliminary design based on where we think we're going, this is gonna cost us $20-40 million, whatever, because there's lots of history in this town of us doing preliminary designs, getting a number, and then that getting shelved for 2 decades.
So I will tell you, and this is the frustration even with the library project, we are trying, Heather is, myself since I've been here, I know Barbara has been pulling her hair out about it as well. We have been trying to get into a process where we get appropriate numbers, so that when we go to town meeting and ask, I don't have to come back again like I am with the library, and this is sort of a lingering one that was still hanging on. But absolutely, we want design, I cannot ask the public to borrow for something that I don't know how much it's gonna cost. I mean, I can estimate on some things in life,
what
I
I'm
can't
afraid of
estimate
is
on.
This is not a study. This is, she wants to do the design. The design, you still can come back and say, based on the site conditions, this and that, it's gonna be a $20 million solution.
That's
Right,
why
but-
our,
but-
We don't wanna
Yeah,
do
this
it.
isn't
Well,
a.
that's what I'm afraid of.
Or we spend more
right?
money, right.
This is not another nice to have, this is a need.
This has to get done.
But the political will won't be there to do it. That's what's kind of like, I think it needs to be done, I absolutely do.
You're going
But
back
we
to
need-
we've studied the replacement this, replacement that, how do we get access to the beach, street or beach or whatever, and
Yeah.
yet we never see the follow-up to do
Like,
something.
never. When I first left the committee for my little hiatus there were 8 projects that all had preliminary designs for it, not one of them got done.
By the way, let me just, that's it, I just want to point out, and I have to update it, because I don't update it often enough. I do on our website now have a tracker of articles from the past 5 years, and what's
Where
been
we are.
passed, and where we are at with every article. that
Excellent.
was on. It's on the website. I haven't updated it in about a year, or 6 or 8 months or a year. I try to do it after every town meeting and say, okay, here are the new articles. I add those on and I pull off 5 years before, because the public has a right to know, I remember voting on this 4 years ago, whatever happened to it? So I do need to catch up, but sometimes I'll say, purchasing, new Glocks for the police department, boom, 80% complete. And so I do try to update that, and I'm glad, it's a reminder to me to get back on it again, but I think it's fair to people to know when they vote on things, to be able to track. So I send out to the departments occasionally and say, hey, where are these projects at? And it's so nice when you can put finished. There's something rewarding, there's something rewarding for the public to say, gee, that's where my taxpayer money went.
Or at least, 50% done,
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah. Or not done because.
Yeah.
All right, so
Where we fix the project
You
internally.
spend this, you get the preliminary design, not the
Yes.
full detailed engineering
Yes.
design. Give us an idea where this is gonna go. And yes, it could come back with a number that people don't like, and they say put the brakes on it
Yep.
for whatever reason. But your intent is, you gotta replace this thing, you're gonna keep, you don't intend to stop.
Right.
We'll deal with what the number is and what the issues are.
And
when
I
we
think
get-
the reason we have to do a preliminary is because we are still between the two locations.
Yes.
Now, if we are forced to stay in the flood zone, and part of the reason is that building, that's gonna drastically change. Like, we've already, we started to look at, there was money actually appropriated to redo the generator for there. And the reason this got tripped was, well, now I got to put the generator in a 6-foot pedestal, because I could have pulled the generator out and put it out, but it would have been up on this pedestal outside, and everybody looked at me like, what the hell are you doing that for, right? Like, it would have been like, what am I doing this for? So that was why we were taking a step back and saying, does it make sense? Can we get it out of the floodplain so that we don't have to do all these things to make it floodplain proof? And actually probably save money by putting it out of the floodplain. And when you build a pump station like this, if we had to put it right back in the same spot, which we may still, I'm not saying we don't, now you have to bypass pump. The bypass pumping cost, and on their cost estimates, like $500,000. So
You can't
we're
take it out
trying
of
to
service.
look at different ways of doing this that might take us out of the floodplain, put it where we can build it, and then just do the tie-over, and now we don't have to bypass pump, right? So there might be different solutions. Now, a preliminary design will get us to what that answer is. Does this make sense, or does this make sense? Is this cost-effective or not?
Jim, you ready?
Yeah, I was at the Ty and Bond presentation, and if I'm not mistaken, I could be confusing it with something else. Didn't they, when they gave us costs, didn't they give us a forecast of what those costs would be depending on if we pushed them out?
Yes, they gave an escalator on all those costs.
Escalator, that's what I
Yes.
thought they did. So
Yep.
that's what you were just talking about, yeah. So we could get that.
All right, so Article 28, preliminary design Route 20 thing. Do I have a motion to approve it as written?
So move.
LM, do I have a second?
Second.
MC. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? 6-1. Okay. Article 28, Article 29, PTU painting and rehabilitation.
Okay, go ahead.
This is the third and the largest primary treatment unit we have. That's what PTU stands for. These are the large round where that sit outside. They have to have painting or they start deteriorating, so this is maintenance, this is some repairs and some maintenance on on this large unit. The cost is based on the cost for the other two units. That second unit is currently going out to bid. That's actually on the special to get a little additional funding. We will know the actual cost by the time we get to the special, because the bids will be coming in.
This is borrowing, right?
Yeah. One of them, the designs, it should be, oh no, the design is in the regular budget. We pulled it and put it in the budget. So yes, this is a borrowing for the actual construction, but the estimate is based on the other two and the size of it.
Okay. So again, this would be the same thing. I would add that same verbiage we did to the prior article about making sure that that the costs are reclaimed by user rates and fees. So I mean, I gotta go back and find it. I said it was page
So
36.
the reason we're borrowing for what appears to be a maintenance item is because the amount of improvements that you're making
It's so large, the cost.
It's really a
versus
capital
depreciated
maintenance.
costs
This-
turned it into a capital
Yeah.
expenditure. Okay.
I mean, and it's I think she did a 10-year borrowing on it. It should last 20 years, the original ones.
So it should outlast its borrowing significantly.
So, again, I'll make the motion just to get it out of the way. So it's going to be this language you see with that same sentence, while any bonds or notes issued pursuant to this vote will be constitute general obligation debt of the town. It is expected that such debt will be paid from user rates and charges. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion or comment? All those in favor? 7-0. All right, so that's 29. Article 30 is not you, is it? But you usually talk about tree removal and maintenance.
Well, the tree work.
But,
I'm not the tree warden.
all right, so we'll skip that.
I
So-
mean, I can tell you, I know that there, the backlog of trees that we have far outpaces the money that we have to remove them. We're still fighting the ash borer, and the number of ashes we have, it just keeps on going up and up and up, unfortunately, so.
So we did this a number of years back. I
So
think we
he-
spent well over $250,000 taking
That's a
care of
lot.
trees.
Yep.
And there's still.
There's a lot of
Other towns, a fair amount of money in budgets for tree removal. This is just, you feel there's another big slug we gotta take care of.
Oh, yeah. It's ongoing. I think last time he had 100,000
Yep.
appropriated, and I think he's looking for
Right.
100,000
Can't get them
again.
all, we just gotta deal with the critical.
Yeah, and until we get through this cycle of all of these trees dying off, these ash particularly, and they're all going to eventually pretty much die off, until they all do, and we're taking them down, the more dangerous they become, they probably get prioritized.
And he tries to go kind of road by road and area by area and be able to like hit a certain area and go out. And we have been fortunate that some of the areas have been being done by National Grid.
That's to say, National
And
Grid.
that's not on our cost, but it's
Yeah.
not. So we do have the benefit that some of the roads are being done by National Grid, and there's some significant tree removal going on in town. I know some people are probably seeing it, but there are still other roads that also need to be addressed.
And we're happy when they grab those ash trees
What's
on
National
those.
Grid doing, just making sure it's away from the power lines and stuff?
Yes, yeah.
'Cause They were on a street for about almost, I'd say,
Well,
2
but
weeks solid.
there's some big projects going on in other parts of town
Nice.
with them, too.
Yeah, it's
So.
good.
Okay. Article 57, we're on to the special the wastewater treatment plant clarifier number 1, repairs and painting. Now, this has no information, there's really nothing for us to do, it's just like a placeholder right now. It has no numbers associated, no nothing.
So
So
we-
why don't you give us a clue what it's about?
Yeah, so we have money appropriated in the current year, and a current appropriation for PTU1. The engineer's estimate, when they looked at all the issues that we found when we actually got through the design, is above what we have appropriated. It's currently out to bid, actually, I think as of today or tomorrow. The bid date is April 14th, so we'll have the actual numbers and know how
April
much.
14th. All right, so
Yeah.
at this point, we won't do anything, we'll have a substitute motion on the town meeting
Correct.
floor.
Yep.
We're having it in so that we know, and then we're going to take it. It will be less than, it should be less than $100,000 is basically what it,
So then, if it's less than $100,000, why not take it out of the sewer reserve fund?
I think that's where it is coming out of.
Oh, it is, I'm sorry, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Good,
Yeah,
I don't
you're
even
right,
have the
I was thinking
article.
borrowing, okay, I got borrowing on my head. All right,
okay.
so, here's what we'll do, because we need to publish something. Our Article 57, like we did last year, we'll take a no action vote.
No action,
And then we'll offer the substitute motion to the
When I have the
moderator. Once we have the number, we'll give her a substitute motion, because we just don't have the details right now.
I'm sorry, what was the timing and when you would get this?
April 14th.
After we complete what we did.
Yeah, after the book's
Yeah.
at the
So it'd
print,
have to be
So
a
you're gonna
substitute
need
motion on
us
the
to
floor.
have- meet the night of special town.
or the week before, or something like that, yeah.
Okay.
We've done this.
And unfortunately, we can't do it any sooner than that because we can only hold a bid for 30 days.
Right.
So we're giving ourselves like a week to award the bid after.
you
And
guys.
you know, we take a no action vote, we've always explained it, we can explain that, you know, at the time this was put on, the final numbers were not available, we were offering a substitute motion with the numbers for,
I'm going to bring up old wounds here. I know there was a past moderator
who would not allow us to do that.
who didn't want a recommendation, says we'll give it to you at town meeting. He wanted a no action or.
Right, we're gonna do
vote.
no action, yeah,
However,
yeah.
why can't we just put in here, instead of put the no action, just put recommendations provided at town meeting and a reason why, and then at town meeting, we either bring a no action or do whatever. The no action signals to people getting this book, hey, they don't want to vote this thing. Now, how come all of a sudden they're bringing something forward? It's just
We always explain our no action votes. And I'm trying to think, I don't think we've
Motion, let's just bring the
ever
main
done.
motion that night.
Well, our substitute motion would be the same thing as the main motion that night. I get your optics point, though. Your optics point says, oh, they're not interested in this, but our explanation is gonna say, we do think this is a valuable thing and we want it to go forward. We just don't have the numbers to, at this point in time, to act on it. I mean, I think we just did that within one of the last 2 years.
Yeah, you did.
Typically because it's either no action or some recommended action versus
Yeah, the prior,
more time.
or a prior moderator was acting on a different issue, namely, the Finance Committee was unable to make any recommendation, good, bad, or indifferent. And it was the moderator's position, you had plenty of time, and you didn't do it, so you can't speak until everybody else has had their chance. That's what he said. And that was because we had a 4-4 vote. At that time, there were only 8 members present. There was a quorum, of course.
Yeah, that one says you don't have a position, so don't bring one way or the other in the night of the meeting. I agree with
Don't
that.
come in with nothing.
Yep.
No action is not nothing.
But it's a negative something as opposed to the.
But
our
it's
actions,
going
we
to
will-
carry an explanation in the same
Okay.
sentence.
Yeah, not something I need to die on here.
Yeah, okay. So I'll make a motion to take no action on this article.
And I'll second.
Okay. Yes, so this is Article 57,
In this special.
Okay,
special election. All right.
And do we vote
Any
on
other
it?
questions or comments?
Do we vote on the no action? Oh,
Yeah, you do.
Sure.
That's how, that's a good question. We do vote on it, yeah. We don't vote on it at the actual town meeting if no one offers a substitute. All right, all those in favor? 7-0. Great. All right, and then, let's see, that's 57. Let me see what else I got here for you. I gotta go to the second side. Doughty Road Planning Services, Article 59.
That's
Not Heather.
It's not?
Nope. I mean, I could address,
take that
I don't know why I thought it was.
I mean, I can talk about it if you want tonight, or you want to wait till Jean. I mean, either way.
All right, we'll wait. I'm sorry. I thought, for some reason.
No, that's doing type, that's to, with the newly acquired property.
File it and do whatever,
Yeah.
but it's not there
I'll
yet.
help as much as I can. I don't need to.
I mean, I can
take on
answer it
that
quickly
one.
if you want to cover it, but it's up to you.
No, we'll wait,
Okay.
that's fine. Article 62 then, underground storage tanks removal and installation of above-ground fuel storage. How is this different from what's going into the capital item? Right? In the capital article, I thought we discussed it, oh no, I got it.
Storage
I
containers,
know,
that's it.
I know why I'm confusing you, because in the capital planning package,
It
we
talks
said
about-
this was coming as an article.
Correct.
My bad.
Yes.
I thought.
There was no difference. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, we thought it was in capital for so long too, and
Yeah.
it almost got missed as an article.
Almost didn't
so.
end up in an article. That was the last minute, oh my goodness.
So I think everybody's familiar with the fact that we had a failed diesel tank down there. We are through basically our design, have a cost estimate. This is that number. We are getting to the point where we're ready to do the permitting. So this would be to cover the construction for the removal of the 2 fuel tanks, installation of the new above-ground fuel tanks, and removal, hopefully, of contaminated material. Now granted, there's a number in here for contaminated material. It's an estimate. That is one of those big unknowns that we are not going to be able to know until we actually get down there, but we make a good try and we go forward.
Yeah.
We are hopeful, though, that it's not.
They
Yeah.
have a pretty good classification of
seriously,
the
it's
area,
not-
and
yes.
obviously, we caught it very quickly.
Yes.
So they've done their sampling, they've kind of classified where it is, and we just have to meet the Mass DEP guidelines, and we'll go from there.
And just for any public who is watching, because people hear contamination and worry, it was caught extremely quickly, and we're fully
It is
working with
iso- and it-
DEP. It
and
is
it stayed
isolated.
isolated, right.
Yeah.
We'd never
I just don't want people who might be
migrated or-
watching to
Right.
panic about that. It's,
So we've talked about this before, we've given money for this, I forget how much, but that was all for temporary stuff. to kind of-
Temporary and
kind of
design
shore
work.
up what you have there, give you
Yep.
a new temporary tank in the time being, that hopefully doesn't go in a scrap pile, can somehow get reused somewhere.
So
along
the
way.
temporary tank was a rented tank anyway, so we'll just,
Okay.
Do we have any other, excuse me, buried tanks on the property?
I'm not 100% sure if, so we know we have above-ground fuel tanks for heating fuel. I thought there was one, we've done other classifications, and I don't want to misspeak because I think it's already taken out. There is one other area on the property that there's some contamination that we have to dig out, which is right in front of the doors, but I think all the other tanks are out, is what they've determined. Because there was fuel, underground heating oil tanks that I believe were removed,
It
though.
was very common years ago.
Yep. Everything
Yep.
used to be underground.
everything was, yep.
So we still have a septic system. It's kind of interesting because where my plant is.
You don't want to go up and over the hill, that's why, right?
Tough gravity.
There's a development right nearby.
Okay, so Article 62.
Free cash is our way to do this, right? That's where you go back to, we got a lot of free cash, we might as well spend it
Truly
here
appropriate use
versus
of free
borrow for
cash.
this,
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve Article 62 as written.
I'll make the motion.
JW, okay. And I have a second.
Second.
Larry Morrison. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor? 7-0. And I believe that gets you through everything you were here to attend.
Thanks, Heather.
You're welcome.
And we still got more to go. Thank you so much for your coming in person and providing all the answers.
And your forbearance.
All right.
So before you move on, and if we forget to do this, you should note which versions of the things that we
yeah.
are using. That will
Good
be
point.
reflected at the end of our notes, but.
Yeah. Fiscal year 27 FinCom ATN warrant V01 is the ATM warrant articles. And then the special town meeting articles where the file we're using at this point is FY 27 FinCom STM warrant V01. Just in case there's another version, but we're not expecting one this year. We've got that well in line. This is great, I
Fiscal year
appreciate it.
27 or 26? Because this is really going for last year, right?
This is 27.
This is 27.
Special town meeting?
Oh, 20
Special
minutes.
is 26.
But I
right.
grouped them together because they're
Yeah.
all going in their fiscal 27 report.
Right.
That's why they're named.
Yep.
But you're right, their
That
special
last
town
article,
meeting
for
funds are.
example, is 26.
yeah.
Right.
So even though it's an FY 26 special year, the
goes in the
file
27.
name has got FY 27.
Yeah, because I put it by what book it's going into. I suppose I should explain
I do the
that.
same thing with the town message and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so back to the annual. Article 1, town reports. Just in case anyone hasn't seen it, that book.
Oh, we did, okay.
They're here. They came last week, this end of last week.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, please take one.
It should be available on the way out the back door, right?
Yeah, I think they're out there.
Good, table down there, yeah.
Okay, so do I have a motion to approve Article 1 as written?
So moved.
Do I have Mike seconds? Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? 7-0. Great. All right, Article 8 is the town budget, which we would normally go through line item budget, but at this point, seeing the hour, I'm going to delay that to next week, and we'll go through the hearing with the Board of Selectmen, hear what they have to offer.
And you
then-
are welcome that evening,
No, we're
obviously,
coming.
to ask questions. So,
It-
but
it's
also to-
posted.
Yeah, but I'm saying you're also welcome to ask questions that
I've
evening.
got-
If, yeah, I know you will, but just a reminder to the public too, that if they,
Oh, yeah,
if they're
okay.
watching FinCom, it is a meeting, and you all certainly, and I'll be prepared to answer your questions as well as the
So
board.
the way you posted that, are we going to meet afterwards, or just come hear this and then?
We're here to attend, ask questions of the thing. We are going to stay for the Board of Selectmen's meeting so we can hear any of their discussions and their votes. And then we are just adjourning. There's,
So we're not planning on taking up any other business?
and no, nothing else that particular night. It'll go to Thursday.
And I can tell you, where it is on the agenda, the warrants at the end of their agenda items, but there's, everything ahead of it's very, just pro forma stuff, there's nothing.
Okay. So what else have we got? So we're skipping 8, Article 10, Public Access Department. That's, comes out of the fees collected from the cable bills.
Pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've been able to function, since Bruce retired, Steve has been wonderful. He has stepped up, and our part-timer Jackie as well. Steve is working part-time, or less, I should say, fewer hours than we had been using before. Currently, it's working well. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, and that's
A lot
that's
cheaper, too.
where we're at. Yep, and then there's more money, and I texted Barbara just to confirm, that money does roll back into that fund, which means we then can use it for equipment or whatever else. So any savings we're getting, can stay there, and as we need equipment and we need upgrades, it's there.
$56,000 difference
From last year.
from last year, $56,000 less.
And it's functioning very well, and Steve's been great.
Okay. So do I have a motion to approve Article 10 as written? Richard? Okay, there we go. I heard something. And MC seconds.
And I will say, we are appreciative of Bruce. I don't think we've met since he had retired, but we are appreciative of all of Bruce had done to keep us out there in public, and particularly during COVID prior to my arrival here, but all the work that went into that, so
that's good.
thank you to him.
You did
Yes.
good work. All right. First, second, approval is written. Any further discussion? All those in favor? 7-0. All right, moving on. Article 11, Sturbridge Tourist Association. This is the other half of the betterment money. Right? I guess you'd say it's twin.
Yeah. Pretty straightforward.
Now, do we have a full Sturbridge Tourist?
I think I have one opening that we've advertised. We filled one recently, so I think we may need one more, but it's basically, yes, it's functional and active.
Okay. Mike, do you have any questions? Comments? Oh, MC?
Yeah, last year, the total was 210,000.
This is the same rationale for betterment. If you remember, the money went back that wasn't spent and got redistributed again. So that's how it ends up with this higher
And
number.
we'll see it probably, unless hotels and meals tax skyrocket next year, we'll likely see this go back to its normal
Okay.
levels.
Thank
Well, we want
you.
to make sure that every betterment dollar gets spent, because if we don't spend it, it gets
It gets reallocated.
reallocated and they get our underspent, so. I don't think they send back a whole lot of money, do they?
They actually do sometimes, so we're working on,
Yeah,
using
this
these
is
funds.
one of the arguments in the past, we haven't come in here, we haven't explained exactly what they're spending the money on. At the end of the day, it's really, they're entitled to that amount of money, and, they're accountable elsewhere for how they're going to spend it.
And we've worked closely with them to ensure that what they are spending on does comply with state law, because there's been a lot of discussion on, you can't give it to private entities, but how can we assist the private entities without giving any one private entity money? And so we've worked very closely with them. Barbara's done a lot of work on trying to get some legal opinions and guide them through and look for really good ways to spend that money efficiently. And again, they have adopted a spot, They're supporting us on the beautification stuff. They are buying, this year, for example, they bought the banners for the 250th that'll be going up. So they actually paid out of Betterment, out of STA for that, considering that part of the general draw of people to the town.
Is the person with the salary, is this person a marketing person?
Yes,
Marketing
yes.
background?
Terry Masterson works with them, and he works with Special Events Committee in addition, and his salary is split. Part of it comes out of this fund.
Economic development. You see
Yep.
it on
He's the
budget.
economic
He used to
development.
go
No, I just
here
wanna-
and-
I just
Some of
wanna-
him gets paid out of the general fund, and a portion gets paid for STA, and he does devote a lot of time to this.
Okay. It's important.
That's the salaries, wages line item there. There's a portion of his salary.
Do I have a motion to approve Article 11 as written?
So moved.
MC, do I have a second?
Second.
I got Mr. Hager here first. Mr. Hager actually said second. He pulled a Larry second over
I'm
there.
trying to restrain
I
myself.
think I'm miffed.
All righty, I have a first and second to approve Article 11 as written. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? Great, 7-0. I know this is a slog, but it's only one night slog because, you know. So Article 12, I mean, I don't know, we had Heather address the DPW. Do we have anything else that we want people to address? We can have their liaisons ask questions, or maybe Robin can answer them here. Anything else sticking out there? This is,
I was looking at the fleece jacket and shell line for the police department, $20,000. What do we have, 25 police officers?
Approximately.
We're spending about $1,000 on fleeces per officer.
And I don't have the backup. Barbara might have some of the backup on that. We were looking originally at phasing them in, but
is this literally like customized fleece jacket, Sturbridge Police Department type of thing? Or is it part of their uniform? What is this? That's
It's a
actually
uniform.
You can customize.
Can you hear me?
Barbara,
$1,000.
Barbara's,
Cold.
So they're high visibility soft shell fleece jackets. They're going to purchase 25 of the high vis jackets and 25 soft shell fleece jackets. And the department's current outerwear is outdated with jackets in excess of 10 years.
right, so they have a long anticipated life. To your question, uniforms are extraordinarily expensive. I mean, the uniform companies have you somewhat held hostage, but they do have a long life. And so if an officer retires or leaves, that jacket presumably stays with us.
Because the officers do have a uniform allowance.
Right,
in
and
the
that's for their
contract.
shirts and their pants, because
Yeah.
we're not going to take their
Yeah, the
shirts
stuff
and
they
give
wear
them
day
to
to
a new
day.
guy.
Yeah.
But, you know, this type of equipment stays with us. Yes, but they are expensive.
The question on the Big Alum Lake Association, lake preservation, that's new compared to last year, but is that something that repeats every so
No,
many years, or is that brandy new?
No, Big Alum approached us, they're having some issues, and they're having a study done, and this was an ask of them for a study. I have another lake right now I was
what?
working with today.
Study of what?
I think to try to find sources of pollutant. We have a lot of the lakes that are having algae blooms and whatnot, and they're trying to isolate where the sources are so they can make a determination of,
It's not just to warming water?
no, it can be salt from the pike, it can be fertilizer from a neighborhood, from neighborhoods, it can be geese, it can be, it can be infrastructure failure somewhere with a drainage culvert. There are a host of things that can pollute our lakes. And so the associations, in this case, and Big Alum came to us and asked, and Barbara, correct, jump in if I'm wrong on any of this or need to have it supplemented. But I just talked to another lake today that's looking to have us help them apply for a grant for something similar. And then remediation of it becomes a discussion of the cost, you know, typically the lake owners do the remediation.
Big Alum Lake has ADA accessible access to the lake so that the public can use the lake?
I don't know.
Yeah, the public can definitely use the lake.
Yeah.
But
I don't
is
know
it
about a
ADA
specific
accessible?
access.
I mean, if it's just a little cart path to get to it, that's not the same as the public having access.
I'll have to find out about that.
Yeah,
Gail.
I don't know if all areas are accessibility. I mean, they can use the lake.
I've
Are
kayaked
you
on it.
suggesting that ADA is a requirement to be able to use the betterment funds?
I am suggesting that we shouldn't fund a private lake.
Yeah.
So if the public can't get
It's not
to
a
it,
private
all
lake.
members of the public.
Yeah, no, it's not a private lake. Any member of the public, but if it,
If you
I don't.
can't access it, it's not a
Right,
public
but to your
lake.
point, no, it can still be public, but it might not be appropriately accessible, just like Cedar Lake Rec was not until we made it accessible.
Right.
Right. But the lake itself is public. I don't know if the ramp where you could get in the kayak would be accessible for a wheelchair. So that, we can look and see if it complies.
Okay, so
I just
I
don't
would-
know.
That's something that sticks in my car, is if we're gonna pay for people who basically not allowing the public to use their lake, but we're going to use public
course.
funds to take care of it.
I do think, though, the quality and health of the lakes is generally a community benefit, but.
And house values are very, very much impacted by being on a lake, like huge.
Oh, well, they're impacted tremendously, certainly, but the public is too.
But, you know, I've had that argument made to me before, or we pay higher property
Yeah.
taxes because we're waterfront. Well, if you just let the lake eutrophy, you're not waterfront anymore, and your property value is gonna go down. Same comment. So it works both ways.
Yeah. But just generally, that's what the purpose of the ask is, it's, as I understand it, a one-time ask to get a study done. And in the past, some of these communities have paid to do studies, and they do a lot of the associations do spend a lot of money on those
Right,
things.
I know they do,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
they've always been able to prove that they're accessible
Yeah.
for use by the general
Yeah,
public.
I don't know specifically about Big Alum.
I will find out, but I do just want to correct, I did ask if this was one time, during the Betterment meeting, and, they didn't answer, they said that they were unsure, they needed to see what the results of this study were to determine next steps, just to be clear.
Right, so it's one time for the study. Yes.
Right.
But if the study comes back and says something, I don't know if they'll come back and ask for more, but that I can't, I mean, it's not, but it's not a repeated 20,000 for
We
the
did
same
this
thing.
with South Pond, which is
Yep.
on the north end of town.
We did a 319
a couple
grant
years
for them.
back, where
Yep.
they had some growth,
Yep.
they needed some treatment, and they were asking a bunch of sources, including
Yep.
Sturbridge, to pay some portion, and then for them to go out and
And then we
chase
did
other
a
grants and
319
other
grant.
Yeah,
we got
this is
for
not
that.
a
Yep.
thing. This is the first time it's come from them, so that's why I'm asking.
Yep.
I ask the question every time when this
No,
thing
but
comes
we do
up.
this, and it does happen, so, yep.
Speaking of which, I forgot when Heather was here. So, she's spending a lot of money on water and sewer upgrades. I know there's a lot of grant money out there for
Yep.
water systems, sewer
Yes.
systems. Certainly, if you're expanding for housing, if you're, especially affordable housing, if you have new growth coming into town, we don't have a lot of that. But there's a lot of resources out there, and hopefully, there's a process in place for us to go chase those.
Absolutely.
And to offset some of the costs.
And she does watch.
Okay.
I had a question.
Go ahead.
Building improvement, animal control.
That's the
What
kennel
building
law.
and what's the extent of what type of animal control?
Oh,
What's the
at the
building?
shelter, upgrades at the shelter,
What shelter?
the animal shelter, the dog,
What's that?
up near DPW. We have an animal shelter.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. That tells you how long it's been since it had any work done on it. However long you've been on this committee, it obviously hasn't had any work done.
There is an upgrade in the state humane law.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
That's why it's got to be done.
And I will tell you that when you start
Yeah.
having kennel floors deteriorate and whatnot, the risk of parvo getting trapped into the cracks, when you wash it down, disease control. So it's relatively short money and I think important.
Okay.
You could rent it out for a weekend after they do the upgrades, it'll be a nice spot. Yeah, it's up by the DPW.
Listen, we're all in the doghouse sometimes.
All right, so we'll just wait till we get to that answer on the lake, and then we'll
Yep.
deal with Article 12. Article 13, capital improvement plan, anything else here we want to touch base? I was going to make a comment, go ahead, ask your question. I was just going to say, this was supposed to be the year, the ladder was supposed to be done, but that got moved out another year. They're going to actually just completely gut and rebuild Engine 1 so that they can get another 14 years out of it. It's going to make it about 30 years of full service out of it.
Total.
total.
Yeah, total.
Because
Not
there was
30
a
more,
com-
total.
Yeah, there's some confusion in the meeting where it says we're added, it added an additional 30 years. It's like, no, it's not going to be 40 years old when we replace it. It's only going to make it about 30 years old.
And
when
to be
it's
clear,
done.
the ladder wasn't actually originally on the capital. What happened was it was further out. We didn't have a lot of capital things, we thought at that point. So we were going to move the ladder to sort of balance out the 5 years, because when you look at a capital plan, you always try to balance out your purchases. But then what happened was the fuel storage tank issue came up, and, which I had not realized was coming on that same, and even though it's a separate article, it's still free cash. So we said, nope, the ladder has to go back out to where it was originally. It has enough life to last.
It is a well-documented capital
Yes.
plan in
Yes.
here, so.
Yep.
Can I just make a suggestion on this? I attended this meeting, and sort of MC, and it wasn't recorded and it wasn't televised. And if
I
it could
thought it was
possibly,
recorded.
I kept looking and I kept.
That's- yeah, and I thought it was
Isn't
too.
that the one that's just sound
It
recording
was
only?
just sound.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I went to watch it again because I can't remember all this.
Yeah, but it was sound recorded, because but I don't, know. We'll have to find where it went in the great abyss.
Yeah, it's just.
It was an
It's
excellent meeting.
posted on YouTube.
Go watch this.
Well, it was,
Answer a
Bar- it's
lot.
posted
Robert
on
says it's
YouTube.
posted on
Oh,
YouTube.
it's on YouTube?
Yeah, all of our meetings are on YouTube. That's where I watch it.
Yeah, but it's just
It's just the audio.
But it wasn't, if you look at the
Oh, okay.
on-demand thing, you're not gonna see it in the same spot. Yeah,
It's audio only, though, for that
Yeah.
particular meeting.
yeah.
So, anything here, anyone has a question? Mike, you were gonna ask a question before I- I'll get to you, Ken.
Stop me from, opening my mouth. Yeah, engine one was on our previous capital plans. We kept saying for the fire vehicle fund, engine one about FY '25. I thought I had something in my notes that we approved $1 million last year for new
That
fire
was,
truck.
that was a different truck. That's a new truck.
That's Rescue One, wasn't it?
No, we bought Barbara, what did we do with the ladder truck last year?
So
The other
we
engine.
did appropriate with them
We
last
did
year too.
separate.
$1 million
Yeah,
for new
for fire-
truck.
for fire
We did
vehicle.
that, but that wasn't
We didn't
intended
do
for
anything with the ladder truck. It
No,
was,
was it another engine?
no, last year was just an ambulance and a UTV.
And just so
Yeah.
everyone's aware too, I asked
It
Barbara,
might have been, Kevin, do you have your fiscal 25
We had
book
$1
right
million
there?
wait, hang on, I
expenditure
can't hear, fiscal what?
last year.
25?
I do have 25 right
Look
here.
at, there was $1 million.
Was there a fire truck there?
Yep,
Yeah, it was 25,
Yep.
not last year.
Fire Vehicle Stabilization Fund,
no, it was right out of the capital.
oh, it's on the capital?
Yep, it was, we used out of free cash. It was a big hunk of the free cash. And it might have been the other engine that I think we got a new
Because
engine.
we kept saying in prior years, FY '25 was gonna be engine one, then we put $1 million in there. I can't recall whether it was engine
We
one
did-
or something.
I think it was another
Obviously,
piece of it. It might have been the
wasn't
hazmat response
And now
truck.
you're
Yes,
trying to-
we
It was the
bought a
hazmat.
fire truck for $1.4 million.
I think that was the engine that's also our first responder hazmat truck that goes out for everything. I believe that's what that one was, and this is a traditional engine.
So your plan here is, this was supposed to be replaced. What you're saying is you're gonna spend $300,000 on engine one and extend the life of
Extend its
that one,
life,
and-
yes.
Almost double it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, because everything else on the truck is still in pretty good shape.
Okay.
I just got a general question, because I think it came up a few times. What are the policy or rules? I mean, appropriation's one thing, and then procurement's another. What is the rule as far as going out for bids, 3 bids, 2 bids? Their
It
dollar
doesn't-
amount?
It's a major, it's actually, there are classes on this, major courses. So if it's under 10, theoretically, it's just best practice, which we don't have to get bids, but we do typically.
Yep.
If it's 10 to 50,000, we have to get 3 bids. If it's 50 or over, we have to go out for a full bid process. Depending on the type, if it's a construction project, it's RFP, sometimes it's RFQ. If it's a request for a quote, we have to go straight low bid regardless, frankly, of quality, if it meets the basic minimal standards. So a request for quote's sometimes kind of risky because you have to go for the lowest price, which sometimes you get what you pay for.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So there's a whole, it's a very complicated, and I have to be honest, I'm looking it up every time we have to do something, or I'm asking Heather because she's really good at it, or Barbara has a lot of knowledge on it. Between us all, we kind of go through it.
No, it's good. This
Yep.
is
Yep.
perfect.
One other thing just to be aware of here is that the actual cost of the fully equipped police cruiser is $107,000. The difference is in the
Yes.
Police
So
department
last
line item
year,
budget.
I publicly said to you that I was committed to getting it back in the operating budget. The chief asked for 2 in the operating budget. We said, you're not getting 2, unfortunately. We will do 1. We could not fully fund it from the operating budget this year. Again, we started with a huge gap from where we were to where we are. But I had made a commitment. We found the money to at least start to put it back, because to take 100,000 and put it back on the budget in one shot is heavy. To take it 20,000 at a time and push it back toward the operating budget. So it's just an effort at good practice and best practice to do that. And just back a little bit on the fire with the bidding thing, there are also bid lists, approved bid lists that you can buy off of, in some cases, for different products.
That's good.
So the state has a bid list. There are some national companies that bid fire equipment that have been approved to be used also by the state, by the Commonwealth.
And he did clarify, and he's done this before, because I remember it from last year, when you look at that 90,000, or in this case, 107,000,
Yeah.
roughly half of that is for the vehicle, and the other half is
Yes.
to outfit the vehicle with all the paraphernalia that goes
Yes,
with it,
so-
computers and everything.
Yeah, oh,
So
yeah.
you'll see another vehicle on there is 55, the DPW, the DPW SUV is about the same price as the base cruiser. Again, it's kind of like the uniforms. It's a selective market, and they know they kind of have you captive. So, and there are only a couple companies in the Commonwealth that do that kind of work. You have MHQ, you have a few companies that we use, and it's expensive. And the amount of police equipment inside a cruiser is just exponentially now, the computer systems, all of it, so.
Is anyone interested in making a motion on Article 13?
So moved.
This is,
You know the rest.
Do I have a second? Larry? Any other questions or comments? All those in favor?
So, comments. So this is one where I know there's a process, you guys have prioritized the other 100 things that didn't make the list. This comes down to, do we want to spend 1.4 million of free cash or set another target, right? So it's really coming down to, we've got a bunch of free cash that we can spend and get us to a point where we're still within our guidelines.
Yes.
And trust that we don't need to trim this anymore to save a few dollars in free cash expenditures or reallocate it somewhere else, right?
That's what we discussed, yeah. Just with this article, we go from, the free cash balance goes from 241, 664 down to 588, 737.
And that does still fall within our fiscal.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
we're still within our fiscal security zone.
Just within this one. So I have a first and second. I'm going to take the roll call again because I kind of missed that, because I should have waited for Mike to make his comment.
It's unusual for someone to have comments, I'm sorry.
No, it's good. It was my fault. I don't even think I asked, are there any additional comments on that? All right, I'm going to start on this side then. All those in favor? All those opposed? And abstaining is 6-0 to 1. And I'm abstaining because I voted on it in Capital Planning Committee.
I don't know if that precludes you, but okay. I don't know if that precludes you, but okay.
No, I mean, it gives me 2 votes on this one topic, so we've kind of had our practice be not to do that. Article 14 is the Capital Stabilization Fund. We're adding, this is following our fiscal policies.
0.5%.
Any other questions on Article 14? I have a motion to approve Article 14 as written.
So moved.
Do I have a second? I guess I'm not looking at this side of the table for a second. Well, Bridget, okay, now
I'm
we'll go.
pretty quick, I'm trying to be restrained and let others.
No, go ahead. No, Bridget, take care of it. We got a first and a second.
JW. So again, this odd number is you're just meeting the 0.5% of the budget. and so
Following the fiscal
I'm
policy.
not trying to say, well, let's
Let's be creative now.
just do $200,000,
No,
maybe
no.
we can say we're meeting this spirit. And we always raise and appropriate this versus, if we're trying to find a buffer for some, taxation, using some of that free cash instead of raise and appropriate,
You could do that.
right?
But again, you really want to build these in case you have a major crisis.
I'm not,
She's talking about the funding mechanism.
Oh, the funding
Instead of
mechanism.
raising
Oh,
appropriate,
yeah.
can we just do it for free
Can we do
cash?
free cash?
What would
But
that-
again,
I
how
would
low
just
do
a
you
quick
want to
little
take your
math.
free, I mean,
We got a lot of free cash, and I'm not saying that's what, but there could be a tendency to say, well, we got a lot of free cash to spend, let's buy all these vehicles, let's put all these things in here, we'll spend it down to get in there. The other thing is, maybe we don't have to buy as much in the capital plan or use it for some of these other purchases, and still have a way to build our stabilization funds in accordance with our guidelines, but offset some of the raise and appropriate.
My question is this. Every year our budget has gotten tighter and tighter. Every year we have cut literally any little item, the 1,000 here, the 5,000 there. We are doing better at recruitment right now. We're fully staffed, I think, right now on PD, or we're down one, but we've had points where we've been fully staffed. We've been fully staffed at fire. I am concerned. I think it's wise to spend the free cash we're spending right now, but I am concerned that if we deplete that by too much, that gets replenished through turnbacks. And, you know, again, I've talked
In
at the end of the year, right.
investment returns and stuff.
Investment returns that might be a little higher than we expected, but the
And
reality
conservative
is,
in our revenue
and conservative
forecast.
revenue
We
projections,
underestimate a
but
lot.
we were, you know, we had to play a little bit of a guessing game on the interest revenue this year with the debt, with the national level. And so we're looking at interest rates. Well, if they drop precipitously, which the volatility we have now, we might not meet that revenue number. So yes, but if we do meet that revenue number or we exceed it, great. But I just don't have the confidence that over the next several years, we are going to see the turnback money. And again, we always say, you know, what's an appropriate amount of money to have at the end of the year extra? If I have 5%, I've put way too much in my budget that I didn't need. If I come back with 2 to 3%, then I've budgeted pretty safely and pretty wisely, and I turn that back. I don't know that we're going to continue to be able to make 2 to 3% on turnbacks. So I would caution about depleting free cash too much till we weather these next few years, this volatility that we have. Gas prices right now, I do think they're going to come back down relatively soon, but if they don't, okay,
your budget's
now
like
my
$3
budget
a
just
gallon,
went out the
it's
window.
like-
I don't want to change that yet, because I don't think that we're in a position to say, okay, oh my gosh, gas is going to be up for the next year. It might be up for a week, it might be up for 3 weeks, it might be up for 6 months. But we need that latitude. I'm not going to presume that there's going to be any turnback money. In fact, that might eat through some of that.
And there are 2 articles right now that are gonna come from free cash that we don't have dollar figures for.
Right.
Right, in snow and ice deficit and unpaid bills.
Yeah.
Unpaid bills is usually small.
Small.
so-
That should be tiny. Snow and ice will not be tiny.
Realize over a 21-year period, our average free cash was like 8.26%. The last 3 years, we're at 14.7%, like in the last 14.43, 16.17, 16.58, and the policy's for 7.5, and that's what DLS says is good for a good town, maximum
Yeah.
to be managing
Yeah.
under.
So I will tell you, we are within the policy, but I have said this before, I respectfully disagree with their assessment. 7.5 for Boston is a lot of money. 7.5 for us is not a lot of money, because what happens is, if a mile of roadway needs to be repaved in a crisis, Boston has a lot more money to fund that mile, but it costs us the same amount to pave that same amount of roadway. So a percentage of our budget is going to, a much larger percentage of our free cash is going to get eaten up to pave that mile of roadway if there's a disaster. So I think I operate under the premise 2 months of your operating budget is what you should always have in reserve. Is 7% an okay number? Yes. I prefer 7 to 10% is my range of
Also have
safe.
stabilization funds to add to that as
Absolutely,
well.
we do.
We've got plenty of money in
Absolutely, we do.
reserves.
But I do not think that we saw post-COVID, we saw some precipitous growth in that. And I don't think we're going to continue to see that.
This is part of my discussion for Tuesday, but I'm gonna go to your thing. I mean, it was. Monday, I'm sorry. I don't know why I got Tuesday in my head.
Because I originally gave it to
It's a mistake,
It's my fault, because I
I
originally
wanna
said
show
the
up, yeah,
17th.
exactly.
Your neighborhood, find one of your neighbors here to pick you up. and bring you.
Because it specifically in the budget message, it says this year we used aggressive revenue assumptions. And I want to get some clarification behind that. What are the revenues that have been adjusted that were more aggressive than we've used in the past?
I'll let
Yeah,
Bob-
but this,
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, we
the
can talk about
board
that
should
one
hear
day.
this too.
Yes,
you know?
absolutely. No, that's a broader discussion.
Yeah.
So what I would say, we don't do it on the off, we don't need off cycle, but that's part of what I try to do in my free time, is go back and say, of the revenue side, we're the top 5, 10, and how much, it's a big chunk of our budget.
Yeah.
How well are we doing in our forecasts versus actuals? If we're underestimating, $1 million by 50% every year, well, maybe we got a little bit more room to be aggressive in there. But same thing with the reason for turnbacks. Some years we get enough detail where I can go back and say, right, the turnbacks are higher revenues than we forecasted.
Be conservative
Maybe
with
we
the
can do a better
turnbacks.
job there. And we're consistently underestimating revenues by $1 million a year. There's probably some room for a little more in there.
Yep, and I think we were a
If it
little more
varies,
aggressive
then I
this year
understand.
because we have had a little bit extra on that, and again, more aggressive this year, frankly, because we want to produce a balanced budget, and where can we reasonably and safely do it without creating what we know is a structural deficit.
And turnback says you're managing things appropriately and not saying, hey, we got a little extra money. And
Let's,
go
absolutely,
spend
fourth
it.
quarter
That's good
expenditure.
fiscal management.
Yeah, no spending
And,
sprees.
and the closeout of the appropriations, we don't use it again, is part
Right.
of that management process, so. yeah.
And maybe, I'd just like to say, just right, maybe while we're talking about more of a macro, because Sturbridge is a unique town, okay? People like the space, open space and trails, and the last survey we said, that was number 1, and then number 2 was education. That comes at a price. So when basically, what happens after that is not right, it's wrong, it's the people's town, what they want. But if you look at DLS town rating, Sturbridge is red as far as budget's concerned. Out of 351 towns, and I went through most of them, we're in the top 90% for free cash and mill rate. Massachusetts towns' income is, of their income is about 4.18%, ours is 5.76. Nothing wrong, we want open space, that's what the people want, you have to pay for it, got it. Town property value per is 1.04% in Massachusetts. Sturbridge on a tax level is 1.5%, 50% higher. This is interesting, and you mentioned tourism, and this is good, but I'm also saying, where's the money go? In an average population town our size, they usually do about 10% of the revenue is in monies, business, tourism, and the like. We're at 21%.
So we are the second highest, I believe, in the Commonwealth for that
Yeah.
related money. That's what you just voted on Betterment and SDA? That's where that money went. So if you're
Yeah.
asking where that money goes, you just voted.
But it's good, I'm saying it's
Yeah,
good.
it's great.
But my point being is, we have, the mill rates are high, the taxes, but for a reason, and that's right. If you don't like open space, you like trails, and you like education, then move to another town. All I'm saying is we have monies coming in, and we also spend a lot of money. Where the rub is, where we're always on the edge, personally, I don't know, I really don't.
Well, I'll, when I present the budget, I will present where all the increases are, where all the decreases are, and, you all, the board and the public can say, to your point, you know what, we don't want this anymore. Okay, well, then we'll cut it. But until someone says, we don't want this anymore, and we're managing to do it without an override, I feel okay about it.
Okay.
If we go into a different world of overrides, then it really is in the public's hands.
That'll be a discussion on Tuesday.
Not
night, too.
absolutely, Monday.
That-
Don't, you're confusing
That
me.
is definitely a subtext of the 2
Yep.
presentations in
Yep.
there.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, our Article 14, capitalization fund, I have a first and a second to approve it as written. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Oh, 7-0, okay. OPEB, this is our GASB required thing we've been funding for years and years and years, and keeps us on the forefront of this.
Very importantly been funding, to the credit of the town, when other towns were not.
So I actually paid a little attention to the boxes here. And every time we talk about this, this is supposed to be this really big number that, with 100,000 a year, we'll never get to cover
Right.
this thing. So it says, but we're $2 million towards our potential liability of $10 million. The $10 million seemed like a low number, and I went back, it was 13 million last year, 22 million the year before. It looks like that number is coming down versus getting out of control. So I guess the question is, why is that becoming a lower number, and we're approaching that, our OPEB liabilities versus what we were saying years back?
I'll let Barbara, I don't know if there's some formulaic change in the calculation or not on the amortization of it, but Barbara I'll let Barbara feel that one, the voice from the sky.
Let me send you the report. Every other year, we're required to do actuarial study, and I will send that to you, and then we can talk about that another night, if that's okay with you.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
That works.
I'm assuming it's some
We can even
amortization
do it
formula.
off-site.
They might have
do it
changed the
off-site.
assumptions
I'll
on an
send it out.
amortization, yeah, they might have changed their assumptions.
By the way, Standard & Poor's, in its evaluation, singles out favorably Sturbridge's consistent contribution, and that supports, that's one of the major pillars under the AA plus stable outlook for bonds.
Absolutely.
And
They're
if we
solar-
diddle with that, we are really asking for trouble.
I'm not looking to fool with it. I understand why we're doing it. It's a small amount of money.
Yeah.
A number of other towns chip away like this. I just noticed that the potential liability is shrinking versus getting out
If
of
they
control.
shifted one
And
assumption on, longevity and healthcare or whatever, these are the actuaries, so, yep.
We'll get the study, I'll send it out.
Yep.
I heard Larry make a motion to approve it as written.
That's exactly right.
Do I have a
Mind
second?
Second.
MC, okay. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? And that's 7-0. All right, let's click that one off, that's OPEB. Next one is, do we have Article 16, Stabilization Fund Transfer? Again, doing our
Fiscal policy.
policies.
Yep.
Any questions, comments? Do I have a motion to approve? Go ahead, Mike.
So we want to get this balance to 7.5% of the fund by the policy. We would be at 3.7 million. If someone can just let us know what the 7.5% number is.
Oh, okay.
I'm missing this number from my thing, I gotta change this.
3.7 million.
So we're going to bring it right up to 7.5.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I missed this article in my thing here, so this is from free cash. I thought this was appropriate. Let me do a little adjustment here on my numbers, because this changes what our free cash balance is at the end.
I'm sorry, Barb, did you say something?
Yes, so Mike asked what percentage, so that the amount putting in 480,000 gets us to 7.5%, which is the top of our fiscal policies.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing is, when you transfer the money to the stabilization fund, as opposed to sitting in free cash, the interest accrues to the fund.
Yep.
So I try to do those transfers, not every year, but every few years to get us back to the 7.5. And then it'll grow interest along with the initial transfer.
That's the biggest difference from leaving it in free cash.
So stabilization and free cash are both 7.5? I always thought stabilization was lower for some reason, maybe not, obviously not.
Free cash, we try to keep between 5 and 7.5%. And I'm looking for the stabilization.
Yeah, they're both the same.
I thought it was in the 3s or something. I thought it was lower.
Well,
Combined.
when we just adjusted our policies, it's 10 to 15% for the total.
About the same.
Total.
Right. So by telling us, we're still within it if we don't spend the full amount that's proposed here, and use a little bit of free cash to offset something else, but we'd still be within a policy. If we do max this thing out, that means we don't really need to put anything or as large a number in it next year, because the budget will move a little bit, but we technically would be at the max end of the policy guidelines in there.
Correct.
So
Okay,
this sounds like we got the free cash, we'll move it in there now, and then
so,
see how much we choose to do it.
yeah, I just wanted to say, I missed this in my calculations here, so this does change free cash balance. So we started to $7,241,664.85. And I have 5 articles now that use free cash in the ATM. Capital improvement, this stabilization fund, stormwater compliance, Article 30 to the tree maintenance, and Article 31, which is the school bus. So at the end of the ATM, we would be down to $5,060,737.85. And then in the STM, there are 2 articles that don't have any money associated with them yet, in snow and ice unpaid bills. We have library space, then we have Doughty Road, Home of the Brave race transfer, and the DBW tank. So by the end of the STM, we're down to $4,085,811.85. So I just wanted to correct that, because that statement I had made earlier, then I had missed this $480,000.
Could you just email those?
I will
numbers out?
send it all to you, yeah, you'll have it, so you all have it, that's fine. Because it also has all our reserve funds in here too, so it's just a good way to track everything. All right, so that's stabilization fund transfer. I don't have any motions on this yet, so I'm willing to entertain any. Larry's approval is written, do I have a second?
Second.
Oh, Bridget, okay. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? 6-1.
Someone's, you were opposed?
Yeah, yeah.
Hang on.
No problems. I know you're acting as secretary tonight, so it's tough in both things, yeah. But I'm trying to keep notes too, so if we need to cross-reference, we can. All right, Article 17, that was on tonight too, revaluation and interim adjustments. So this is
Pro
what
forma.
we do every year.
And that you can build the money that way, as we were discussing.
Jim moves as written. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. MC. Any further comments? All those in favor? 7-0. Great. Moving through Article 18, revolving funds. As you know, we have revolving funds. All this do is setting the limits of how much money can be spent out of them.
Right.
Just the cap. Any questions or comments?
Just curious, the pay-as-you-throw program went up $60,000.
Yep. Barbara, do you want to, I know Barbara talked to Ken a good bit about this.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's getting late and I'm.
Yeah, the pay-as-you-throw increase.
Yeah, no, I just, so we, in the Board of Health budget, the leachate costs for the landfill, we are going to take some of that money if we have an overage. So the leachate, the cost for that is dependent on the weather. So the more, like if we get a lot of rain, we get a lot of snow this year, that makes it so that we're trucking out more. And so Ken and I discussed that instead of increasing the budget, we would take some of those costs out of the pay-as-you-throw program because it's directly related to the landfill. And there is sufficient funds there, and so that's why we're raising the maximum expenditure to $100,000.
Do I have a motion to accept the article as written?
So moved.
Larry and Mike, okay.
Is he first?
Yeah. Any other questions or comments related to this article? All those in favor? 7-0. All right, moving along. We did water department. So my next one here is Article 30, which is tree removal. So this is, we had a brief discussion about this when Heather was here, so I don't know if we want to, any further things? Do we have someone willing to make a motion for Article 30?
So moved.
MC, do I have a second for
Second.
Larry? Oh, I've got Larry. All right, any other questions or comments?
I'd just say we should feel fortunate, we got a lot of money. $100,000 is about 5 years' worth of tree maintenance for a lot of towns. It's a tough for towns to deal with this. We did a couple $100,000 a few years back, so I know there's a lot more to do, but we are spending way more than a lot of communities. to
We
do
are,
this.
and thankfully, as a result, are not falling woefully behind on especially with this ash die-off. It's awful. On the heels of the gypsy moths a few years ago, and now the ash die-off, it's just terrible.
Okay.
Emerald ash borer.
Yep. We have a first and a second. Any other comments? All those in favor? Opposed? 6-1. All right. Article 31, school bus.
I gotta stop guessing your votes.
This is to pay for one school bus. Larry, just to confirm, there's not a second one in the school budget, is I understand?
No.
Yeah. This is like last year.
Yes,
No. So the town of Sturbridge is paying for a school?
There are 2 school buses, one in
One.
budget.
No,
One for
no,
cash.
No,
just
there is
one.
not one in
Just
the
this
budget.
one. That's why I was just asking Larry to confirm. There is not one in the school budget. We're only replacing one, just like we did last year.
She mentioned that last night. She did the presentation last night on Tantascwa.
Public hearing
Oh.
last night.
Hearing.
I forgot that.
Last week was
Probably have
Burgess.
votes on it.
Okay. Any, do I have someone
The
willing?
question, though, it says, again, once again, in order to reduce the operating budget this year, we request that one bus be funded via free cash. We just move the money around. If it's in the budget, if it should be there, then it should be there.
You can bring that up, actually, when they're here a week from today. I'm pretty sure they will say it's extraordinary, hasn't been done before, highly unlikely it'll be done again.
That's fair.
That's my belief.
No. And that's kind of what that's my, that thought of free cash is saying, what you just said, Larry, fine,
Yeah, but ask them, they'll be here a week from tonight.
All right, so
Yeah,
thank you.
it just means they gotta cut back either on their budget, on teaching and other services, or we gotta go to this book and cut back another 140 from other departments. So, yeah, it is. Ideally, it should be in the operating budget, just like the MS4 compliance stuff, but, you know, sometimes you work with the budget you have and do the best to optimize your expenditures and maximize where you can.
And I also think that I think they would tell you this too, because Sturbridge owns its own fleet of buses and operates them, we save a ton of money versus, signing some operating agreement to have someone budget.
Yeah, I'd like to see the numbers to support that, but that is their argument.
that's a much broader discussion. Yeah.
I hope they go into this budget.
Yeah, I will just say that
Right, go ahead,
the
Bob.
the superintendent does do an analysis of the cost of outsourcing versus in-house, and it is cheaper. In fact, I just had this conversation the other day with the school business manager, and it is cheaper to have the services in-house. And they do go through that exercise, so I just wanted you guys to know that.
As long as you're picking up the medical costs and all the other costs that are in our operating budget associated with those employees in their analysis, if that's the result, great. We'll do it the most efficient way.
That's a good analysis, in-house or outsourced, that makes sense, good.
Okay, so then do we want to wait till next week till they're here, or can we just handle this one? So Larry moves the AAW, and who do I have a second? MC? Okay, any other questions or comments related to the school bus? All those in favor? Opposed? 6-1, sorry. I was going to abstain you there for a
I
second.
should abstain, can I abstain instead?
No.
Too late?
Yeah. Article 32, town meeting requirements. So what this is doing is just codifying the move to the April town meeting.
Better late than never.
So,
No, we did that in the charter. This is just saying these are
This
the
is codifying the general
in the
bylaw.
bylaw.
But the
that
bylaw now
then
makes,
say whatever
this
we have.
makes the dates
match.
appropriate for the timing that is in the charter.
Now, Barbara, were we supposed to hold off on this? Was there a change coming to this, or are we good with this?
No, Robin and I talked about it, it's all set.
Yep, we fixed it. We got it. Yep. There was some ambiguity.
Okay,
So you sure you're going to get us a budget by February 15th?
I think it says the second week of, is it second meeting of February?
Well, it's the planning board, too.
Yeah, don't, yep.
First scheduled February meeting of the year.
We have to put something in, because there's already a bylaw that says June, and, that's based on, theoretically, I shouldn't even be sitting here tonight. I could say to you, sorry.
Mr. Deadline, what am I gonna do? Send you a fine or send you into jail for a week or something?
Oh, please, send me home.
Dog warden.
We're not gonna get into this, maybe we'll save it for the next meeting, I just want to finish off what we're doing. But I've had some people approach me, and I'm thinking seriously, we should take it up under new business of the finance committee for bringing forth a charter change and a general bylaw change to move the town meeting back to June. And we should have that discussion, not tonight, because it'll just add to this, but next Thursday, I think we should take that discussion.
I will be happy to talk about that.
So I just want to check it. I don't know if charter changes come that way, or they only come from was it every 5-year review with a charter?
Actually, this was supposed to be researched.
Yes.
But
I gotta research the mechanics.
Yes, I
That's
believe
available.
we can, on this, have a separate, we could put it on a ballot, I think, on a referendum.
So,
We're working through it.
yeah.
Yep.
But we'll take that up next week, because I know it's getting late. We can just get if we want to get the rest of it done. Bridget looks like she wants to fall asleep.
But you need to vote this. You haven't voted 32 yet. Did you?
He doesn't even have a motion yet.
Oh,
I don't have anything on that one yet. So Article 32.
Moved,
All right.
Second.
Article 32, the general bylaw amendment to change all the dates, so that's Mr. Hager and MC as a second.
MC? Okay.
Wasn't it MC? Didn't you yell second? Okay. All those in favor? 7-0. Okay, so that's 32. All right, Article 58, outdoor library. This is the ever expanding, well, actually, it's not really expanding as a thing. The project costs keep expanding.
well, there is some expansion. So this is several years ago. The prior facilities manager had worked with an architect. They came up with a number of $110,000 for this space that would be outdoor space, handicapped accessible, makes the back of the building handicapped accessible, which is critically important. But instead of just sticking a ramp in, they were going to put the deck, have more outdoor space, which is very healthy for everybody, accessible or inaccessible. But, so we went out to bid, and one bid came back, and it came back at $187,000 or $197,000, well over, and which we thought was extraordinarily high. We then, in the process, realized, going through that process, that what had never been accounted for was that the doors themselves were not handicapped accessible. So we could have built this beautiful deck and ramp, and the doors would not have been compliant. So in addition, now what we're looking at is adding in doors, door frames, making it appropriately accessible. Is that, and Jim and I talked about this a little bit, does that justify an increase of that much money? Certainly not from 110 to 240. I do think the number that was given was several years ago. Initially, when it was first put forward, I think it was too low. We actually tried to scale it back, when we got the 190 bid, and we said, well, what could we remove to see if they could actually get it back to 110, and we couldn't. I talked to Heather, do we think that 200 might be enough? Because now what we're saying is, it was 110, add probably, 30,000 for doors, that puts it at, we know 110 wasn't right. So let's say now 140, 150, add another 30,000 for doors, you're at 180, 200 range. Our concern is that we don't want to go into this, we didn't ask for enough, and come back to you again, because it wasn't budgeted enough. I do have an email into Becky and Jeremy. We were waiting to hear back from our landscape architect, Joe Cohn, who's been working with us on this. But, Joe's wonderful, but he's got like a real job, and he helps us on a lot of things. But we're waiting to hear back for more of the details on where a lot of that cost is. We actually did meet with Heather to look at whether or not we could go for a complete streets grant by adding the sidewalk component of the accessibility, but that it was going to get so complicated, we were going to push this project probably out two more years. It's too important to push it out that many more years. We are asking for the 240. We are hopeful it will not be more than 2, but given what came in for a bid, now we know that was high, but that didn't even include the doors. And
Well, how much, we don't have a bid on the doors, we don't know what they cost?
that's what I'm waiting to hear back from Joe on. That was what he was working on. So I would probably say, I should have an answer for you by the next meeting.
We're doing doors in
Yeah.
this building, I think, for about 20
Yeah,
grand.
I would recommend that we hold on this one till I can get you more information.
I would recommend we get multiple bids.
Oh, no, we gotta go out to bid, I don't have a choice. And I'm not gonna go with one bid when it comes, unless I'm lucky enough to get one bid that says, hey, for $160,000, I can do this project, and they're reputable, then fine. But either way, this is gonna go back out to
How big
bid.
the deck is? How many square?
I don't know off the top of my head now, no.
What needs to be done? I mean, to make it legal, or what is the whole, I
So
guess,
we could,
point of
yeah,
this?
so it's a twofold project. It's, part of it is that the back of that building is not accessible. The elevator is the only accessible out of one of those levels.
We just fixed, or we're
Which we are fixing.
Okay.
But theoretically, that building does not have the appropriate accessibility from all levels. So it forces you to have to take the elevator. If there's a fire, for example, and you're not using the elevator, there are portions of that building that somebody who is in a wheelchair would have trouble getting out of. So that's important, critically. We could build just a ramp, which aesthetically is not going to look good along the back of the common. And if we're going to invest in that, the thought was to do a deck where you could add program space. So this was what the library wanted to do. Again, this is through the board, the board brings these things to us. I think it's a great idea. I think our programming is vital and very, it thrives at the library. We have great programming, and increasing outdoor programming, I think, is a really good thing. So the deck would allow for the outdoor programming, appropriate ramps, stairs. So we were even looking, well, can we get rid of the stairs and just have the ramp? Can we cut it down to get it to fit into this 110 range? We just couldn't do it without making the project really so cheesy, to be honest with you, that now I can't even stand behind it.
Why can't you just put the ramp and then hide it aesthetically behind a bunch of landscape?
Well, look, if you wanted to build just a ramp, if the library, but that's not what again, I'm bringing forward what the Board of Trustees brought forward a project for 110 was not the right number.
The Board of Trustees has their access to their own funds, too.
Yep.
So why don't they fund the difference?
You would have to ask them. I can't speak for the board. I mean, I'm not being flipped, that's an elected board. They're not my elected board, so I can't.
I think there's a lot to do in a short period of time here. I go back to where MC was. This started with, we just needed ADA access out of the rear doors, out of the basement of the building. There was a little bit of a drop off to the end. And what is the cost to meet the compliance in there?
Yeah.
And then there was a small incremental cost to say, hey, while we're doing this, we can add a deck space and have an outdoor area to use. Right now, they go out and they walk across to the common and use the gazebo. So a small incremental amount for extra space seemed reasonable. So it'd be nice to understand what the incremental amount for that is. I might go a step further. If you're going to put $240,000 into it, what about a more permanent, maybe there's a building extension and costs a little bit more, but we get a whole lot.
Well, that's why we actually looked at expanding it and saying, if we're going to do that, let's just make it accessible from the sidewalk and try for a complete street screen.
Given it's a library, there could be other funds, other ways to offset the cost of this versus.
I would ask that you hold, I will try to see if maybe a member of the Library Board of Trustees can come to answer.
Our scribe,
Yes.
is a trustee.
Yeah, she is a trustee. Becky obviously isn't here tonight, and I think you really, I don't feel comfortable speaking for Becky about what her vision is.
Okay.
For that deck. I really don't. And I could speak to how the process went with the bids and all that.
We'll add
but
it to the next agenda. I mean, there's
I have a
carryover.
process question. When we're going out for a bid.
Yes.
Do we just put it on our website and whoever?
No, we have to
bid,
post it by all procurement laws.
We have to post
Yeah,
it.
it goes on
There's like a
Combine.
state site.
Yeah, there's a state site. Oh, no, we have, yeah.
You put an ad in the Beacon, and all the contractors read the Beacon for, there are multiple.
Yeah, I have to tell you, it's very rare that we get one bid for something. I mean, it just, the project is, to be honest, in many ways, it's too small, even at 200,000. It's too small for most of these people to even want to do, believe it or not. Don't forget, we have to pay prevailing wage. So there's a lot more that goes into it than what I have control over here to say, okay, let me just hire Joe Contractor who I know could do
Think
it.
about when we were gonna put a roof on and pay roofers $125 an hour with 2 hours each travel time from Southbridge.
Uh-huh.
I mean, come on.
I
So,
understand.
I just want to make one quick recommendation, that maybe we ought to talk, probably the only person around here that has any experience in that vein, Bill LePage knows his stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And a phone call to him, he could probably give you a half a dozen contractors who could do that job total for about $140.
But they
I
have to
wish
bid
Mike was here
it, but
tonight,
they
he's a
have,
licensed
yes,
builder.
but they have to bid it, and
have to
they
bid it.
have to want to pay prevailing wage.
Understand, that's why I asked about the
Yep,
process.
and I will tell you, prevailing wage spikes the price of a project by a significant portion.
All right, so you're gonna get some
I
information to bring
don't
to
disagree
people.
with you, but I can't just hire
I can
Joe
go
Blow
online
who's
and
good
check.
at it.
Carpenter right now, master carpenter prevailing wage is $71 an hour. $71 an hour.
Nobody else stepped up to bid it.
Okay.
That's a lot of money, but it's not $220,000.
All right, good.
I wish they'd bid it.
All right. Article 59 then, we'll come back, Dowdy Road Planning Services.
Yep.
What,
Yeah, so this is what, we acquired 222 acres of land, very exciting. There's a whole host of people who have all different visions. I think we all sort of envision it as some large type of outdoor recreation destination, but that can have a whole host of forms, and we don't want to arbitrarily say, okay, it's going to be fields, it's going to be trails, it's going to be restricted conservation, it's going to be a dog park, it's going to, it could be any host of anything. So with something this big and this valuable, and I don't mean just money valuable, I mean community value, having a master plan done for this is, I think, the appropriate way to go. We don't want to, we're going to take, you know what, I want this, so we're going to put 10 acres of this over here, and then someone says, oh, but let's do this, and have a hodgepodge. This really is going to be planned as a recreational destination. The plan would involve, the process would involve public meetings. You would bring someone in who actually conducts, like we do when we do a master plan. Or an open space plan. So it would involve a huge amount of public engagement, boards, committees, anybody and everybody who has an interest in
why
this.
does that sound all more expensive than $15,000?
We actually, Gene and I were, Gene went back, working with, I think it was an engineering firm we work with a lot, or a plan that does these studies with us a lot. And they actually scaled it back for us because there were some things in there that we don't really need them because we do have a lot of staff experience here. So for $15,000, which I thought was a great price for this, that they gave us, we thought it was certainly worth moving
So
forward.
you're not going to get an engineered plan with
No, you're
necessarily.
gonna
This is
get
not,
a
yeah,
conceptual
this
design.
is truly, yes.
Yep.
But they're very familiar with town, who we worked with, who gave us this quote, and I think it's a great price for what we're going to get.
And the
And for-
process is only good if you get large engagement from a broad audience, not a couple
Absolutely.
of folks, the dog park people, the trail people. and
Exactly.
That's the feedback we got.
Or else
from
you're gonna
people.
have hodgepodge.
The silent people who didn't show up.
Exactly.
Wanted something completely
Yep,
different.
and I don't want, the last thing we
Like the
want is
multiple avenues
hodgepodge.
to extract
Yep.
and to
On this
respond.
this is a beautiful piece of property that we got for free.
So what is the timeline then for this process? So if you get this is on the special
It's
town
on the
meeting.
special because we want to start that process. So I will say our town planner, and I think she certainly deserves this privilege, this is something that she has been very proud of, this acquisition. She has wanted this land for years and sees the value for the town. I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I think Jean would really much like to be here when we at least start this process for the plan and have voice on this. And I think out of respect for her years of service here, and her commitment to this, and her general knowledge of what works in this town, what doesn't work in this town, what fits, what people want, and how to engage the people in this town. I like this on the special, I want this on the special so that we can move forward quickly.
She just finished some type of plan that was a 10-year plan.
Open space plan, yeah, we
that
should,
she
yeah.
wanted to get
yeah.
done before she
So
retired.
the fact that she wants to button these things up, in this case, it's not button it up, but at least be able to get it off the ground.
Could I make one more comment about that job?
Oh,
No, I just want to point
Take my
something
headache.
out. We have a vocational high school
Yes.
that has a carpentry
Yep.
department.
Yep.
Bay Path does it all the time. They build a house every
Yep.
year. They have a carpentry department. There's all kinds of projects all over. Have we approached them to see if they might be interested?
I don't know if there's been
in building
discussion
that
with
deck?
them. I mean, we certainly would have to have the engineering work done from outside, but.
Oh, sure.
And buy the materials. I don't know if we can do that. I'm open on this one.
Bay Path built a
Yep.
whole thing for us in Salt
Yeah,
Lake.
no, they do great work. Yep,
They have a great carpentry department.
yep.
It's a small amount of money, it's free cash, but would CPC funds have been applicable for this, or?
It's a good question.
I do not, for some reason, I
don't
do
get
not
paid.
believe they were. I think because it has to do with the fact that it will not have a CR on it. I think it has to do with something with the loophole of conservation restriction. If it doesn't have a CR, I don't know, it's not considered recreation funds. There's some loophole on this that it did not fall under CPC. I'll get an answer from Gene for sure if you want to hold, but
No,
it's
but
15,000 at this
I would then
point.
suggest
Yeah.
trails, can't,
Yeah.
CPC can't fund any.
There's something to it, it's not just the
recreation stuff.
CR, but it may be who holds the property.
Okay, so Article 59 then, for the conceptual design for the use of the Doughty property. Do I have a motion to approve it as written? Larry, do I have a second?
Second.
Bridget, any other questions or comments? All those in favor? 7-0. All right, Article 60. So this is basically
Oh,
giving the collector the ability to attach a lien to someone's property if they decide not to pay their water and sewer bills.
We're gonna run the bills up, they can't pay them, then we're gonna take the house, okay.
Is this a Massachusetts, this isn't law?
Well, it's right there, Mass General Law, Chapter
Yeah.
40, Sections 42A to
I think
42.
the optics are real good for this, given what we just talked about all night, for water and sewer rates.
Wait, Barbara, did you say something there? Well, I thought I heard something. Maybe I heard it.
I did not.
Somebody fainted.
Make sure I paid my last bill.
right.
Rates, if you don't pay-
All right, so do I have a motion to accept Article 60 as written?
So moved.
I'll second.
It's always nice to have a tool in the toolbox, whether you use it or not.
Well, all those in favor? Oh, 7-0, okay.
Tell water and sewer.
Come up, get up by the leg, shake 'em.
You do?
Yeah, I'm the only house on Beagle with it. Because I connect through Apple Hill.
All right, Article 61, transfer of funds. Now, this is two actions in one article, which is not one of our favorite ways of doing things, because if half of it fails, the other...
yeah, and I'll tell you how this ended up in one article. There is nothing subversive or nefarious here. What happened was when there was a miscommunication, the clerk had an agenda item last week that said to have the board vote a dual warrant, so that they could do the special on the ATM and sign officially post the warrant. At that point, I ended up having to add another article because of the fuel tank that went onto the special. And so that meant I went from 61 to 62 is my final article. I had thought, or a lot of us had thought, that when the board voted that, they voted it with articles in their motion, which meant that I couldn't add an article. And I needed to add an article. And the only way I could do this and end with the same article numbers was to combine two. And I figured those two were both conceptually the same act. And in the end, it turned out I didn't have to do that because the board did not vote the articles by number. They just simply voted the dual warrant. But then, instead of creating havoc and undoing that for tonight, I left it as is. If I want to undo that, I then have to go back and I'd have to have the board reopen the warrant and reclose the warrant. So I left it as is. I can explain both of those things very comfortably. I know there were some questions on one of them, but I certainly do not think they're controversial once you hear the explanations of them. So I left it instead of creating even more havoc. Does that make any sense? This hour.
Why it got combined, it makes sense.
Yeah, yep. And if you want, I mean, I'm happy to discuss the two of them. So, the,
1750.
yep, so the 1750 is pretty clear, Barbara could talk about that. That's the tip infrastructure money we get back, and it goes into the general fund, and we transfer it into an account. It's money we get that is supposed to be transferred into the tip account. The other one, for several years, there has been a Home of the Brave road race. And the Home of the Brave road race has publicly raised funds and said that the funds that it's raising, all proceeds, not profits, all proceeds will go to a Veterans Assistance Fund. This was designed by Mike Strupa when he was here, and it is very clearly outlined to be used for fuel, home heating, and food for non-Chapter 115 veterans. So somebody who gets in trouble who isn't already on benefits, who, oh my God, oil prices went up to blah, blah, blah a gallon, I need to fill my tank, they can go to the veterans agent and get the money. The problem was that the money was getting put in, but there had not been officially a formal transfer of those funds. It was just getting put in there. And so Barbara got concerned and said, these monies are not properly being allocated to this fund. And then last year, the group voted and advertised to have that money go to the American Legion.
Who is the group?
It's Special Events Committee. The Special Events Committee is an official committee of the town, and they run the road race. And last year, they had advertised it that the money would go to the American Legion. After the fact, when we realized what was going on, Barbara was like, we cannot allocate anything that is collected under the town of Sturbridge for that. We explained that to them, so this year they understood that it would have to go back. But in order to do it properly, it's still like everything else has to be collected as general fund and then officially transferred. So our feeling is this was advertised to the public. All of the money generated came from people who believed that when they paid this money, it would go to this specific fund.
So all money's coming and go to the general fund versus specific accounts? You couldn't go in this account directly from the beginning?
Barbara, I think the answer is no, and,
Okay.
yeah.
So, who oversees the Special Events Committee in?
The Special Events Committee is a committee that, like any other committee, they promote events. They had a community gathering. They're funded through Betterment. You see the Betterment funds. And it's a public meeting, and they have public events. And there's a representative of Cultural Council on it. There used to be a representative of Rec, but there's not now. There's a member of the Select Board. There's 3 members of the public, I believe. They started the farmer's market. They were the original group that came up with the brainchild of the farmer's market, and then it got so big that we eventually moved it out under Rec.
So the town eats all the costs?
That committee, so whatever their funds, like those Betterment funds, that money is what got used, let's say, to pay for the costs. So it's not additional money out of the general fund. All those costs came out of Betterment, or whatever their funding source was, which was Betterment.
But all the money that was collected went into the general fund?
It has to. Anything that, technically has to come to the town of Sturbridge. But it was advertised that it would go to, anytime we want to raise money for a specific fund like
So
that.
why wouldn't this be a revolving fund, or become a revolving fund?
It could at some point, but again, we're trying to navigate this with the group for them to understand that it's getting to the point where it's gotten I think it got bigger than they thought it would ever get. So when they first conceived this, if it was 50 people and they bought the T-shirts and any overage went to, or they paid all the registration fees and everything. But what happened, and they're aware of this, is at some point it's going to get too big that they're not going to be able to afford to run the race if they don't have the expenses covered by the registration. And I think they're going to have to address that. But in the short term, we just have to make sure that the funds come in properly and get transferred properly so that we can use them out of this Veterans Fund. And the only way we technically can do that is to have this transfer.
So it was advertised as the money going to the American Legion.
Not, that was last year. We rectified that.
Okay.
This year's race is the first time that it's now officially being properly,
So this is for this year's race?
this is the money that came from this year's race. It's already here. We have the money.
Okay.
Race was in November, and that's why it's on the special.
Are we going to address this committee's activities going forward?
I try.
So they do things correct? I mean, you said
Yes,
they have a member of
Barbara
the Board
has-
of Selectmen on it.
Barbara has met with them, we have met with them, we have provided the appropriate legal opinions on how the money can be used. So this is why it got pulled back from going to the Legion, because it could we said, no, that can't happen. The year it was advertised for the Legion, we did let it go, because we were sort of between a rock and a hard place, because we can't tell people we're gonna send the money somewhere and then not send it where we said. But this year, we said, that's it, now we have to move forward this direction.
And this is a town committee, so it is really a town, as opposed to like a small little group that
Yeah,
comes
this
together for the
isn't
benefit of
friends
the
of.
town.
Now, if they were a friends of the veterans, like the Friends of the Library, which is different from the board, or the Friends of the COA, which is different from the COA board, then they would have the latitude to do totally different things. And that's how it started. Originally, and I think, Barbara, correct me, I think the Friends of the COA originally assisted with the money running through them, if I recall. Am I right,
Yes.
Barbara?
Yes.
Yeah, and then when they didn't want to do it anymore, that's when the chaos started, and we're trying to rectify it.
We
This is-
set up with the group who wants to do the volunteers, the graveyard cleanup, and now, hey, we want to get reimbursed for some supplies, but we're out
Same-
of control.
same issue.
right? So
How do
that's
we
part-
do
you got
this? Yeah.
a group of people want to do something good for the town.
Exactly.
But the process and controls.
It's very
needs to
hard
be
because
understood and
it's
in
so
place.
well-intentioned. It is so well-intentioned. And then
when
we have to
money
come
goes into
in.
the Veterans Fund, the Veterans Agent can disperse
Yes.
it without any other expenditures at town meeting?
Yes. And that's why it needs to go to that type of a fund.
You know, there's several federal statutes to do with tax deductibility of a gift. And the recipient has a forever responsibility to make its true effort to spend the gift as the donor directed. As a side note, that gets very hard when a church burns down and now there are no records, and the gift was given 150 years ago and has been accruing. So this sort of jitterbug step has to be done in order to comply with the statute, because the donor is entitled to see the actual fruition. Their intention must be lived out.
Yeah, I'm not, I guess it's just how do we get into this quagmire? I guess this committee
Because-
wasn't given
yeah.
any guidance.
No, because what happened was the Friends of the COA were originally doing it, and that doesn't fall under us at all. And when it fell out from being under the Friends, the SEC collected it, there was some crossover, we had some change in veterans agents, so there was a lot of miscommunication that went on for a while, and we're just trying to get it back on track.
Right, that's the key, getting it back on track.
Yes, and it is now.
Yeah, it's a
This
one-time-
will put it back on track. But next year, if they would have run the race, now the debate over the costs and all that's another story, but if they run the race, same thing. We're going to be coming back and saying we need to transfer whatever came in over, just like the TIF money gets transferred over to that account to be used for certain things. And so it really is just putting it into a dedicated account from the general fund for expenditure purposes.
I don't have a problem with the article, it's just a process that you're obviously working on. How about I make a motion that we approve the article, recommend that town meeting approve the articles ready?
Okay, Bridget. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor? 7-0. All right, and the last, Article 60, what the heck was it?
Oh,
Oh,
the
yeah,
moratorium, yep,
The moratorium, Article 62, right, 63.
63, yeah.
63.
So,
So I can give you some information on this. Jean obviously is well-versed in this. The Commonwealth has pretty much for lack of a better word, usurped local control when it comes to the siting of battery storage facilities and solar farms. Projects over a certain kilowatt, blah, 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 massive, large-scale projects completely cut out local zoning. Projects under a certain kilowatt do fall under local zoning. However, our local zoning rules really don't apply. We can, or I should say, can be trumped. So, for example, the new rules say that if an applicant comes in with a battery storage facility, we score it, rate it for appropriateness and all of these types of things. We can give all sorts of guidelines on how we want it done. But if after a year we have not granted the permit, we are required to grant the permit. So we shall grant, we have a year to try to work through.
So you did negotiate with.
To negotiate with them, to work through with them, and there are some safeguards that the contractor can't deliberately drag his feet, but that's very ambiguous as far as I'm concerned. We have sat in, Gene and I sat in on a meeting last week, at a virtual meeting, with the Department of Energy Resources and DEP, that they were required to get regulations in place. They're supposed to get us a sample bylaw, because what they want us, what we all need to do, whether we like this or not, at some point, we are going to have to create a bylaw so that we can at least have some control. If we do not have a bylaw, basically, they're going to put these things wherever they want. And if you want to look at what's going on in Oakham, they're putting one over a watershed that supplies a huge portion of the eastern part of the state. And Oakham is fighting it. We have signed on to support Oakham in this town. Oakham is fighting it. They are not winning the fight. I spoke with officials from
They
Oakham.
didn't have what you're talking about.
And they didn't have the bylaw in place to say, no, we have certain regulations. Even with the bylaw, we're going to run into the trap of, we have a year. But at least we have some control. But we don't have that bylaw here yet. We probably will have a special town meeting for that bylaw. In the interim, what we are asking is a moratorium, so that anybody who jams applications through in ahead of our bylaw, or can't get them in ahead of our bylaw. I will be very honest with you. Other towns have tried the moratorium. Town meetings have passed the moratorium, because it's just temporary. The AG has kicked them back and said, sorry, your moratorium we don't approve of your moratorium.
So playing devil's advocate in a town that's dying for revenue, how is this not any different than marijuana? Where we, as a town, missed the boat completely on getting the maximum advantage of getting that, because we put a moratorium in place.
Well, yeah.
Wait, hang on.
Yeah.
Now, you told me you can negotiate. So with this thing, right, you have the ability to negotiate with the person putting in for certain town restrictions or things we need for you to put this project in.
And if we don't grant the permit within a year because we're still going back and forth,
How
You may
can?
know this, Kevin, but these storage batteries they're talking about are the size of a trailer.
Yeah, I
in a
know.
truck.
right.
I understand.
So
They're
let me,
very volatile,
right.
dangerous.
It
Well,
is.
how many of them actually caught fire? They went looking for this one. This is their thing. They catch fire. It's like
They're gonna put-
one.
So I spoke with our fire lieutenant, and we talked about what happens if they do catch fire.
Right.
You
Well,
don't
this-
put them out.
Yeah, well, this is where the negotiation comes in. Why can't we negotiate with them for the equipment we need to address?
That's great, and they say no, and it gets to a year.
And
We shall grant the permit. And if we're continuing to fight with them, the default is the state's regulations. So if we can't come to an agreement, but that's more of a discussion for the bylaw. That's more of a discussion for the bylaw. All we're asking is, until anybody gets a handle on this, we want a moratorium. And look, I will tell you the God's honest truth, I want the moratorium. I don't know that the AG will uphold this article. The state will probably slam it down. They have slammed down other moratoriums, but I really passionately believe that we have to try.
at least it buys time in
And,
court.
and it sends a message, by the way, because what I'm really concerned about is the public is going to see us in a few months put a bylaw. And they're going to think we want this because, oh, look, we're putting a bylaw for battery storage. We're putting a bylaw to have some control over it. but it doesn't mean we want it. But, you know, what if they vote it down? What if the public votes it down? By the way, if the public votes down our bylaw, boom, reverts back to the state's regulations. So we want to send a message to town meeting. We want this awareness there, even if this moratorium gets kicked back by the state and say, sorry, you're wrong, you have to accept these applications. We want it known, and we want it on the record that we have made every effort to fight this.
And everything I've read says that the state is pushing hard to get this. They want this badly.
They want this
The current
badly.
administration wants this.
We could not
What are your
get
role energy policy is?
2-hour meeting, and the person who was working on the regs, nothing against this guy, he was beat red by the end of it because he got thrown under the bus. We went through question after question that all of us were asking, all the town administrators, all the planners were asking. This poor guy said, we haven't worked that out yet, we haven't worked that out yet, we haven't worked that out. Yet we have to have a bylaw in place by October. And and they moved it up from December.
So why aren't we working on the bylaw?
We
instead of a
are,
moratorium?
simultaneously. We are. But
why isn't the bylaw
they are
coming back?
supposed to get us a draft bylaw to guide us in getting an appropriate bylaw that will pass their muster. They haven't gotten us the draft bylaw that they were supposed to get us weeks ago. And then at the same time, they moved the deadline up from December to October. It's beyond comprehension, Kevin.
Well, but you're assuming that it's a negative.
We've looked at the specs. It's not negative if you want solar fields on aquifers. There's no answer. Somebody asked the question, does your building official, because they put these things on pads that might not be considered structures? In many towns, that might be, and for the state, that might be a loophole that a building official doesn't even have to look at it because it's temporary. So somebody said, is it going to count if it's not on a concrete pad? The guy said, I don't know. We haven't looked at that to require a building official. There's so much unanswered, Kevin, that the fact that they're insisting that we get the bylaws done by October and they haven't given us a draft bylaw because they can't even figure out the answers to the questions, the very basic questions we're asking, is really concerning. And yes, there's a scoring on what's considered if it's near an aquifer, it lowers it. But the sample they gave us I love solar on top of rooftops, for example, right? Someone wants to put solar on a rooftop, on a parking garage, great. That's a great environmental thing, but we're talking about stepping over, clear cutting. We're talking about subverting zoning. Well, I mean, we go through hell here when we have a day of somebody wants to come in and log and forest a piece of land. If you go to I invite you to drive on the road, what is it, not Pleasant, before you get onto 49, coming in from Paxton down to Spencer. And a farmer sold off his land to one of these. And when I tell you, it is a vast field of black panels. Mm-hmm. And aesthetically, does that matter? Yeah. I have to live in a rural area. I would be sick if that happened to the farmland across from my house.
By Southbridge Airport, there's a massive.
There's so much unknown. I will tell you, when we talk about fire, they are trained not to put them out. All they can do is wet around the perimeter. So
There's difference between panels and the storage, though, isn't that two different things?
both. So there's a lot of solar array, but there's also the battery storage. And the battery storage is where all of this comes in. What's going on in Oakham right now is a battery storage.
But where the trails are right now, we have all those panels. What's that all about?
That's a facility. So we've got
There's
solar.
already a precedent established there, right?
Right, but those are under our zoning.
Okay.
So what they're gonna do
one right
is,
on the side of the
some
Mass
of the
Pike.
things in our zoning
Kelly Road,
are not gonna fly muster with the state's new
unapproved in the law.
new rules.
Yeah.
So we now have to create a bylaw to try to rein it in some way and have some control over it. And if we can't we have this bylaw of you need to do X, Y, Z, but if they're going back and forth with us on doing that X, Y, Z, our town isn't gonna be as negatively impacted. We don't have as much of the vast rolling farmland. And we might be able to protect a lot of our forested area because much of it is wet and it's in conservation and it's under CR. So we might be able to protect some of that. And we have staff. But you have towns that don't have a paid planner, that have all volunteer staff. they're going to jam those in. And when somebody asks, well, what do we do if we don't have the staff capacity? The answer was, well, just let the state make the determination on the acceptability of it for these neighbors in rural areas. So you got me on my soapbox, Kevin.
We've got a state policy that says we want these things as part of our overall state.
Top
energy
priority.
To reduce
Massachusetts top priority?
carbon fuels or whatever.
As they cut trees.
There's a process for someone to do these to avoid the pushback from communities to go to a single siting process through the state.
Exactly.
You don't
The
have a
super big
bylaw
ones go that way.
addresses this issue.
Yep.
And you like to put some regulations around it. You're trying to come up, planning board's coming up with a moratorium that will probably be kicked by the Attorney General as not being valid, but maybe you buy some time. But this only gives you a moratorium until December.
Until my
And
bylaw,
you
right.
aren't, no, December 1st or when you get a bylaw, whichever comes first. So if
Well,
it takes
that-
you 2 years to get a bylaw, it's December 1.
But they're not going to give us 2 years. So we have to have the bylaw by, they moved it from December
And you
1st
don't
to
have to-
October.
You're not at risk until October 1, because you don't have to accept any applications
If we have the
until October
moratorium.
1.
If we have the moratorium.
But, so you've got to develop, whether this goes or not, you can still have time until October 1 to avoid this, but you're going to need to the planning board's going to need to develop regulations,
And they are working.
and we're going to need a special between now and then to vote on.
So why
it.
isn't the date changed from December 1st to the October 1st date
Oh, on
in this article?
the moratorium? I think when this got drafted, it was still October. This is such a moving target, literally week to week. I'll talk to Jean about if the December 1st was to buy us more time, or if there was hope that it would go back to December 1st. But in the end, the moratorium just buys us time to get our bylaw in place.
Is there any guidance from either SMOLA or Fat Man?
They are working with us. They are trying, but this is happening at a very powerful level, I think, and beyond the level of what even our reps, I mean, Rep Smola, I know, fights a good fight for us, as does Senator Fatman on something like this, because it is all of their towns. I mean, Senator Fatman's communities, you look at, Sutton, all of those very rural areas are going to be impacted. I sit on meetings with, on the Governor, Ann Goby is our rural advisor, and of course, she works for the governor's office, but she's very sympathetic to the concerns about this, and has come in and actually met with us to talk about it. So we are trying, I mean, again, we are a little bit of a less risk because we have staff in place. We'll be able to navigate these bylaws to some degree. What it means for the larger Western Mass is really has a huge impact, which impacts us. I mean, the bottom line, this is all of the fiber. We worry about development and growth and adding sewers. This is a whole different level of concern.
Is there a company eminently wanting to come in here right now, or is that just?
There are calls constantly. We occasionally get them. I was just talking to a woman on the meeting the other day who had 4 companies trying to get in the door. They're all trying to rush in right now before anybody gets their bylaws in to try to start that process, so they're in process. Now, again, the very massive ones, the town doesn't even get say on.
So
The
some
hill
of you are aware
towns
that
in Western Mass, their populations,
They're
812
They're
people.
panicking.
Yeah.
They're panicking.
You can go down Framingham and Natick along the side of the roads, and they have them all over the
Yep.
place. These panels are like, and this was 5-6 years ago.
So
This is not new.
there's 2 parts to it. I see the panels in there, but there's the battery storage. And it's the battery storage that gets people riled up, because it's my hybrid car that gets on fire, and there's a concern that you can't put it out and so forth.
And I will say,
And that's what gets
that's a big
people
part of it,
riled
but the panels are a concern too, from the standpoint of, if the company goes out of business, if the panels deteriorate, if they walk away. Now, like anything else, we can put decommissioning costs into this, but how much are we really going to get? And if they walk away from an 80-acre solar farm, even if it's just panels, and they walk away, now what? I mean, one thing to have an abandoned building, you can raise a building. What happens if we've got thousands of solar panels on a solar farm, and the company walks away and shutters their doors?
Well, 2.5 years ago, a local owner owned the land next to our condominium development, and he got it through the whole process here in town to have a solar farm, 13 acres, which is going to have to be clear cut. It all got approved by conservation, got approved by planning, and within 6 months after he got it approved, because it still has to go to the state, but once he had that, he sold what was valued at $100,000 to a big developer, a grid company, for $395,000. You don't think they're gonna put solar panels on that piece of property after they paid all that money for it? It's happening. And we just have to.
And look, I'm not saying that the technology, that there's not room for it, and that, you know, we have zoning, so the ones that you see went through major processes to get there. Major public process, we could take as long as we wanted to get it done, you know, as long as we're not being prohibitive. So what it does is it just usurps that local ability to control it.
I bet you where that racetrack equestrian center would be somebody wants that property, that'd be prime property for that, huh? That's a lot of land over there, huh?
So there's a lot of planning issues here, but the item before us is an article that's proposing a bylaw that may or may not pass Attorney General, but it's something the planning board is trying to get to buy themselves some time. For us is, what would we recommend town meeting do with this, right?
Your explanation is great, but I watched the televised meeting of the planning board when Jean presented that
Yes.
to the panel.
Yeah, this is her world. Yep.
What a great job she did. Even a dummy like me could understand
December
exactly what she was
26th, or
talking
when they
about.
come up with
I guess the thing is we just need to clarify that date. Because if
I don't think it really matters,
It
because
doesn't matter.
if the moratorium, to be honest, even if we have the bylaw till October, if we have the bylaw in place October 1st, we could just still simply say that we will start accepting the applications on December 1st. We'll end the
I
moratorium.
wouldn't move the date any
Yeah.
closer.
And I don't
it's
trust that
really
the
a date
state
set by the
won't
planning board,
maybe
not
listen
us.
to us and push theirs back a little, which is what I'm really hoping. I'm not sure they will, but
So what's our end game? What are we really trying to do between now and December?
Vent it all.
Have
hold
bylaws
off
that
until
allow
we
us to
can
have some
get,
control
until we
over
can at least
some
get
of
our
it.
act in
Get our
order.
arms around
And we
it?
can't get our arms around it until the state gives us a draft bylaw, and they haven't produced it. Every day we hear it's coming. Hurry up and wait.
Selfridge landfill for your backyard.
So, I guess I'm still interested in hearing the devil's advocate part of it, is what type of income stream are we throwing away? What do we collect from these things being in town, if you can do it?
Kind of revenue on them? Tax
Yeah.
revenue? Well, I already have.
Revenue, or do you get a license?
I have somebody who already messaged me and said, oh, here's a draft pilot agreement for something we plan on putting in. And I said, I never agreed that we would do a pilot on this, because a pilot doesn't work on this. We lose. And they emailed back, so I called Jean. I'm like, hey, Jean, what's this project? She said, they haven't even pulled a permit. We don't even have plans. And they're already sending me something to get me to sign a draft pilot agreement. I'm like, it doesn't work that way. So, I mean, yes, there's some revenue. There's certainly revenue.
So I would argue we're probably giving up zero revenue between now and December 1. We're just buying a little time to get regulations in
That's-
place, at
yes.
which point things either flow a little bit more with some control that we have on our end, or they're going to flow the way they flow
Look,
anyway.
we're not against, we're
I
not
think
against
someone's going to go
solar.
another
I
town
mean, I
because we got a
think-
moratorium for December. They're still going
Right.
to develop this
Well,
thing.
my
and open
understanding
it
about
up.
the way Sturbridge bylaws work, zoning bylaws, is if it's not explicitly allowed in our zoning bylaws right now, it's not allowed at all. So,
But we do have solar allowed.
yeah, but not these battery ESS.
Not the
things.
storage facilities. I don't think we have that. I don't think those are specifically allowed.
Right, so
But-
if they're not allowed.
Yes, except that if we don't put a moratorium in, the way this is going down right now, and Jean knows this better than I do, if they get the applications in now, because the state law has already passed, there's something that gives them, they're all trying to rush in right now to get the process started. It also starts the clock on the 1 year.
In the standard battery storage, like on the field that you're proposing next to us, there is battery storage. It's just the battery isn't the size of a Mack truck.
Right, it's not the size of the back of the site.
Right.
By the way, I've done some similar, I wouldn't reinvent the wheel on this thing. If there's other towns that are closer in Boston or wherever that have already been through what we've been through, get a hold of their people, and I get you, they'll give you what, I think they'll have it already done. Now, we can modify East Sturbridge, but we don't have to start from a blank piece of paper.
But that's why we're trying to get the draft bylaw, because right now it's also new, that nobody has them passed yet. We're all scrambling to get them to town meeting. So we just want this draft bylaw. We are working with
I understand it's on the state
CMRPC.
website, and comments are due tomorrow.
Yeah, is it back up
That's what I'm being told.
now?
Yes.
Because it wasn't Friday, last Friday it wasn't. It might be, it's a movement, like I said, it's.
Okay.
I'll have someone
Coming
contact
fast.
Gene. So, Again, I don't think that there's a big financial burden one way or the other between now as a result of this proposed moratorium. And I'm going to trust the planning board have done their homework to draft the bylaw appropriately here. And so I'll make a motion that we recommend that town meeting approve the article as written.
Okay. Do I have
Second that.
Jim Waddick? Any other questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed and abstaining, so 6-0 to 1.
That was you?
Yep. I just don't think there's enough information on any of it right now, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent.
Now, this is what I'm passionate about. Are we through articles, Kevin? I might sneak out if we're through.
No, we're
articles.
done. We're done. I mean,
I'm done.
I gotta try.
we have, you know what, if no one minds, we still have agenda items, but we're gonna skip them. We're gonna wait,
We'll take them up next week?
take them up next week, because I know it's late, I appreciate everyone's,
I wanted to make a comment that you did about,
What agenda items?
I gotta go 45 on
we
it.
have the minutes to deal with.
I know, but I wanted to make a comment about community preservation coming next week.
Oh, go ahead. And we're still here, so.
So anyway, Kevin's already exchanged, and copied me on exchange of emails with Penny Dumas. They're gonna be here next Thursday, or she's gonna be here to talk about community preservation articles. So if you can read those over and you have any specific questions, or not questions, but concerns or issues, and you can convey those to Kevin or copy it to me too, so that we can at least let Penny know when she's coming here. If necessary, she may have to bring other people from her committee. Otherwise, she's gonna come here and she's gonna say, I'll have to come back another time with somebody else. It was a courtesy to her.
Oh, sure.
Maybe if we know what any issues we have, or any contention we have with anything.
You should see that
we can Let her
all,
know.
all the CPC articles were grouped together.
Yes.
And so now that this meeting's done, on Monday, you'll see the posting of the 19th's agenda officially, because I'm gonna need to move the articles we didn't do tonight to that agenda, and then we'll deal with hers first. And also coming next week, Larry's got the education, there's people coming in to
Deb's
talk
coming
about the line item budget. She's done, she's up first, I think you saw the second email to Penny. Penny's coming at 7:30, so we're hoping to have, the education first, they go a little longer than that. But then the CPC will be on line at 7:30 for their articles.
She shouldn't have to come back twice,
I wouldn't think so, but.
if we can give her some.
And one thing to note, in case you haven't noticed it yet, is that there were a series of 3 or 4 articles that would have been previous years, like the administrative funds, and so it's all grouped into one thing to address Mike's concern that he pointed out last year, in that, it always said, in that first article about dealing with all the financial stuff, so they put it all in the one article, all the financial stuff is in there, so that one article handles everything like you had pointed out, so that was an adjustment. So just be aware, because someone even asked me, where are my administration funds? And I'm like, well, now it's all incorporated in one article instead of having its own separate article.
Well, right. Same here.
All right, so I appreciate everyone's diligence. I know it's late. I'm excited to hear someone make a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
I have a second.
I wanna go home.
No second? So then we can stay and continue doing it.
One thing.
Okay, we're done. 11:25, yeah.
Oh, my.